Nothing, just volume. From Strawn all the way to my building 85, backed up to get out. It took me 25 minutes to get out of the village this morning.
Right, brother.
And it takes me less than 20 minutes to get to the office. So yeah, there it is, guys. These are the names that I have on my radar. FSLY continuing to move a little bit lower. It looks like it wants to break this lower end of the range. Have to wait for one more pullback, but there's a couple missed opportunities here on ASTS by me to the downside, and then same with SMR. Looking for a couple neckline breaks. Even if you're getting at 1576, you're continuing to move a little bit lower. So we'll be patient and wait for some opportunities. Once again, very, very small red, and I'm going to need an A+. The market is tanking. Haven't even looked at the big boys either. I heard Netflix is continuing to move a little bit lower here, guys. I haven't seen what NVDA, what Microsoft, the Apples, the Teslas, the Googles, the Metas. I want to focus on some of these other names here right now because I think the opportunities are going to be there. If we fail to construct a new high here on FSLY, then maybe we get up in around this range, 15 bucks, a little bit more, and then maybe we can get that break eventually. If it's going to be really strong and put in that additional leg, you can see we're starting to form that bull flag on the 10-minute. If it decides to break, then so be it. It's really strong. I am going against the grain on this name. Totally fine. It makes things a little bit more difficult. Again, just going with the notes here. So we got to deal with those consequences, right? It's easier to go with the short, especially when the market is absolutely tanking down to 49.66 here now, Sharif, on the T-triple-Qs. Let's see how far off we are on the NASDAQ actually after those highs. Man, oh man, let's check it and take a look on the daily before we send it back to our boy Sharif. 636, we're down 4.8%, closer to 5%, so nothing to write home about just yet. Just in a consolidation zone, 640 to 600. Condor land, if you get below these support levels, collect a little bit of extra premium, you're going to be having a good time for sure.
All right, guys, let's get right down to work, baby, because there's a good one. It's called Chow. It's up 107%, but it just lost $1. And it is, unbroken in the downtrend. So first and foremost, this one did make a move yesterday at around, I think, 5 to 6, so 5:55. It looks like that's when the majority of the action started happening. There was a little bit move at the close, but it did, from the closing print to the aftermarket high, this thing was up 82%. So it had all sorts of strength in the aftermarket. The good news is, we took out yesterday's high at around 85 pennies pretty easily today, and even before the bell. We took it out in the pre-market. The problem is, though, it looks like the best trade is behind it. And look at the candle here that causes the reversal. Basically, a neutral candle. Anytime you see yellow on the volume bar or yellow on the actual price action bar on my black charts, that means the opening price and the closing price were the same. So equilibrium here between buyers and sellers. That's where the equilibrium ended. And then all hell broke loose to the downside, and it's been an unbroken lower low, lower high. It's a downward channel. You know how we're going to do this, right? We're basically going to wait until this downtrend is broken before we get back in. A couple of things you can do if you want to get ahead of the game. Volume weighted average price at around 93 pennies. So what I would submit to you guys, you build a position in and around 97 to about 92.5, maybe even 90. You want to build it around there. And the point is, you're looking for a hold of the volume weighted average price. You don't get a hold, you stop out. Okay? But I would not suggest you put your stop right below VWAP. You got to give it a little bit of room. So that's one way to get in. And then you're obviously looking for a VWAP hold and a downtrend break. Other, more conservative traders, like myself, they're going to wait for a decided and I don't want to say conclusive, but a very clear break of that upper trend line. And there's a couple of ways you can do that. One, you can wait for a couple of candles to close above it. Two, you can wait for, a prior area high to get taken out. To me, that's like 108, 109. On a closing basis, that is. That's kind of what I'm going to wait for. Now, if nothing ends up manifesting anywhere else and I'm sitting here kind of not trading anything, then I might build a position at VWAP. But ideally, I'd want to wait for the A+ setup. The A+ setup comes vis-a-vis a break of the downtrend line. So Chow is very much in my purview. I'm keeping an eye on it. It's not my favorite, again, because it is north and south of that dollar a lot. It ideally just gets above and stays above $1, but we're gonna keep an eye out on it. Fastly as well, earnings winner, broke out like crazy at 405 yesterday in the aftermarket. Today we continue onwards and look at that 930 bump like it wasn't already up enough. So from the closing print yesterday, that is at 4 o'clock before the earnings date to the high of the day today, we're up 67%, man. So it's a very strong name. We're not up 67% right now. That into the high of 1565, but you can see this is putting in a bit of a consolidation after that big move up at 930. So to me, it's yelling 1475, 14 2/3 area support with an obvious area of resistance in and around 15 1/4 to 15 1/3. I play it as a range until it gives me an indication that it's either going to fail or it's going to break out. If it's going to break out, you always want to save a piece for the dream. If it's going to lose the range, I stop out below VWAP. So even though I'm saying 1475 to 14 2/3 area support, you got to give it a little bit of room, especially since the volume weighted average price is kind of close to that range anyway, showing 14 mid-50s. So FSLY certainly in focus for me. JZXN was in focus until it lost VWAP. It looks like it's going to be a Christmas tree retracement. Green on one side, red on the other, upside down V, kind of a triangle look like a Christmas tree. I'll have nothing to do with this one until and if it gets it back above. It gets it back.
It's a good
above the volume.
It gets it back because we're in Italy right now. Sharif, we're playing, my boy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't actually mean that. Is it 1-0?
No,
It's still excited then, man. Hold on, I got one more, Joseph. LPT, this guy's getting late. I tried to talk to this guy when I got back. He is focused right now on the game. Not playing. LPTH. This isn't too bad. It's not up big on the day. It's sub 17 and change. It is finding some support here at the 10 EMA on the 5, but it also suffers from a downtrend here. Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. I'd ideally like that to break. Couple of ways I'd weasel into this. 11 4/5 area support. That is the double bottom there at the 1040 and 1045 candle. I'd work into that. And then I'd have to give it, essentially, so that's about 1180. And I'd have to give it down to 1160 because that's where VWAP is. So I can possibly try to build a position here on LPTH. I'm not a big fan of the declining volume profile, despite the fact that it's trading near highs. I'd like to see the volume step in, but knowing full well that this is the time of the day when the volume does start to drop off a little bit. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. Any thoughts on works? Works. All right, WORX? Yeah, WORX. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. All right. Again, you know, sub $1, but it is finding an area support. So I do like that 5:30 a.m. general area high. I'm talking, of course, about 27.5 to about 29 pennies, depending on whether you're looking at the closing prints or the wicks. But it comes in to that level, which just happened to be the volume weighted average price, and it's finding some support. But I'd like to see if this one's going to trend up because, you know, this one also could be on the downtrend. Thank you for pointing that one out. You know, not my faves that they're south of $1, but we're certainly going to keep an eye on that since there's not a whole lot to trade in the world of small cap cappers. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on, Joe. Yeah. Silver down 5 1/4, 5 1/3, so that could be a play as well. ZSL.
Yeah, that's right. What I'm hearing. Silver. Oh, but that's what I was talking about earlier, guys. Okay. Shout out to that. Remember when I brought it up yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Shout out to that call wall on at that $80 mark. I mean, you're almost 7.5 points at this point. A little bit more, guys, to the downside on SLV. So there it is, continuing to move a little bit lower. You know what we're going to do? We're going to pull up the options chain. Man, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. You got to take into consideration the NHL hasn't been in the Olympics in like 8 years. So it doesn't happen very often. And this is the last time you're going to see Sid the Kid with Crosby and stuff like that, right? Like, this is his last Olympics. He's not going to be there in another 4 years or so. All right, so $80 mark, 14,900. If we go over to the expiration of the 20th, a slight increase, then you can see a little bit more there. And then we head over to this. Boom, boom, boom. So once again, we're going to document to see if we are going to have the ability by the end of next week. I believe it is, 8 days to see if we're going to breach this level. And at this point, it doesn't look like it as we're down to 72.30 here on SLV. ASTS looking like it wants to break to the downside. Maybe we get involved small size. It looks like some necklines are going to break here. So let's head over to our scanner once again, and let's find ASTS. There's Netflix down to 75 smackers. Oh, man. Yo, I'm just thinking, like, you got to buy the Qs, man, and the SPY. Just make life a little bit easier sometimes. Because it's not every day you're going to see a 40, 56.
What's the reason this thing is down again?
Dara brought it.
Completely, like, what the hell?
Netflix.
So David Lyman, their CLO, Chief Legal Officer, sold up $462,000, I believe, worth of shares yesterday.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, there it goes. It's down a little bit here, guys. $75. That's never really a good look. But again, small potatoes, you got to be patient with this one, guys, as it's continuing to bleed here. And we'll head over to the daily and take a look at what we got going on with Netflix.
ZSL is breaking out, guys.
Yeah.
It's breaking out. Like, this is a breakout. Look at this, Joey.
Silver's going. If silver's breaking down.
This is on the move, man.
Yeah.
This is an inverse.
Whoa.
I'm telling you, it's on the move,
Look at the volume on that.
Yeah.
Look at the volume on that. So that open interest that we were just referring to not too long ago, that is insane amounts of volume on. Did you see that volume print right there?
Man.
That's crazy. That's absolutely massive as silver is tanking. Danny boy, where are you, my friend? Frederick Von Yummy Pants, as he was calling himself, I said, hey, I think we're going to get the short on SLV, and then now we're 10 points away from that specific strike price, guys, so keep an eye out on that one. We'll go through a couple more names here. Amazon continuing to bleed, guys. A nice little print on the 5-minute, but once again, we want to go with the flow, and that might be a breakup here in FSLY. We'll head back to the scan.
What is happening here?
On FSLY?
No, I need to know what's happening with gold and silver. They're both dropping aggressively.
Aggressively with insane amounts of volume. Let's pull up gold here and see what we got going on. Yeah, like look at this volume increase, guys. The volatility is most definitely going to be kicking up in both of these names. So silver, SLV, or what's the inverse again?
ZSL.
ZSL.
Yeah.
Just absolutely ZSL breaking out to the top side, and silver and gold with extreme momentum to the downside here, guys, as the market is heading a little bit lower.
Thank you very much to Golf Franchise for dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. You want to be out of metals? You want to be out of metals. Silver from February 17th to March 3rd because of the Chinese New Year celebration where they do not buy metals. Fantastic point, as I put to Peter Schiff, whatever day it was, Monday, I think. 25 to 30% of the gold, I know you're talking about silver, but of the gold was being bought by Chinese, whether it's by Chinese speculators, Chinese investors who don't have real estate to funnel their money into, or of course the People's Bank of China who's trying to get away from the US dollar. So certainly agree with you that the Chinese have been buying, but there have been others as well. We'll talk about that later on. So thank you for that, and thank you for the good information there. Appreciate it. Golf Franchise, good look. Now I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do here with ZSL. It's at the $0.50. It's up 15. SLV, silver itself, is down 7. Gold is dropping 2 1/3. So as we've been watching and as we've been seeing as of late, it really silver accelerates to the downside as well as the upside. Gold not as volatile as silver, probably for many different reasons. We don't have to go into them now, but that's the fact of the matter. Now, how I'm going to work into this, I really don't know. I need to. This is an aggressive breakout, and I don't like getting in at the highs. I want to see a bit of a pullback. Moreover, I want to know what is going on with this price action. There's probably something macroeconomic, geopolitical that's probably causing this. Typically, when you see gold sell off, it's usually good things that are happening in the world, not negative things. So maybe something out of the Middle East. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And if there's anything, we'll let you know, obviously. And if you guys see anything that we haven't mentioned, please tag myself or Joe so that we see your tag in the chat, and then we can comment on it. Just like Sergio did right there. Sharif, MDLN has been solid since IPO. Thanks, Sharif, for your insight that day. You are the real cyber beast. Nah, man, I want the real one, man. I want the real cyber beast. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate the comment there, brother. Let's take a look at MDLN for the OG, Sergio. Oh, my days.
Yeah, the market,
Joey, this is not a good-looking pattern here on gold. Like, yes, I see, I realize it's highs, but this shelf here at 470, if we start making some lower highs, it's going to be trouble. MDLN, let's take a look. Oh, my days. You've been holding this for the IPO? Yeah, that's beautiful. And yet you don't even have an unbroken higher low. And as I'm going to show right here, higher high. You are putting an upward channel. Good on you, Sergio. This is classic. If you guys are wondering what chart we're looking at, it is MDLN, and it was an IPO back on the 17th of December. So hasn't been trading for all that long, less than 2 months. MDLN, shout out to Sergio, great trade, brother.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, so the market continuing to head to the south side. SPCE still hovering around, forming that bull flag on the 5-minute. Silver and gold are just absolutely tanking, and the amount of volume that stepped in here is insane. That is downwards momentum. I wouldn't be going against the grain on this one just yet, guys, so just be patient just in case it does decide to head a little bit lower. Shreve was taking a look at the daily. We'll take a look at it on silver as well, and it looks like at this point we might head towards that $66 mark. This is going to be a key pivot, and if we breach that neckline, watch out. There might be some more downside here in silver. Gap down, gap down. This was our massive volatility day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more volume start to step in from a daily perspective, because that was an absurd amount. So keep an eye out on that there, guys. Wow. So yeah, I mean, the market doesn't look like it wants to stop either at this point, Shreve. So, I mean, this is just, I'm not going to call it waterfall type price action, but we'll call it something along those lines as the market is continuously moving lower from 615 to 603. The SPY down approximately how many points here? 10 in the SPY from 696 all the way down to 685, right? So keep an eye out on that. ASTS down a substantial amount this morning as well, too, guys. 15 1/3 here this morning. Well, SPCE is up 63%. That is insane. SMR was definitely one of my bigger misses here earlier this morning. Why? Because take a look at this. So what I had was just this steady downtrend, and then you failed to breach this, and you put this this doji candle right here, and then it's been bleeding ever since. So $16.27 all the way down to $15, and you're continuing to look like you want to head a little bit lower, guys. So yeah, a tough look in the market. You're gonna have to find some other names to find some relative strength. I know the staples I'm hearing are strong. Like Walmart living in its own different universe at this point, Shreve. Now up in a couple percentage points here this morning. Walmart.
What's the cap on it now?
It's over $1 trillion now. Like you're probably 1.1 or something along those lines. Let's actually figure that out and see what we got going on.
I got you. It is 1.06.
Oh, okay, close.
Yeah,
close,
you're really close.
Yeah, so pretty close. Walmart continuing to do its thing. And I think it was Brian Shannon who mentioned this. Like when you find these pockets of strength, whether it be in Walmart, the staples, or energy seems to be half decent, they tend to keep going, especially when we're starting to get a rotation out of the tech trade, which seems to be the narrative right now. We can go across the board. I said we're just delaying the inevitable. Continuously knocking on this 195 level, 195 level here on NVDA. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a break below this support system, and then that's when we're going to start our climb. So just be cautious. Don't get involved too early. One thing to note is that on the earnings report, we've seen this before, right? It was on Google, it was on Microsoft, it was on Meta, it was on a couple of the other big names as well, too. You have that relative strength step in on the report, and then sure enough, days after, you have that continuous selling, and you fill the gaps, you eventually head back to where you started, and I think that might be the narrative here on NVDA, guys. So keep an eye out on these big boys continuing to sell here.
All right, we see the comments, guys. What's happening? I realize the market is selling off. It is the Qs, it is the SPY, it is gold, it is silver. It's obviously the Mag 7. Apple is down 3%. Oh my goodness. Amazon is down 3%. Tesla 1.5%. Uber 1.5%, Netflix 5.25%, Meta 3%, Microsoft 1.5%. There is a lot of blood. We're keeping an eye on things. We'll update you as we can. And for now, we're going with Dara.
I just want to mention here, Google actually had a story a couple of minutes ago, and potentially a positive one. Stock not really reacting either way. It's certainly not selling, so I just want to mention this catalyst here. Google reportedly releasing a major upgrade to its Gemini 3 DeepThink model today. Also for the market, I mean, the story came out a little bit after, actually quite a bit after all the selling really began and intensified, just a little bit after 11 here, around 11:05. But reportedly, according to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. has secretly sent Starlink terminals to Iran after the protest crackdown. Again, geopolitical stuff, not clear if that's the reason for the selling, given that this came out a bit after it began, but I just want to mention that headline as well. Back to you.
Do you ever hear of the Iran-Contra scandal?
No.
Anything about that?
No.
Interesting. Write that bad boy down.
What is it, the Contra scandal? What's it
Iran
about?
Contra scandals. The Contras, I think they were a guerrilla group in Latin America and
Okay.
Iran, and they had to funnel.
In Iran?
No,
Oh.
no, they had nothing to do with each other. That was so weird.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
It was during the time the American hostages. I don't know if you remember that in the late '70s under Jimmy Carter and all that kind of stuff. But interesting there. That's kind of what I'm thinking about
it's
right now.
the Iranian Contra scandal.
Yeah.
Okay,
I swear, yeah, it was under President
I'll
Reagan.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I think there's probably a good documentary on it, Netflix for sure.
We should
Yeah.
check that out. Well, I mean, Netflix, man. Who cares about that thing right now? Because it's continuing to bleed a little bit lower, man. All right, so we're involved here. A lot of knocking on the door at the top end of this range here on FSLY. We won't allow this to go against us too much, guys. I mean, you can see that we're in at 16s. We're out at 37s. A couple 20 cents worth of risk, and that's it. Because we'll break through this previous pivot, and then that's it. But you can see the continuous strength, stepping in. Anytime some sellers, boom, you have the buyers stepping right back in, pushing price a little bit higher. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. If we're fortunate enough to get the breakdown, it may take a little bit longer than what we're expecting. But the market is, I mean, it's not looking
Silver's
good. That's for
down
sure.
8.5. Joey.
Yeah, it's continuing to move, man. Things are looking pretty tough right now.
Oh
Be
my
patient.
days.
You don't want to hit panic mode just yet, in my opinion. So be cautious. And I'm gonna say one thing, and this is what I love you all. One thing that grinds my gears. All right. It's just like oh yeah, everything's at a discount. But it's like if you're fully allocated into your position, Sean's like, I'm sitting on 1% cash. I told you guys I'm sitting on 2% cash, and the majority of people are already fully sized into their tech names. How do you expect people to buy more? So it's like, yeah, I get it, I understand. All this stuff to you may seem like it's at a discount, but how are you supposed to buy the discount if you're already in positions? All right, so that's one thing there. Vent over 1-0 Team Canada, and that was it. Hey man, it was a rough start. Milo up at 2:30 this morning, bouncing off walls and everything along those lines, and it's just like, all right, man, we're rocking and rolling. But when talking about cash, easy check Berkby when talking about cash. Dude, 2%. What do you want me to do? Buy a handful of shares of Berkby? It's all over at that point. All right, let's go FSLY. We're up 61%. Let's see if we can get this break of the volume weighted average price, or this thing is going to continue to climb a little bit higher. We like where we're currently positioned. Market's still sliding, and we're seeing a little bit of a bounce here in ASTS, guys.
ASTS, dude, I'm looking at the cues on the 5. You can't spot a red candle. I mean, a green candle. Sorry, they're all red. If you tried, Joey, take a look at this. This 3 days we kept projecting 617.5. Look at all those topping tails into that level. That's important there. 615, clearly a level of resistance on the cues, and look at those topping tails. That's really interesting. I would be worried. I'd be a lot worried if we lost this level.
Silver
here.
down to 69.20 now.
Bleed. Silver, we're long ZSL at 50, and here comes the print into 58. We're taking it live. We're going up now to 63. Thank you very much, SSino. That's a new high a day on ZSL. This is an inverse leverage.
Oh, you're in it
ETF.
too.
You're my boy. We've been in it for a little bit, man.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't announce it, but I just punched. Thank you very much to Golf Franchise. He's dropping more cash in the chat. Another 5, EIX, Edison International. Say less, my man. Oh my days. This is a good looking chart here. Well, we're coming from highs, but that's a nice recovery there. I really like this. I'm assuming this is an energy play, given the name, of course. Edison International, electric utility holding company focused on providing clean, reliable energy and energy services through independent companies. Parent holding company of Southern California Edison Company, and Trio. Public utility primarily engaged in the business of supplying and delivering electricity approximately 50,000 square miles across southern SoCal and coastal California. I wonder if my sister has with these people, but this is a fantastic looking name. I just didn't think that the SoCal names would be booming, because I really didn't think that any of the data centers were being built there for obvious reasons. California, let's just cut the crap, not very business friendly these days, but you know, it's kind of the way that is. This is a great looking upper channel breakout, by the way. These last 3 days broke us up away from that upper channel. So you could be looking at this as a rounded bottom. I mean, to me, it looks like it just found a base and then put in an upward channel to the high side. This is a really good look. I do appreciate you there. I'm in a couple of trades, guys. We're doing it live on both. We got ZXN, sorry, JZXN. We got it at 43. We just took 55s out there. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher. This high of the day is 65 on that. We did take out prior bar high at 1055, the high of which was 52. Current bar high is 54. Looking for continuation into the high 50s. We're going to post as well into the low 60s. Let's see if we can get that. But there goes ZSL into another high of the day. The blood is on right now.
Man.
Oh no, I missed that order, so we're going to cancel that. Let's just move it back up. Slow hands, can't hang, man. So we're going to post at 61, and then we're going to post up a little bit high to see if we can get that 62 penny high on ZSL. Keeping an eye as well on JZXN. There it goes into another local area high. Now I'm waiting in 61, showing me 57s. We're doing it live. We're looking for both of these to break out into key levels. 65 penny a high for JZXN. Joey.
Jay-Z, all right, man. So this is what I'm talking about. You just continuously keep getting bought up here in FSLY. So what we're gonna do is considering, like this, we're only gonna dock this as a loss. I mean, we did take one right there, but we'll Sean O'Malley that one, even though he lost and says he didn't lose. I'm gonna call that one there. I mean, it was just a... What happened? Oh, ZSL?
No, Neil said something about Sean O'Malley. No, I got it. Okay.
Oh, what'd he say?
You got up at the wrong time.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Sean O'Malley lost the fight then in his own mind because he got hurt during the fight. He said he didn't technically lose, so he thought he was undefeated, but he did technically lose, right?
Is he delusional?
Well, you have to be slightly delusional to be a UFC fighter. Right?
Good for him. Yeah. Like, what can I say?
But then he fought the same guy again and absolutely destroyed him.
Okay.
So that's kind of what we're getting at here. But except for I'm not destroying FSLY right now. It's just chopping around. So I can't really Sean O'Malley that one right now. But here it is, guys. A couple opportunities. Small scalp, that worked out for a win. Small scalp, and then that's the only loss that we take. And then I told you that we're going to get out at 36s. If it breaks higher, then so be it. We're going against the grain, and we're not getting the breakout that we are looking for. It's just waterfall type price action in the overall market right now. SMR on the daily, take a look at this one, guys, as it's heading towards some key support levels. It essentially opened up in no man's land, right? And then now we're starting to give the majority of that move back and then some. So I'd be keeping an eye out on that $14 mark here in SMR, all right? I'm not saying that it's going to hit today, but sometime in the near future, you might head towards those lower levels, all right? So keep an eye out on those names. We'll take a look at, we'll get ASTS off here, and we'll take a look at SLV once again to see if we're continuing to bleed. A little bit of a breath, guys, nothing crazy right now. And if the volume on the pullback remains low, you might be able to find somewhat of a continuation here in SLV to the downside. Adara, we're going off to crypto. Adara, what do you got for us?
We're going to start here by looking at Bitcoin. BTC, this one coming into yesterday's low now. Yesterday's low here, according to this trading view chart, around 65,700, currently trading just at that 66,000 level now, just shy of 66.1. So let's see if we're able to get this bounce on BTC, which right now, try to see, it looks like it's maybe trying to, or do we crack below yesterday's low? Again, time will tell, and I'm sure something you'll certainly see covered here on the midday, by all of us hosts. Either way, we're still quite a ways away from Friday's low. It's crazy, it's like 6 days ago now, of that $60,000 level. I want to talk about Coinbase because they report tonight. So here you have Brian Armstrong himself, CEO of COIN, and kind of what their revenue was last quarter. So revenue last quarter for Coinbase coming in at just shy of $1.9 billion. 56% of that was transaction revenue. 40% of that was subscription and services revenue. And the final 4.1% just corporate interest and other income. So I have more infographics coming out throughout the day to kind of break down this revenue for you guys further. But either way, your bulk of this is going to be transaction revenue. Then that's going to be, again, trading related revenue, which we'll have some visuals coming on later today. And the subscription services here that cover stablecoin, blockchain, stablecoin revenue and blockchain rewards. So we're going to get more details on this throughout the session, rolling these out ahead of these earnings at 4:10 p.m. Eastern. But either way, if you want to see if Coinbase exceeds last quarter's $1.868 billion revenue print, you're going to have to find out at 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, earnings are at 4:10, but we'll get you guys warmed up here on this desk. Myself, Neil, Sean, Brendan. Don't miss it. Back to you.
All right, good stuff there, guys. So we're out of FSL, and it's going to break out right now. So I think I'm going to flip, to be honest with you. I think we're going to get a nice little breakout. So let's see. I'm going to add a little bit of size here. Let's see if we can catch that fill. Oh, come on, give us a little pullback, and then maybe we can go with the flow. On this one, let's see, one little more, or are you going to go without us as the volume is drastically starting to increase? So we're getting that bull flag breakout and a little bit of a rebound, so adding some more momentum into this name, up 65% here. We're posted up at 34s, and I think that we're going to have the ability to catch a nice little move here. So we'll be patient on this. We'll make things easier with on our life right now and go with this potential big-time move in FSLY.
Sorry, Joey, I'm just looking for silver for some of the headlines here, so just give me a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see, we go and see, boom, instantly we're grabbing a couple pennies just like that. So let's see if this breakout can be sustained, guys. I like our chances because it's been consolidating for quite some time, right? We talk about this. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. And if it just chops around, we've taken too many stabs at this. I mean, we talk about the 3-strike rule. We take 2 losses on it essentially in 2 small scalps. We'll just have to take it off the chart and find something else to trade here if we're not fortunate enough to get a big time move here in FSLY. Let's go. Right, I added about 33% more to the long than what I had going on with the shorts. So let's see if we're fortunate enough to run into $16. That would put it up substantially, but I like our chances just considering I was mentioning before the length of the consolidation on the bull flag. Maybe we can get a sustained move here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I just pulled it up as well. I've got it down here, Joey. It looks like a prolonged bull flag. Yeah. I want to work into this. Ever since that bottoming tail candle at 1040 on the 5-minute, let me just find it, 1040. That's the one right there. It has been putting in higher lows. Now, it's still not at the high of the day. It's about 20, 21 pennies away from that high of day. So I'm trying to, find perhaps where the best way to get in is. I'm just going to draw my trend line right there. I'm looking at maybe 15 mid-teens, 15 mid-20s. Let's go ahead and set up dip trades for both of those right now. We're going to go 15.27 for the first dip, and then we're going to go another 15. We'll go 17 for the second, but it is on one right now. It wants to take out the $half, Joey. This thing is up 66.
Are you in it too right now?
No, I'm not. I'm putting in dip trades. Okay. I'm just trying to pick it up on better levels, but we're going to keep an eye out on this one, certainly. Got back in and added into JZXN, looking for this one to kind of continue north. What do we have? We have 41s on this, showing 44s. Let's go ahead and post at 45. I added a couple times on this. Let's see if we can kind of get back up and hold VWAP. Right now, we're at the 10 EMA on the 5. It is back above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it hangs out there. That's the look there. And then silver coming back into my entry. It's right at the $half, flattening out here and looking to get back in at around 45. Why 45? That's the 10 EMA on the 5. So that 44, 244, 245 on ZSL, excuse me, is the 10 EMA going a little bit lower. It looks like 2 high 30s, 238, 239 is where the volume weighted average price is. But it's FSLY's world, man.
Yes,
we are just living in it. Joseph, good long there. Way to flip the script. You're 30 pennies in the money on that. You're about a few pennies away from the high of the day. The breakout is on.
That's what I'm trying to hold for, to be honest with you. A couple more cents until we get that break of the high of the day. The volume's there, guys. So a nice little move. And this is what I'm talking about, just going with the flow. It's not always the best to jump around and flip script like you mentioned, but when you see something this strong and the tape is just like correlating with everything, it's just like, just do it. There we go.
Oh, my days. Oh, there it is, baby.
Yes, sir. Oh my God. Just like that. Red to green, ladies and gentlemen. A big time move. One. That's all we need. Yay, sir. Okay, not quite, but pretty close, man. And how much did I take off?
How much you take?
Oh, no.
Sorry to laugh, but
I took way too much off there. Bro. Yeah, I took 70% of my position off. Just like that on FSLY, but hey, we'll take it, man. If this continues to grow, we
can't have that happen again.
But no, a nice little move on FSLY, guys. If it comes back to our break even, so be it. That eliminates the couple of losses, the one loss that we had on ASTS, and then the 2 that we took here earlier on FSLY. So a nice breakout there, and just going with the flow, up 68% right now, guys.
There you go. Your boy Joey Options doing it live. All right, I'm watching here. Obviously, I'm watching FSLY. It's not coming into my levels, which is obviously my mistake. But I'm also keeping an eye on LPTH. We've been talking about this one, not the biggest mover on the day, but a couple of, well, one bull flag, excuse me. They're breaking out right at, I want to say, around 9:30. Dilly-dally a little bit, probably got its footing under it at around 10. But it has been putting in lower highs, unbroken lower highs, ever since that high day manifested at 10:30. That's a 12:37 high. It's up 16.8%. Trying to break above 12 now. What I'm looking for is a decided break of trend. If we get that clean break of trend, not a quick wick and then, you know, heading right back south, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a clean break of trend. Let's see, do I have this one up on a trading screen? I do not, I think. Okay, so we're gonna put it on this one. QNCX, you're gone, sorry about. LPTH on the NQ, it is 5 penny spread. Oh boy, that's a no good, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. So I don't think it's broken trend quite yet. I'm going to pack my patience here, perhaps maybe above 12.10, the price, not the time. That looks like a good area possibly to get in, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. I see you guys talking about a market relief rally right now. I do see the Qs on the 5 putting in a couple of green candles, but quite frankly...
Yeah, well, I don't know what kind of relief.
I don't know. Look at the symphony of red there, man.
I don't know what kind of relief
I don't know,
it's like,
we might need to see a lot more than that,
that's
Joey.
That's a budget relief rally.
A budget relief rally.
Man, that's crazy.
Joey getting frugal. Oh, remind me to tell you a story about frugality.
Oh, yeah?
From yesterday.
Oh, snow.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, you have to draw some lines, Joey. Yeah.
You had to draw them?
I had to draw them.
Really?
With a permanent marker.
Woo! Tattooed those suckers
Tattooed it. No, I'm kidding. More on that later. But yeah, anyway, Timu Rally, shout out to B. Cooper. Timu Relief. Okay, so this is a running gag between you guys there in the chat because a bunch of you guys are talking about it. NVCR for a short sells Nolus. Let's take a look at NVCR. You ever have a VCR, Joey?
Of course, man.
Okay, so I'm just making sure, bro. You know, I never really know.
How else did you watch Titanic back in the day?
I don't know. Titanic was late 90s. What was it, like 97? Yeah, so DVDs were kind of around at the time. This is not a bad look, brother. This is NVCR, and he's asking for a short, so let's take a quick look. I'm assuming you're talking about intraday. If you are talking about intraday, then you were up on the day and you're up about 26%. You are losing VWAP here, but I'm hesitant to want to use VWAP as any important area of support or resistance because it looks like more like a line of best fit. That's the white line on my chart. See how it cuts through the middle of the price action? You know what I mean? Rather than the top or the bottom of the price action. So I don't want to use it. So what's the trend showing us? Well, I'm seeing lower high, and the lower low, and now, yes, we have a new lower low. So the low there, 13.18. The low here, 13.12. No, we still haven't made a lower low. If it loses 13, I think probably the drop is on, especially if it loses 12 3/4. That is the pre-market low. But this one got all sorts of insane yesterday at around 5.25. From the closing print to the high in the aftermarket yesterday, we're up over about 60%. So be careful with this one. It's very much an inside day today, meaning that the price is kind of engulfed, ensconced by the highs and the lows of yesterday, and we're caught somewhere in between. So not exactly the glowing endorsement to go short. So to summarize what I was saying, look for an area break, ideally a 13 break, and if it continues below 13, I would add on the break of 12 3/4, 12 2/3, because that would be the loss of the pre-market low, and likely you're probably going to see some more downage there. So let me know how it goes, and I hope you print up several.
Multiple.
Look at Fastly go, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Good trade on that, man. Good trade, bro. Way to flip, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Again, it's just like trying to make things more simplistic. And I talk about the downtrends that we've been going over in Netflix, whether it be in Netflix, now Bitcoin. It's just like, just wait until they're broken and you see buyers engage. This is me anticipating and not participating. Me flipping long is me participating. All right, like I'm at participation with the long side. The volume is there, and then now we're starting to break out. Okay, so we took a couple of losses here earlier in the day, and then that's what we mean. It only takes one good trade to get you back on the positive side, right? And I was fortunate enough, and one thing that you also have to do is just add a little bit more. If you have that much more conviction, Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that notorious, right? Like I was red, and then this just covered the majority of the losses, and then now we're starting to climb higher. 16 would be ideal, and then I would just take everything out, and I'd be more than happy with that. With that being said, maybe I'd take some more out. I'll take half of what I have remaining. Whoa, we don't want to hit the wrong hotkey now, do we, Sharif? A nice little pop up there. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's take some more out right there on FSLY. A nice move up 69%. Let's see if we can hit that $70 mark, but this thing's just going off of the overall market. But one thing to note, guys, I think this is very interesting, and what we're seeing right now in the TQs, in the Qs and the SPY. Look at the volume on this pullback. And then we go over effort and result quite often, and it's like there's a lot of volume there, and there's very, very little of a result, right? Like there's a lot of effort, lots of volume being stepped in, and you're not getting that aggressive rebound that you would essentially suspect here. So yeah, maybe you get a little bit of a recovery here in the market. There goes FSLY heading into that $16 mark now, Sharif. A big time breakout. That's what I'm talking about. But I have nothing left, man. I have like 7.5% roughly of the size that I initially started with. I did take a little bit too much off out of the jump on that first partial, but that's totally fine. Let's see if we can catch a fill right now. We'll take an additional 25% off of what we have remaining, and we'll wait for that fill just a little bit below $16 mark there, guys.
All right, guys, got back into ZSL. I'm just looking at a new one here, sorry. CGNX is changing its tune, and I'm going to throw it on the side chart here. CGNX, and then we'll talk about ZSL in a second. Get it, Joey? Did we score again?
Yeah, Marner, baby.
2-0-ski?
Yeah.
2-0. Sorry, I'm getting all soccery here.
Soccer.
I do apologize. All right, atta boy. So we're putting the hands on Czech.
We're putting the hands on the board right
Are they
now.
calling it Czechia or Czech Republic?
It's Czechia.
Czechia, yeah. You don't call it Czech Republic. You get canceled, Joey.
Czechia,
They don't like that. I don't know who they are, but you know, it's Turkey all of a sudden. It's like when did all this happen, man? Like, I know, man. And we got to say assassino as well. We got to say Brazil now. Nobody can say Brazil anymore, man. It's like that's next assassino.
What do you have to say now?
Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Brazil.
It's an S in Portuguese, not a Z.
It's not
right?
a Z.
Yeah. Say again. You make the sound of Z? Brazil. Okay, so it's not even an S. I was wrong.
I thought. But see, the thing is, assassino. I thought you'd be a jiu-jitsu master.
He doesn't like soccer. He doesn't like jiu-jitsu. I love assassino. The first thing I asked him when I found out he was Brazilian, I'm like, do you like soccer? He's like, no.
Man, he's Canadian, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you like Team Canada, assassino?
Oh, boy.
Oh,
for sure. Hey, drop the cash,
I need the
Joey.
Canada, but we'll hit the money because that's what Team Canada is right now.
All right, here it is. CGNX, guys. This one is changing its tune. It's back above the volume weighted average price. What is this thing up? 34 2/3%. So it's not a bad looker over here. We're going to add it. CGNX, excuse me. So it's breaking above the uptrend right now, the downtrend, excuse me. It's a bit more expensive. It's about $58. I'd like it a lot more above 59, but I know it's about $1 south of here. You got to put on some risk, I guess. If you break above this level, I would put my stop below 57.5, but it's spready. I can kind of tell by it's spready how it's trading. There's 58.12. So CGNX could be a good one here. Keep your eye out on it. I'm certainly going to as well. And then LPTH, I think it's holding above the trend line. That's probably my invitation to get in. We're already in ZSL, and there goes ZSL working its way back into the highs. Good look, good look. Let's let that one go, and now we're going to get into LPTH. So let's do it live over here. Okay. Gonna go. We're in. Now it's my out on this bad boy because it could drop, right? Where'd I get in? I got in 1202s. So prior area low, give me a second, takes me to 1182. All right, so 1182 is my out. I will probably DCA into that if it does drop, but that will be my line in the sand. So let's go ahead and wait up here for a possible print, and let's wait in the teens as well, okay? JZXN, I'm coming to my wit's end with this one. So, you know, it's still above VWAP, but it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's on its 5th lower high on the 5. That is not why I'm in this thing. It looks like it has resistance here, but I've already put my stop. I'm going to honor my stop and see exactly how this one ends up going. But there goes ZSL into the high again, into 61. Now we post at 64. By definition, that will have to be a high of day break. 62 showing up now. The blood is in the streets for gold, silver. 10.5 for silver, 3 for gold. USO also, oil getting clipped, material names getting clipped, MPs down 5.8%. So there's blood in the street everywhere, guys. Watch out for the longs. Unless you're taking one of these inverse ETFs like I'm doing here with ZSL, there does seem to be a whole lot of weakness. We don't really know exactly what is going on as of yet, but as soon as we do, obviously we'll bring it to you. It feels like the metals are being hit a little bit harder than the indexes, but all 4 indexes are, well, the major averages are indices, are all negative on the day. IWM leading the way down 1.9, followed by the Qs at 1.7. The Dow and the SPY are essentially tied at 1.1. So, buddy, I do have works up on the side chart over here. It displeases me. It's up about, 68%, but it's a 30-penny name, and I just, they're tough to trade. But I see the breakout there on WORX. I like it, my man. 36.58 high. Look for a clearing of 33. If 33 breaks, that would be above the implied balance high candle, and I would probably take it long from there. But it's going to be up to you, Joey.
Good stuff there.
Oh, hold on.
All right.
Darwin the trader. Thank you, Darwin. Sharif. Rally in corporate bonds prompts. Bubble fears were being reported by Financial Times above my pay grade. I don't know about that, Darwin. You say some pretty intelligent stuff, but thank you for that, brother. Rally in corporate bonds prompts bubble fears, but we know the Financial Times. They're a prickly bunch over there, Joey.
They're a tough crowd to please. But Sharif, we're talking about going with the flow here all day, just like that. On SLV to the downside, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, just going with the
Joey.
flow. Let's go. Are we running into 09s? We love this.
Give him his money, man.
Oh, let's go.
Give him his money, man.
This is a nice move. Who's in ZSL? I wonder who it is.
Who is it?
This one. Who's in Silver Short?
Oh, no.
Who is it? Who's in FSLY long? I don't know. I couldn't even tell you. This is insane. This is a pretty solid day, man. We're having a good one here. Having a bunch of fun. Team Canada's playing as well. Up to NIP. This is what we're talking about, guys. Silver down 11% here on the day, Sharif. Just like that. A nice little move to the downside in SLB. I took off half of the position right there at 99s. And let's see if there's going to be a rebound back to my break even. I have no issues getting out. We lock a little bit in there. So we'll keep an eye on see how deep this pullback is going to be. We're not going to allow this to come against us. Now we got a couple of pennies here. Oh, boom. Just like that, we're out of that one.
Google is positive, man. Google is bucking the trend completely here.
There was
1.14, man.
There was Gemini news.
Hold on, it's Waymo, man. There's Waymo stuff here, or there's Justice Department stuff. We got to go to Adair. I think she's got something.
Let's go. Let's see.
I mean, like the thing on Google, I actually mentioned near the top of the hour here. Oh, sorry, my mic is doing something. Is it better now? Okay, awesome. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let's talk about GeoOGL. So I mentioned this before we actually had this pop around 11:20 a.m. Google updating its Gemini 3 DeepThink. They're apparently going to be further accelerating modern science, research, and engineering. So lofty goals with this new DeepThink model. Again, mentioned this as it was kind of consolidating near the lows there. So it's clearly broken out since then. But again, that was the main update here for Google, though there was a Waymo OHI related announcement as well. Again, though, I think the DeepThink is the main thing to know there with GeoOGL, also based on the timing of that pop. And I want to mention Amazon too. AWS CEO apparently saying that he's, quote, very bullish on demand with tens of thousands of customers growing very fast. And he actually thinks that their $200 billion CapEx guidance for Amazon as a whole will, quote, prove to be a great investment. So interesting look there from CEO of AWS, Amazon Web Services. I want to mention as well here just more details on that corporate bond rally story. So that's coming from the Financial Times here, saying that because we've had this surge in corporate bonds, yields on risky debt have hit historic lows, which is, I guess, leading to concerns of bubble-like behavior. Specifically, this article mentions companies like Alphabet and Oracle with their large bond sales, saying that some investors are actually cautious. They use one example of Phoenix Group, which has apparently trimmed its corporate holdings and shifted to safer bonds. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There's a bunch of different Google headlines. There's that Waymo one. There's also this Justice Department antitrust chief who's leaving his post. And that could be a possible, headwind remover for some of the antitrust stuff that's still plaguing Google. I know that they won with Justice Mehta. Meta, I think, back in 25. But this guy, it says, was kind of leading the charge against some of these large cap names. He's also the guy leading the charge against Live Nation. They're saying that he was caught here between President Trump and some of the populist movements. So this could also be a good headwind remover for some of the Mag 7, especially Meta, Apple, and Google, who have been kind of subject to most of the antitrust pressures.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get out.
But that was the Rathalina, too.
I'm already out. Yeah. Okay, good. I was already out. Yeah, so I just got out of JZXN, so that'll be my first loser on the day. It's losing VWAP. I'm out. It doesn't look like it's going to set up in the right way, so I'm Gonzino. By the way, guys, Chow, this looks like the short that Luis Barbado would be all over. I can't wait to ask him about this.
Next week.
Yeah, well, we're probably going to have to get him on X, man, and tag him with some of this stuff, because look at this downward channel here on Chow. This doesn't look good. It's losing VWAP. It's losing key technical levels from the pre-market, consolidation areas from the pre. So this is really, really dropping now aggressively. So if you can get locates on this, obviously trade it carefully, because, you know, shorting is a little bit more dangerous than going long. But in any event, be careful here, guys. Keeping an eye on ZSL. It looks like it's curling here. I'm adding into this position. Let's go ahead. Oops, there we go. We just added. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go, bro. Let's do this. Here we go. We're going to set up a little bit higher. Let's see. If it loses 55, I'm out. So it's going to have to hold 55. We got to make sure we're locking in the gains. I just can't be DCing into an oblivion. It don't work like that. You get.
Oh, but the tape
find the
so
door pretty
weak,
quick
man.
around here. You do that, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
So there we go. We're going to throw in that stop there. Good luck, good luck. Looking for a move here in the 64, showing me 63, but I'm packing the patience. Now, LPTH, this one is also displeasing me, but I think it's still holding the upper trend line ever since breaking it, so I'm leaving it to my stop at 82. It breaches 82, I'm out.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, we could have re-engaged here. Probably shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? Right back here at around $69 and take that leg a little bit lower. So what we're going to do is just be patient and wait for an additional pullback here and just go with the flow, right? The sellers are in complete control. So trying to catch a falling knife on this one right now I don't think is ideal. Until you find yourself somewhat of a base, you can consolidate and then maybe things will start to turn around here in silver, but you're down 11%, right? So if you're trying to go long, you're just giving yourself a hard time, like I was in the SPCE earlier in the day. So it's just like you take a loss right here, you take a small scalp loss, and then eventually you're like, okay, like what are you truly trying to achieve here when price action is telling you that we're strong and we're trying to go short, right? And I think that's kind of what we got going on here in silver, is just the price, even though you have somewhat of these pullbacks, these Temu pullbacks right now, Sharif, what we want to do is just wait for them to come into play, cool down, and then maybe you can go with the flow, because the volume increase to the downside and selling pressure is most definitely there. So keep an eye out on that. Be patient. Wait for those precise entries. I already took way more trades than what I probably should have here today, but that's fine. We're still sitting in some FSLI. We're all out of SLV. We're slightly green here on the day, a cup of hot chocolate, going from red to green. We'll take it regardless of what it is. It's better. I remember somebody said to me the other day, I'm not up much, but at least I'm not red anymore. And that's exactly it. Like, what would you rather be down a couple $100, or would you rather be up like a couple cups of coffee or a Harvey's combo or something along those? For our fellow Americans who don't know what Harvey's is, look it up, and then sure enough, it's Canada's burger. No, I would say. I would say. You like Harvey's?
Yeah, well, my brother-in-law was involved with them for a while, right? Yeah,
Who owns
Harvey's? It used to be called Cara. I forget. It used to be called Cara. They changed their name.
It's because like Swiss LA.
Yes.
They're in Swiss LA. And
there's a bunch of them. I just forget the name. It was Cara, and then they changed their name to like.
Grab. Number grab. Yeah, no problem. In-N-Out Burger, Maine. We don't got that MF Dangerous around these neck of the woods. We don't have In-N-Out. We just got what's that one place in Union Station, and then there's one right at Dundas Square. Dara, help me out here. Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
Yeah, we just got those.
But that's very American.
Very American.
Recipe.
Recipe.
They're called Recipe now. They changed it from Cara to Recipe.
They own Burger.
Swiss Chalet, Saint Hubert.
Kelsey's.
Yeah, Montana's, Milestones, Kelsey's, East Side Mario's, East Side Mario's, boom bada bing. Hey.
All right, man. Yeah, there we go. Up 2-0 here in Italy. So East Side here.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go, Team Canada. No, we're having fun here, man. There's a lot of good stuff going on. You see, this is the pullback that I'm talking about here in SLV. Joe Montana. No, but in all seriousness, down still 9.6%. I think if this neckline breaks on F slide, then we'll just hop out of that. No worries. 1560, it's going to be our trailing stop on that name, and then we're going to look to re-engage in some other things. So let's go down to our watch list. Oh, never mind all of that. You know what time it is.
What time is it, man?
Hey, it's that time, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what we got going on here today. Staples sitting in that second place, but never mind that. Utilities leading the way in the top performing sector. Guys, you can see the heat map around this neck of the woods. Sean and Adair bring this to you all the time. So I'll just go over the sector performance from a percentage metric, and then we'll take a look at some of the earnings reports. And later on in the afternoon, we'll go through some of the expected moves as well, too. So a lot to do here. A lot of trading going on. The volatility's in. Sit on your hands, be patient, wait for high quality opportunities. Those pullbacks, wait for them, and then engage right there. All right, utilities up 1.8%, guys, in that first slot. Consumer staples up 1.5%. Real estate, XLRE, go check it out, up approximately 0.8%. Now, it's either feast or famine. I say this all the time with the tech sector. 2.33% to the downside. We have the financials down 2% as well, too, guys. And the energy sector down 1.3%. But let's head over to our calendar, as they would like to keep our calendar over there, Sharif. Thursday after the bill.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Calendar. Dar, maybe. Anyways, Coinbase, Pinterest, Arista, Rivian, Toast, DraftKings, Applied Materials, Dutch Bros, Expedia. So a solid B-lister lineup here with maybe Coinbase falling into that B-plus lister, all right? So the much-anticipated crypto exchange. It's a one-trick pony, in my opinion, and you're seeing it really get hit with the crypto movements as of late, guys.
All right, guys. This other one here, JDZG. There's a whole lot of these weird tickers that start with J today. This one is really going here. Rounded bottom through, looks held at around the $0.50, and there it goes, taking out VWAP on the way to 2. The high of the day, I believe, is 216, 215. So we're still south of 2, but like clearly have broken trend. So somebody was asking me this in the chat. I'm like, I put it on a trading screen, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I don't want to jump into it quite yet, but it looks real good here. So we're going to keep that in focus. I just added into LPTH, so we'll see if that one wants to hold the downtrend line. It's looking like it's using the downtrend line as support now. Prior, obviously, was resistance. And yeah, ZSL looks like in maybe a bit of a pullback here. Not bad. I'm trying to add into this one. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. I don't want to get too aggressive too quickly, but we're definitely keeping an eye out on that. And that FSLY, man, I put my dip trade into 50. Like I moved it up, but it's still not even coming back down there. So what I see here is a 3-candle pullback, okay? At least for the moment, because this current candle is green. So prior bar high is 1582. Current bar high, whoa, ZDG. Oh my goodness gracious, look at that. Just took off the roof. There is the high of the day. It is going to halt up at 229. Oh, false halt into 241, Joey. This is crazy. Really going, man. Unreal breakout there. A big breakout. It looks like it took out that 215 pretty easily on this, but watch out for the pullback now. There is going to be possible areas of support at 220 to 215. If it loses that level, I'd be looking to set up at the volume weighted average price, which is overlapping with the 10 EMA on the 5. That is right around 190, a little bit lower. So be on the lookout for that one. Big breakout there, right as we called it, but that rounded bottom was the tell there. Too bad we didn't punch into it. Sucks to be me, up 71%. We're pausing. Damn. We're going to happening now. Then we got Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's talk about the market, which is actually, as we speak, breaking into new intraday lows. Now, I know that Bitcoin has been a part of this here, COIN hanging out near its low of day around that 140 level, just hours before its earnings report for Q4 2025. But let's go back to the market because we've had a lot of headlines, some of them geopolitical, others kind of specific to certain entities or stocks. We'll start with kind of the broader geopolitical headlines. I'm just seeing as well now that Benjamin Netanyahu, leader of Israel, said that he believes that Iran could be able to negotiate now with U.S. President Trump and his administration. So Iran negotiations on watch now. A prior headline with Iran that occurred a little bit after this sell-off really began suggests that apparently some Starlinks were sent over to Iran given the protester situation. So just a lot of geopolitical things to be aware of here. There were also, again, a Financial Times headline suggesting corporate bond selling could be part of this. There's some concerns about a bubble as a result. I want to talk about one stock that held up actually quite well, at least initially, and still doing quite well with this weakness, and that's GOOGL. Amongst other headlines for the company, including a Waymo-related catalyst, we did have Google announcing an update to its Gemini DeepMind, which has been attributed to a lot of this move up, especially with the timing of this coming out right around 11 a.m. And I've said it before, but I've noticed that Google tends to release a lot of its headlines via its blog at 11. So if you like trading Google, 11 a.m. certainly a time to watch. I want to talk about earnings on deck as well. Cisco, McDonald's, Crocs were amongst the earnings day one plays that we had today. But tomorrow we've got a whole bunch more. Roku, Coinbase, Airbnb is another example here. And then tomorrow morning we've got Moderna and a couple other companies, but DraftKings is one of the ones that will be reporting tonight after the bell. They actually missed on revenue last quarter, though they did report a smaller than expected loss per share. You can get more details and this infographic in addition to others that are going to be rolling out throughout the day on X at TTV Research. But you don't have to wait a darn second for Neil's lesson of the day, because it's right here. So what am I doing talking for? Neil, lesson time.
You can talk as long as you want to talk, Adara. We have choices in life. And one of them is hopefully to enjoy tuning into the show because Trader TV Live is awesome. And the market's giving you opportunities like this is unbelievable. But you know what? Let's imagine a scenario where a trader was short underneath VWAP on BMNR and not feeling it and got stopped on VWAP, and then you saw this happen. Let's imagine a trader, this is me by the way. Let's imagine a trader who was short IBIT, and when it looked like it was bouncing off the higher low, it's like, okay, let's pivot to something else. Wasn't feeling it. Oh goodness, that sucks too. Imagine a trader who was short, I was short Intel too, but do I need to go over that one either? Who was shorting VWAP on silver, got out, and the opportunity to get back in, I went to the bathroom after the end of our morning show and wasn't even sitting at my desk when everything fell apart, but I was shorting VWAP on silver. Well, you got some choices in life. You can get FOMO and you can cry about it, and I can get emotional, or you can get to work. Because it's utter nonsense to sit there and cry. You don't have time. Ain't nobody got time for that. And that's the reality. So what do I do when I see a big move to the downside? What kind of trades do I like? I like a mean reversion trade. So I simply said, well, what's falling that doesn't make any sense to me, that shouldn't be going down in this move, that are at some key price levels? Okay, well, should Warner Brothers Discovery be fading this way? They're being bought for cash. There's still a bit of a bidding war. So I like the bid on that bad boy. So I'll look for a bottoming tail candle and I will go long. And you know what? I also looked over, I'm like, well, what other deals, that Confluence deal is supposed to be closing? So I went over, looked at that, it wasn't moving enough. So I'm like, what else is also going? There's a Clearwater which is being bought and was doing, like, look at this nonsense. This is another one that's being bought for cash that shouldn't be falling in a market like this. It's basically just catching strays. So I'm a mean reversion trader. I get a bottoming tail candle and I play it back into VWAP. And the thing is, on a day like this where you get a move like that, you have opportunities. If you're a mean reversion trader, one of these makes up for literally every single one that lost for like 2 weeks. So you can cry about what you missed. I don't really get that emotional about stuff. You can cry about what you missed, or you can go out there and just get to business and see what the next opportunity is. And if there are none, you take none. But if they're out there, you hit them. And here's the other point too, because I want to tell you, like, it was just sort of letting you know that these are names that aren't expected to move the way that they are, so the reversions are bigger. So what does that mean? If I like it better, if it's a good trade, notice something about, and it doesn't matter the stock, it's about the execution. If I have what I believe to be the bottom on a move that makes no sense, and I think it's a snap reversion, see that first upward candle, see half the move. How many exits are out of here in that first half? Right in here. None. Why? Because if you really think that you've got the mean reversion play, why would I start exiting what's supposed to be a really good trade just as it's starting to work? That's where I think people I hate the saying, I hate the saying scared trader is a deficient trader. I think it doesn't make any sense to me. Talk to like a UFC fighter and like they're scared every time they go in the ring because it sharpens their senses. Because I think that like there's a fear of, well, taking loss, but there should also be a fear of not capitalizing on what should be a really good trade. And when you have that fear, you're like, oh, this is really, really good. I'm scared I'm gonna, well, I know what I need to do. I'm in, I have an idea where the bottom is gonna be, and I think I've got that bottom wick. I could go to a 15 and show you some levels. But if I know that first push, and this is the move, if my risk is a 2 or 3, I've got to hold. Like this is a stock that normally puts in a 10 to 15 cent range. So I'm pretty sure I'm looking 10 to 15 pennies risk 2 or 3. I can't be getting out 1, 2, 3 cents in for if it's supposed to be a big trade. Right? You've got to have your big trades cover up multiple losers. That also means if you've got it, panicking out as it's just starting to work doesn't make any sense. And again, it was the same thing in this one. If I've got the bottom, when do I start getting out? In here? No. Start getting out as it presses. If you've got the turn, when you see it start to jump in your favor, as far as I'm concerned on a mean reversion trade, that is the last time I want to be getting out. When it starts to slow, then I can start working out of the trade. This is the thing about it. I know it's counterintuitive, but the way I see it is if your best trade or something that you're doing is working, and in the moment that it's working, your first urge is to get out, how much could you have liked it in the first place? So allow your trades to work for you. But I think the more important than that, FOMO is going to happen all the time. I don't care in life, in trading, whatever it might be. And you can't let it debilitate you, ultimately. It's not an easy thing to do. You've just got to sit back, understand that trading or in life in general is just about capitalizing on opportunities. And when there are no opportunities, you've got to be able to just be looking for them. If you ever notice, and you'll see me in the show, my focus goes from, I have a winning trade, I've forgotten about it. Like I can go review it on the train home or something like that. Because my first thought is what is next. And as long as the market is open, my next thought is what is next? What am I in? What am I doing next? If I'm out of something, what am I doing next? What's the next opportunity? So when you get FOMO because all the shorts that I had just gotten out of before the market crumbled, I should have held on to, I can sit there and cry about it, or my mentality can be, what is next? In any given situation, what is the next opportunity? That is your job as a trader. Because ultimately, your job isn't to sit there and make calls as a trader. Your job is to just go out there and make money. And that comes from just finding an opportunity, taking a trade, which has a positive expectancy, and then letting it work. And if you're stuck in FOMO, then you can't do that. So the mentality of looking for the next opportunity, and this is something people get wrong about. There's a book called One Good Trade, and which a lot of people talk about. It's an interesting one, Sharif. I know he's nodding his head. People get that so wrong. It's like they didn't read the book. One Good Trade is not about taking one trade or trading one stock. That completely misses the point of that book, and it's a good trading book. It's basically about find one good opportunity, hit it, and when it's done, find the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Your focus is always on that next one good trade. Not just, this is my trade, I'm going to make it work. That's not what that book's talking about at all. It's about the next opportunity, and then the next opportunity, and then the next opportunity, so that you can become more profitable by taking those high percentage plays, by having those setups that work for you. But you got to know what you're looking for. And this happened on Liberation Day. There's a reason I went to a bunch of deals that in my mind, if this falls beneath this price, it's a mean revert. This happened on Liberation Day. The stock that I went over to was, at the time, it was Walgreens Boots Alliance. It was being bought $11.45 cash. The stock was inherently, and it actually had there was actually a contingent value right that it was worth more than that. The stock was trading at like a 10 to 15% discount. And I was like, this is ridiculous. You got to load up at $10. It's free money. Even one of our viewers was like, this is ridiculous. And it ended up closing a couple months later. You could have had it that day for 7%, and you could have held it for a month, and you would have got that 10, 15% almost for free. Because you know what you're looking for in that moment. So this is the kind of thing that is a mean reversion trader's dream. Just know where you're looking when that panic comes in, and if you've got the bottom, let it work. Because if you're going to try to pick a bottom, you better actually hammer it if you get it. That's the thing. If you're going to be sitting there looking for a bottom in days like this on just about anything, when it works, it should be good enough that it covers up multiple losses. Otherwise, it's not worth it because it's ultimately going against the trend. So you got to ask yourself, if this blown through the bottom, am I making enough? I'll tell you right, I can tell you very simply. I always look at it this way. It doesn't matter how much you make on the trade. I risked 7 cents. My average out on this was 14. So it was a 2-to-1 trade. And if I get a bunch out in here, is it a 2-to-1 trade? No, it is not. And that's the way you got to think about it. Good luck to everyone out there. There's blood in the streets, all that kind of stuff, but there's always an opportunity if you're willing to look for it. Get past the FOMO, try to shut down that emotion if you can do the best by looking for the next opportunity, because there's usually something. The market is going to give you a chance to get that money. You've just got to be level-headed enough to recognize it and not get caught up in what happened before. So there's your lesson of the day. I haven't had the fried chicken, but I mean, come on, you can't mess up fried chicken. You can't. Joe, okay, so here's the thing. Joe was saying you can mess up fried chicken. It's very difficult. I'll correct myself. It is very difficult to mess up fried chicken, okay? It's simple, it's delicious, and people that don't like it, it's okay in my books. Joe, I still love you, brother. I appreciate you, but this is going to be delicious, and I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to be licking my fingers, and I got to do me. So good luck, everybody, as the market heads right back into the lows. Peace. How you going to...
I'm not hating. I'm just saying you can mess it up. I'm not saying they've messed it up. You know what I mean? Neil, brother. You know what you're
Well,
gonna see.
you know what, Joey?
All right, let's see.
When it's a little bit of oil with a little bit of chicken.
Yeah.
Then
things get a little bit more difficult.
change.
But if you're talking about buttermilk, like you can mess that up. You can mess it up. It could be not that quality. All right, let's take one more attempt here on SLV. I mean, let's see what we got going on FSLI as well as it's creeping towards the high of the day. I got to hold this until the break of this pivot, which is probably going to give us 70 or about 20 cents or 80 cents worth of risk right there. A little bit more than what I wanted. Top end of the range, but if we're going to break down and continue with this downward trajectory like the overall market is, then I like our chances, right? Just going with the flow, at least like going with Neil said, is just putting yourself at the right place at the right time, essentially, and trying to take advantage of it. And that's what we got going on here in silver. Looking for that additional leg lower. But again, buyers can step in at any given moment on this thing, and I'm prepared to hop out exactly when I want to. What we want to have here is an established, failed new low, and then continuation to the low of the day here in SLV, brother.
All right, man. There we go into a high. Well, not into a high, sorry. We take a bunch of prints out on my order. JDZG. Why is this so hard to say? JDZG. We got in there on the move down into the 10 EMA, defense 2, still pulling back. Prior bar high is 217. We got to clear 217 for the trend change. We haven't done that quite yet. Anything below prior bar low, which is 195, I'm out. So let's see if this one can hold up. Already a couple of prints on this bad boy. ZSL as well, we did add into this position looking for a continuation. Sorry, where's my ZSL trade? There we go. It's holding the 10, but it's not exactly rocketing up. 265 is the high, 256 is where it's printing right now. So we're gonna pack the patience and keep an eye out on that. And then last but not least, the other trade that I have on here, which is LPTH, taking a bunch of prints on this one. It's still kind of putting in lower highs. Let me just throw this out there. But it's holding above the 10 EMA. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. I think if we can get above 1213, we can definitely squeeze into that 1237 high day, but who knows? We'll pack the patience on that one as well, and we'll see what's up. Frederick dropping $20 in the chat. Shout out to Frederick, man. Reads as follows. Had meetings all morning and missed the SLV dump. I come back and see all my greenery. Oh no, turn to reddery. Sorry, brother. There's definitely a war raging between the physical and the paper market. COMEX wants a dump. Shanghai knows they're short. I love how you put it in those terms, my man. Shout out to you. Speaking macro, he's speaking commodities. Thank you very much, Frederick, for that. We know that there has been a marked disconnect between jewelry prices, spot prices, and, you know, futures prices as well. And there's an arb there somewhere that the Chinese traders have certainly been exploiting it. We were talking about that for a while, but there goes ZJD. ZG into the high there, and we got good shares on this one. Looking for continuation, we got 05s. We just went the beak at 17s. We're posting at 20s. We're posting at 23s. We're posting at 27s. Let's go. Let's see if we can get up here. We broke prior bar high, where we have a higher low and now a higher high. There's 20. There's the print. Looking for a move back up. It's a 40-penny high, and this is a monster. We saw what this one did on the candle at 12 o'clock. It just shot up. So what I saw was a hold at the 10 and a hold at $2. I said to myself, this is the time, the place, and to get in. So we did get in. We've got a nice winner here. Looking for a little bit more, Joey.
All right, man. It's time to play the game, and that's the FSLA game right now. So shout out to Triple H, guys. So a nice little move to the top side. Once again, establishing a new high of the day. Yeah, exactly. So let's see if we can.
Oh my days, Joey.
Drop system, brother, both.
We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold, Joey.
Oh, are you in it?
Yep, we're in it. We're in it with shares. There we. Oh, false halt, Joseph. But we caught the top there. Let's see. I can't see where limit up is, so it's not showing up on my level 2. That means it's probably far removed. Watching here, seller at 45. Sorry to interrupt you, brother, but I just had to.
Go ahead.
With
here, we're gonna stick to our stop, so be it. So there's FSLA. Is this the top? Maybe, maybe not, right? It doesn't look like we're gonna slow down, but we'll keep our eyes on the 5-minute time frame just to see if this is gonna close as an inverted. So if we get a peak up here with an inverted hammer, I don't have very much left, about 5% now of the remaining position. So we'll get all out of that one, no issues whatsoever. And now this is where we're gonna run into trouble with silver, and I don't wanna toy around with it too much, just in case. But what we can see right here is that there's that support level. I wanted to get in a little bit higher just to increase the risk to reward. So slight chase on my behalf. Pennies matter in this game. And then now you can see we're starting to get this rebound. If we're going to move sideways or break back up to the volume weighted average price, there's zero chance I'm going to be holding onto this short. All right. So Frederick, I also work for a military contract, and half our staff are from China. They're telling me that the Chinese don't stop buying during Chinese New Year's. That's a falsehood. All right. Very interesting stuff. I can't really comment on either of that.
It's Lunar New Year right now.
Yeah. So there it is. We'll keep an eye on silver as it looks like it wants to rebound and break through that previous pivot high. The short not going necessarily how we want to, but the long here in an FSLA really working out as it tapped into a new HOD. And you can see on the time and sales, the ask, we're hitting 16, 18, there goes 20s, and there goes silver to the top side. I'm gonna hop out of this here momentarily and just get out a little bit earlier, and then we'll find something else to trade. Too volatile for the amount of risk I'm looking to implement on this thing right now, and we don't have time for that, right? We want things that are going to cooperate and work with us, and silver's not doing that. So it's AC Slater to silver right now. We'll get out of that one. We will take a loss on it, but it is what it is, Shree.
Yeah, you know what, Joey? I think I might get out as well. It's a series of lower highs. The only reason I've been holding ZSL here is it's been holding the 10 EMA on the 5. But it is putting in lower highs, not necessarily lower lows. Now it is. Into 53 it goes. I'm thinking, what is the move here? Now we're on a pullback, guys. So since that big candle at 11:45, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles that have manifested. Of those 7, only 1 is green. Okay, so that does worry me. And then obviously, in addition to the fact that most of the candles have been red, the lower highs seem to be operative here. Just thinking, since we're so close to the $0.50 here, I think I might just leave my stop at the $0.50. I'm only 1 penny out of the money. I got 56s on. It's showing me 55s right now. So I'd ideally like to pack the patience on this one because silver has a way of holding levels, but we'll see. I'm just going to let that go. I'm gonna hold on to it. Now I'm keeping an eye here on LPTH. I almost got stopped out of this, man. Looked like it was losing the bid there at the 12.15 candle, the low of which was 11.94, but right back into 12.09, 12.08. Let's wet the beak here on LPTH. We'll take some profits there. Looking for a move though, man. How long is this one gonna make me wait? The higher lows clearly showing you that buyers are stepping in, but the sellers are just putting a damper on everybody's party. I've got a bunch of resting orders here that are just dying to get filled, and none of them are. So that is a bit of an issue there. Now let's get back to JDZG. Right back into that 2.25. So here's the updated levels. So I've got 05s on right now, but the 10 EMA on the 5 is now showing me 6s or 7s, right? And so I didn't actually mean to do that, but yo, when the numbers are so close together, what are you supposed to do? Like, you can't say 6 and 7, you know what I mean? They're close together.
They're close.
Right? In any event, so I'm looking at the 10 EMA on the 5. It found support there at the 12.10 candle on the 5, the 12.15 candle on the 5. So let's see if it comes back down there, man. I might add. I've taken out the majority of the position, so I'm feeling good, confident. We still got a couple of beak wetters here at 60 and 69 that still have gone unfilled. So we're going to pack the patience on that one. But I think I will add into that 207, 210 area. I won't put it with a dip trade. Like, I'm not going to have a resting order at that area. I'd like to see the price action develop and then how it manifests at that area. If that means me missing 6, 7 and getting it at 12, 13, fine, man. This thing's been up to 53. Like, so that's fine. So that's my thinking about that. So we're going to pack the patience there. LPTH still disappointing me. Disappointing.
Disappointing.
It is disappointing.
Nice
Did we cover Frederick's $10 super chat?
Yeah, we did.
Military. Yeah, thank you for that, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. Someone said they're long the Qs off of the lows. I think that's a really good play. Considering, yeah, I'm at it. I'm not looking at it right now. It's too volatile.
Tell me you're in Fastly still. You're about $1 in the money now.
Yeah, close, relatively close, but I have no size left. I did take a lot off the initial move, but there it is, right? You have this consolidation, and if you want to catch the lower end of the range, I think you're going to be putting yourself in a pretty good position. By the way, those silver shorts did put me back slightly red, but that's okay. What we got here on FSLA can cover that. We'll keep an eye on that. I don't want to always look at the P&L. That's been a really good thing working for me. So yeah, I want to get this. I want to get the lower end of the range here on the TQs, right?
Okay.
And again, if I finish the day where I'm currently sitting at and that's slightly red, it'd be coffee money, and I'm okay with that. We'll dock that in. Wins on the week been substantially bigger, so I have no issues. I'm out of here at 1:40, by the way, guys. I have a follow-up appointment with my surgeon, so we're gonna go see what Dr. Wynn is up to.
The best with that, obviously.
He's a funny guy because he's got a lot of money, right? So he's just one of those relaxed guys.
Yeah.
He needs elite level.
Boy, he's a surgeon, bro. He's probably raking in.
He's got a. Think about it. He did my knee 10 years ago.
Oh,
my grandma used to work with him at Etobicoke General.
So he's an OG.
But he's still relatively young.
How old is he?
Probably like in his late
50s?
40s.
What?
Yeah. You know what I mean? So this guy,
chill?
He's mad chill, yeah, and he's good stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah, so he'll probably give me a little bit of trouble because I haven't been going to him for physio, and then we'll ramble on a little bit about that. But no, the guy is. I'm pretty sure he has a Cybertruck. He has Porsche. Yeah, he's got a side Porsche. He gets what he wants. Like, he has that style of life where he's like, money doesn't really matter to him. And he owns a physio shop as well too. So
sorry to interrupt, Joe.
Go ahead.
There goes LPTH taking out that prior area high into 20. We have 98s on this one. Let's go. The higher lows are operative here. The lower highs weren't. There's the $0.25. I get the $0.25. Now I'm looking for the third of a dollar. There's the third of a dollar. And come on, print, bro. You're right there. You're right there. I want to use a swear word here, Joey. We're close. We're close. Let's go, third of a dollar. It's right there right now. It's not going to give it to me, but there it is. 37 penny high, 1237s. We're showing 27s right now. Current bar high is 30 on the dot, so we didn't get the third of a dollar, despite the fact that it looked like it crossed. Anyway, good move here, and I was trying to size up into this one at the level, so very happy with this. Watch out now for the possible double top. If we clear 37s, I've got a bias that this one does go into the $0.50, if not more. Sorry to interrupt, Joe, but I just want to say one more thing here.
Go ahead.
JDZG is on its way down, looks like to the 10 EMA on the 5, so that is currently showing me 207s. Again, I'm not going to add with a resting order at the 10 EMA. I'm going to wait until it drops down into that 10 EMA, shows me that the buyers are stepping in, and then we can make a decision there, Joe, because catching this one is like catching a falling knife. We've seen what this one did before. From 53, it lost 2. So it's definitely a volatile, a prickly one.
All right, thank you, Benton C. and Till Brian, thank you very much. And thanks, Hypercube, for sure. There goes the market, a little bit of a break up to the top side. And then FSLI putting in a new high of the day as well. Once again, I don't have anything left to make any form of a dent, really. But we'll take it for what it is, guys. A nice reversal. Imagine holding this to the short. And it's just recognizing, we'll go back to see what we had going on. When you have this bull flag and you're continuously trying to short and it's bouncing off of support levels, it's just like stab yourself in the face and be like, hey man, just make your life a little bit easier and go with the flow. So I'm happy that as soon as I seen that we're going to get the breakout in on the lower time frames, the volume really started to kick in. We flipped the script, no problem on that front. So a nice little move there in FSLI. It's now up to 1629. Do I take a little bit more out here? I mean, it doesn't essentially matter. We'll do it just for cosmetic purpose. Oh, whoa, what happened there?
What's going on, Joey?
I don't know. I almost got all out, but thank you to the rejection of the order. There we go. We take a little bit more out on FSLI as it's continuing. It's ascent now 75% to the top side. We're approximately $1 ITM on this name. So a nice move throughout the session, and the market is continuing its rebound. Be cautious, guys. I'm waiting for one more pullback in the TQQs here, and if we come back into the middle of the range, I think that's going to be my green light to engage. So if we can get that move, we are in the top end, but look at the volume. We want to keep an eye on the volume profile. Is that breakout volume? Ask yourself that. And in my opinion, no, it's not. So at some point, sellers might step back in, and we might be able to continue to move a little bit high, or come back into the range and then move higher after that point. But this thing is going off. It's now 76%, 1641 on FSLI. A big team moving fastly to the top side. So a nice little move there, guys, in TSLA. Go back to silver. What have you been up to? Now back up to $70.13. Not much going on, right? It's probably going to take some time for it to curl back over if it does, or you might find somewhat of a rebound here in that name. Gold, is it being as affected? Yeah, right back up to the volume weighted average price. So check that out there. What do you got?
No, he's testing something.
The screen and everything along those lines. What is Rigetti with the downgrade here this morning? Not looking too, guys. Yeah, I know. A tough look in the quantum space here. I don't know, man. I might, our thing here. Let's pull this thing up here, because, I mean, it's, I don't know, man. All right, let's pull this up. I'll pull it. Give me a second. We'll get this rock and roll. We got to go to mine and Fabian's chat. This thing is now, we got Randy in third place here. Randy jumping in. He's got XOM. I wish I could do that too. Is just come in a couple months in, select something that's 40% up.
Why can't you change your picks midway?
Can you?
I don't know. We're making up the rules as we go. Why not?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, hey man, I'm gonna go with Walmart. What else should I go? Matter of fact, XOM is one of my picks as well too. There,
how
Randy.
about SanDisk?
And SanDisk
at WDC, it's up 7% on the day. I'll change my picks tomorrow
too. We're going with the flow, man. Hey, if you're not cheating, you're not trying, as they typically like to say. But in all seriousness, your boy falling into that 4 spot. Randy with the asterisks up there, but he's up 8%.
He's got the asterisks,
yeah,
good.
So I mean, that's the thing. It's fishy, right? We don't really know what's going on with that one. But in all seriousness, Obi absolutely just leading the race, and our boy Sean falling back into that 11th speed. Poor Ram down 18% over here.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you can
indifference is her greatest weapon.
Yeah. So look at that. All 3 of her picks, double digits to the downside. If you want to pour a little salt in the wound, here it is: 15.8%, 25.4%, and 14.9%. I think at some point, if you're down too much in one, then you might be eliminated. Sean down 35% over
eliminated. This guy's making more rules.
Yeah, you make up more rules as we go. Yeah, so that's the thing. If you hit down 25%, you're officially eliminated there. But no, in all seriousness, a good look at the picks, guys. Your boy sitting in the 4th spot right now.
Attaboy, Joey, attaboy, man. All right, I'm just logging in here. I need to see some stuff. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, I'm still holding here LPTH. Look, I screwed up. right into the 10. It did breach it, but it didn't lose 2. So if you had your stop below 2, you were fine. The low of that candle, I'm talking about this candle right here on the 5, bottom. It breached the 10 EMA on the 5, and this current candle has a higher low and a higher high. So it might be time to add into JDZG. I could give it to prior bar low, but that would probably be a 20 penny risk. And I don't want to give it to that at this level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for it to clear 40. So here's my thinking. 40 penny reject, 40 penny reject. Yeah, I realize that it didn't reject on a technical sense, but look at the closing prints. They're all below that 240. I said 2040. I meant 240. I apologize. So $2. Clear that level with a closing candle, a closing print. I'll get back in. But I don't want to get back in here and then have to give it to prior bar low, which is about 20 pennies away. That's just not the move for me. So I'm gonna let that one go. Ram says she's chilling. I'm chilling, y'all. It's February.
What?
Yeah, well, it's cold outside, so literally she is chilling.
Yo,
right?
literally
So
it's chilling. Okay,
it's good there. So that's what I'm looking at there for JDZG, but if it doesn't clear 40 on a closing basis, I don't know. It's simple as that. I'm keeping an eye on ZSL as well. It seemed to have found support at the 50 penny area. It breached the 10 EMA on the 5, so didn't respect that. But find supports at 50 penny. Now, mind you, it held that 1140 candle low, the low of which was 247. So let's take a quick look here. Yeah, there's just, I'm going to need a trend change here. Ideally above that 58, 59. You still feel like the sellers are in control. ZSL, but the FSLY was the mistrade of the day for me. It's just clean as day. Clean as day. You got 3 candle pullback. I tried to move up my dip trade into the $0.50. It didn't work, and now it's like $1 removed from that. Pardon me. But as I see it, LPTH is making up for that because here it is again into the area high, and we're going to wet the beak there, cancel the order above it, and we're going to move up the order into 48s now. Sorry, so I had my order at 43. There it goes into 44. That's another high a day here on LPTH. Let's see if it can clear the $0.50. I'm putting it a couple of shekels below the $0.50 because the spread right now is 5 pennies, so may or may not print. But this one is on the breakout. It's not up big on the day. It's up 21 some odd %, but it's a good looking chart pattern, man. Especially that higher low ever since that candle, I want to say at 1120. That dipped into VWAP. It's been basically holding that upper trend line since then, so not a bad look for this bad boy here. I really have nothing else except JDZG, which I haven't added into, and I'm kind of actually happy. Look at that. Comes right back down into 210. And 210's been where the majority of the closing prints on the 1 and on the 5 have found support. Now, if it holds 210 here and then kind of looks like it does a local double bottom and takes out 2 1/4, I'll get in before 240 there. But if it loses it like it is now, here it comes into 7s. I have 5s. I'm not going to allow this to go against me at all. Let's watch, because now it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 red candles in a row. And then add to that the lower highs from the 253 topping tail candle. So it looks like this one may be destined to go back to 2 or volume weighted average price at $1.90. In any event, it doesn't go anywhere below my order. We're moving up the stop right now into 204s, which will be, just 1 penny below my my entry. And then we're going to cancel the old stop so that we don't have any mishaps there. So that's all I've got right now, Joey.
Yep.
It doesn't look like there is too much else moving. ZSL continues to drop back down right into that $0.50, so nothing for me to do.
Okay, so ZSL going down, silver going up there, FSLY going up as well too. Yeah, exactly. Take the cash and run, Gorev. Somebody was talking about, hey, you got that look that you're looking, the trade that we were looking for here in the middle of the range on the TQQs, and this is what I was referring to. You get that breakout, but the volume wasn't breakout volume. So if you were to post it up down there, you catch the fill in the middle of the range. You want to give yourself a little bit. So does that means size down and go below the support levels so you're not panicking and getting yourself caught up in this chop, right? So we'll be patient a little bit more here. The volume really starting to cool down in the overall market, but this thing has been a beast. I only have one more out on SPCE, and we'll hold that till whenever. What time is it here approximately?
It is
12:36. Yeah, so I mean, time's flying. A couple opportunities here and there. SMR slowly starting to rebound. It had a strong reaction in the pre-market, but then giving back the majority of that move and then some, slowly getting that curl over type price action, so that rounded bottom that a lot of individuals are looking for. And this is what we're talking about in the TQs and in the SPY. I think there's a couple things that can happen here, right? So we're going if and then. What we can do is that, hey, if we don't get buyers really starting to engage, what can happen is that you have this lengthy consolidation after this leg down, and then sellers step right back in, giving you that second larger leg to the downside. Or maybe not as large, but somewhat south of the key support levels that seem to be established right now, okay? So just be patient. Lower end of the range, it's gonna drastically help increase your risk to reward ratio, and I think that's really important right now. You don't wanna be chasing these things or trying to play the breakout when the market isn't necessarily telling us that we're in breakout territory.
Look what I'm seeing some articles come in now. They're not, immediately new, but a lot of the weakness in the metals is being blamed on the jobs data yesterday. So you never really know exactly how to digest all this, but it says gold prices extend losses after strong U.S. jobs data tempered near-term expectations for fresh interest rate cuts, which typically bolster demand for non-yielding bullion. Futures in New York, as we know, dropped following better than expected non-farm payroll figures and a decline in the unemployment rate. That's obviously yesterday's data. Weekly jobless claims fell. Other metals also plunged, with silver futures down, as well as copper down as well. The decline comes as stocks turned lower Thursday as concern about AI came to the surface once again. So I don't really care about that. Quite frankly, I was talking to Joe off camera, and I said to him, even when you're within a range, and that feels like we are in a range in the market right now because we're not that far off the highs on these major averages, when you drop, the drops in the ranges are typically a lot quicker than the moves up. So if, let's just say you're trading from, where's the SPY at? 685. Let's just say from 650 to 700, okay? So the drop down from 700 to 650 is going to be a lot quicker than the move up from 650 into 700. So on days when during periods when we're ranging, it does feel like there's blood in the streets because the drops down are a bit more aggressive.
Oh.
That's kind of how I see that. What's up? Oh, 3-0 Skier. What, we almost netted another one?
No, it was a nasty move by Pasternak there. He danced a bunch of Canadians.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, man. So yeah, Boston. That's good.
I'm all out of my positions, by the way.
You're all out of you're out of everything. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting on 2% here on FSLY. That's all we got going on. Boston, I like your position here, considering if 48.90s you say you're long from, right in this pullback area. That's a good place to be in. Essentially, I would give yourself some more room. You probably have to give it about 50 to 60 cents or so to actually prove that you are wrong. Right, so that's good. You're not in exactly at the top end of the 5-minute. Isn't promising on the SPY and on the TQQs. This isn't what I would want to see. Oh my God, why do you keep doing that? This isn't what I would want to see, in all honesty, right? You have this move right here. You break up through the prior resistance zones, and then now you're starting to print these inverteds. And they're at key levels as well. They're in breakout territory where the volume is really starting to cool. So we talk about each individual candlestick telling its story. Well, what is this one telling us right here on the 5-minute? Buyers push price all the way up to 49.33, and then sellers push price all the way back down to 49.10. Now, if you breach that level, that's good, because that can tell you, hey, buyers are starting to dominate a little bit more and they're stepping back in. But if you don't and you slowly start to curl over, just be cautious, because you might come back into the middle of the range. And then at that point, it can give you a solid opportunity to pounce and find a good risk to reward ratio. And that's what I'm talking about from a volume by time standpoint, is giving yourself good risk to reward, but also using the volume to gauge, hey, are we breaking out, or are we going to be stuck in this ebb and flow type, this chop type mess in the overall market? And I think that's the state that we're currently in. Until I see that volume volume really start to pick up, Sharif, I'm going to go with the chop and maybe an additional leg lower. So we want to see what the big boys are up to as well if we're going to consider taking some trades on the TQQQs. Apple, how have you been performing today?
Clipped, bro.
Wow. So whatever happened yesterday it's all gone. So that's unfortunate.
And then some.
And then some, brother. Microsoft, rebound north of the volume weighted average price. NVDA, what have you been up to? We're starting to head back into VWAP. Inverted 5-minute hammer candle right at a key level. Keep an eye out on that one. Amazon, what are you up to? Starting to head a little bit lower. Another one there on the power play there by Team Canada. So yeah, let's rock and roll.
4?
Yeah, 4 on the power play
man,
as well.
that's
Let's see
whooping.
who got that one. But we want to stick with what we got going on in the stocks here. Consolidation there on the lows on TSLA. What's going to happen here? Are you going to break down? And this is what I'm talking about. This is there's so many things that we can go over. It's like not everything works all the time, but here it is. We talk about that 5-minute time frame on the TQs, that inverted hammer candle right here, and then sellers are now starting to push price a little bit lower, okay? Nate McKinnon, attaboy. So there it is, and then here it is, F-SLY. Sharif and I were both saying this earlier. FSLY. Sharif and I were both saying this earlier. Bull flag breakout holding key support levels, the longer the consolidation, the bigger the move can be. And that's exactly what happened, especially when you started to breach the high of the day. So watch out for the chop in the market, guys. Catch the lower end of the ranges, increase your risk to reward, and unless you're looking for that breakout, there's one thing that you want to correlate it with, and that's volume.
Well said, Joseph. Well said. Have you ever played paddle? Have you heard of paddle? Yeah, so it's like tennis, but inside a glass kind of.
You were telling me it's kind of like squash or something.
It is, but you're
with a
partner. So you're not hitting it on the wall. There's like somebody on the other side.
On the other side.
But there's a glass.
What kind of ball are you using?
So it looks like a tennis ball.
Yeah.
It's like fuzzy and like green, but the spring on it, like the internal pressure, not as much. So it's not. Oh, we almost scored again, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, there's one.
So it's kind of like a pickleball, kind of.
But you don't use the pickleball.
Okay.
So, and the ball moves a lot quicker. And like squash, you can play it off the glass. So unlike tennis, there's no out of bounds, right? It lands in, and then I can play it off the glass. So
and you're allowed one bounce on your. Okay, yeah. So
but if it bounces off the glass, I can still hit it like in the air.
Yeah. That's sick. I like the glass plays. It gives you a little bit more.
I'd show a video, but we'd get dinged. But
why is there music in it?
No, it's just because you know how this stuff works, right? One opened up by my gym. It's like downstairs for where it is. I think I'm gonna sign up, man.
It's good. You like pickleball?
I don't like pickleball because I'm a tennis. And we want them off the courts.
You want the pickleball?
We want them all off the courts.
Okay.
Yeah. They're taking up space.
I like pickleball because the ball it just moves slower, right? The air catches it. You can get a couple more rallies going on. You know what I mean? For the less individuals who aren't as good at tennis. And same with badminton. Badminton, I have a blast in because even if you whack it, it's like. And it slows down, man.
I'm not.
You don't like badminton?
No.
That's
I see you saying you like badminton, don't you?
Badminton.
Okay, I like that. I like badminton. It's okay. It's not my favorite.
Agree. Oh, wow, Ram.
What happened, Ram?
Jeez. All right.
Agree. Yes, Ram. They're in the way, Ram. I mean, I don't know why. Why they're not doing it live?
Someone said try workout with Maximum Fun. Try jujitsu. Have you seen car jujitsu?
No?
Dude, it's crazy. What? Yeah. So it's like two dudes sitting in the front seat of a car, and you gotta like tap each other out in the car, but you can use like the seatbelt to like strangle someone.
My days.
So what happens is you start with your seatbelt buckled, and like one of the tricks is to block the other person from unlocking their seatbelt, and then you can do your like typical jujitsu move. It's like a real thing, yeah. Okay. And one time I seen somebody grab the seatbelt and just choke the other guy with it. Yeah, it was pretty cool, man.
Hey, Joseph, we got into Fastly with you, man. We're in at 23, showing 36. It pulls back into the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's when it had a buyer in me. And there it goes. Let's cancel this order. Let's move it up. We're going to move it up into 47, showing 42 now. Can we get a little bit higher? Let's see, 45s, Joseph. All right, the breakout. Well, I don't want to say breakout. We're still below the high of the day, but it just flashed 47s. There's 47, and there's the print. Now we move above the $0.50. We're moving above the high of the day. So 57s is the high of the day. By default, I'm going to put it at 59. Let's see if we can get some more here. FSLY is on that good stuff. And it is rejecting the $0.50 right now. Here's the deal. Any move below my entry at 23s, I'm out. 16, let's go ahead. We'll give it to 21s, just so, you know, we'll give it a little bit of room there, shall we? So there we go. We're moving up the stop. Let's see if this can take out the high of the day, turning into a topping tail candle, and not the good. See some of the comments there. No one is illegal on stolen.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why everybody said.
Because Billie Eilish, bro, you don't know about the whole thing at the Grammys?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Oh, you skips, you caught me there, bro. I should have read that one.
Yeah, but meanwhile, she goes home to like her $14 million mansion.
I'm not gonna go down that road, but yeah, the skips, you made me laugh. Oh man, I got caught with that one. He's proud of himself. Shout out to the skips. Yeah, look, there is like a well-documented dislike between tennis players and
like that, eh?
And pickleball players. Yeah, we don't like them, Joey.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't like them.
All right.
We don't like them at all.
You guys finished second in your tourney too, no?
Yeah, but it was we're in the so there's open, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. We didn't want to go into open, so beginner and open. We went into open.
Yeah.
It's good, but I have a feeling I probably won't be playing in that tournament anymore, but it's okay. I love our inside jokes. All right. Guys, I wanted to mention that Chow is making a move. So we were crapping all over this one earlier, talking about how it couldn't catch a bid, this, that, and the other, but it's broken the downward channel very clearly. And now, in fact, if I could, this one looks like it is making an upward channel. In addition to that, it is finding its way above the volume weighted average price. So Chow could be on a possible reversal. Alas, it's still south of $1. So, you know, your boy's gonna wait a little bit. Now, I don't have any very, very defined key levels except that dollar, where we did find some resistance right at the implied ballot, the open there at 935. We ended up taking it out quite decisively at 955. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Chow, but CHOW is certainly of interest to me if it sets up in the right way. Currently, we're still in FSLY. I'm looking for a high day break. If it loses my entry, I'm out. Simple as that. Last but not least, I want to mention this one, CGNX. You know, typically I like tickers that have CG because those are my initials. But this one lost VWAP. Ever since it lost VWAP, though, it has been very, very clearly to the upside over here. So good luck for CGNX for anybody who's been trading this. Wait, it's up how much? About almost 38.25%. So good luck for this one. And yeah, those are the ones that I'm keeping my eye on, FSLY, CHOW, and CGNX.
All right, good stuff, guys. So yeah, there it is. The market's starting to come back in. You touched us right back into 48.90s. Let's see what happens, guys, because we were talking about on the 5-minute time frame. We could tell that sellers are really starting to kick back into this. Now, I was looking at down to $37. Not too good of a look here. Let's kind of zoom out and see where we are. I remember when this first was launched. We'll actually go over to the weekly so we can see a little bit more clear and see where we are from a consolidation. So that's the frustrating part, right? I mean, we're back to 2024 levels, so 2 years. So 2 years of essentially gains just gone in the span of on IBIT.
Oh my day.
Yeah. So
where
I mean,
are we at,
48% down, 48% off of that previous pivot. So a 50% haircut there in the weekly. And maybe this consolidation is going to hold up, but it could get absolutely disastrous. So when did this first was launched on January 11th, I think, 2024. And I started grabbing some and just slowly bought within this consolidation, bought a little bit more. So even what I've been sitting in for a couple of years now is slightly OTM, which isn't fun. But if we do form an additional consolidation, like you got to take into consideration, this is the weekly. So this was 8 months of just doing absolutely nothing. You eventually make your move higher. At this point, I thought the move would be substantially more sustained, but that wasn't necessarily the case. So what I'm worried about here now is that you form that additional.
That's it.
Your buddy just hit it off the wall?
See how he plays it off the wall?
Yeah, that's sick.
That?
Oh,
yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, it's awesome.
Oh, that's really cool. So if you form another consolidation, and you break down, things can get absolutely disastrous, I believe, in the crypto space. So we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves or anything along those lines, but it's not good when you go up from $72 down to $37, 48% haircut. So just keep an eye on that and be prepared, guys. Be prepared for it to get a little worse. And you think like, hey, how much more worse can you get? You're down 47% or 50%, we'll call it. Think about it. You have 70% pullbacks in this. This thing can go down to like 40K, 35K. So just be prepared for that. And hopefully, as Rain was saying, you got to learn how to sit on some cash. Well, I got to take Rain's advice because I'm not sitting on too much cash in some current positions. But if you get out and you're fortunate enough to get in at lower prices, then sure enough, kudos to you. Let's see what we got on the teachable views.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Did you look into any peptides for your recovery?
No.
You haven't looked into that?
No.
You should probably do a little sniffing.
Why? What do you think?
Apparently, there's quite good ones for like surgical recoveries, tissue healing, stuff like that. And they're obviously not hormones, which is the plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was listening to some. I was one of the trainers actually this morning. Was one of his clients he was arm injury or something like that, so they're doing lower body, and then he was telling him, he's like, you should look into some
the
of these.
peptides.
Yeah.
So what did he say? What does it do?
It's for specific peptides for healing specifically. So
okay.
Look into that, man.
Yeah,
You get
I'll
a bit of
look
an edge
into it,
there.
man. I might find a little bit of an edge. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's interesting. You know what, man? I'm on the all natural right now. 2026 is. I told you, what had been going on for me. So. It's pretty good, man, and I think I'm gonna continue on that pace. 34 in October, so let's see if we can get back to the best shape that we've ever been in. It's gonna take a lot of work.
It's not gonna actually be even remotely impossible, because I know for a fact with me, and I'm like 10 years your senior.
Yeah.
So if you're 10 years my junior, then for a fact,
it can happen. Yeah. So let's see if we can get back to fighting shape. That's the ideal thing.
Bro.
Fighting shape is. You know what someone said on the other day? Someone said I need to eat more fried chicken because I'm looking skinny. I'm like, dude, I weigh 175 pounds.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like.
He's tick, Katina Man.
Yeah,
the Katina Man's back in the house, so we're gonna shout out the Katina Man. He's got the lunch. He's got the jerk chicken. There he is. That's okay. It's okay.
No, I'm not. But see, that's the thing. Drop systems. That's been eliminated since last year.
What does that mean?
You see what drop system said?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
Read what he said. That's been eliminated, man.
Where is it at, Joey?
So, but you're might have to scroll up a little bit.
Okay. We're gonna have a look there. Oh,
but, yeah.
I don't. Well,
since last year, man.
No, when I went to this guy's place a couple of weeks ago, I mean, he was like, I brought a couple of tall boys with. And he's like, no, man, I'm substance free this entire year. And that
sounds crazy. Like when you say you're substance free, it sounds like you're on a whole slew of things.
In everything.
But no,
that's
not the case. But yeah,
shout out to my man, though. It's not an easy feat. So shout out to you, bro.
That's it.
Guys, ZSL is making a move back up. That will mean that SLV and silver futures are headed back down. Katina, man, you might want to have a look at some of these metals, brother. The blood in the streets. ZSL right back up into 260 here. It's a 265 high. It held the $0.5, not strictly, so there were a couple of wicks below, but as you can see, that uptrend is still intact here on ZSL, which is an inverse leveraged ETF for silver. 265 high, 20.7% in Greensville on the day. Let's see if we can clear 60 decisively. We'll get back into this one if I have to. Absolutely. I have no qualms with that on ZSL. I'm also keeping an eye here on LPTH. Right back into that 10 EMA on the 5 after making yet another high of the day, 1250. Double tops into 1250. First 5-minute candle will make a new low, 1245 candle. And now we're finding support at the $0.05 of a dollar to the $0.25. Can't quite tell, but it's up 19.18%. So it's, doing well on the day. So I think it might be time here to get back into ZSL. It's got a 4-candle green setup. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us to 57s. That's fine. Let's do it live. We're long. Let's go ahead and set up an order at 64s, which will be before the high of the day. And then we're gonna see if we can get above 65. So good look here on ZSL. We're not risking much. Right below 257, we're gonna put in our stop, simple as that. and we'll try to lock in the profits on this bad boy so we don't give anything back. But looking for a move here into the high of the day on ZSL. Simultaneously, we're still holding our long on FSLY, but this one is putting in a bit of a consolidation now. And it looks to be more prolonged in terms of consolidations than the prior one. The prior one was from 11:40 to the breakout candle at 12, so 20 minutes. This one, well, we made technically we made the high of the day at 12:35. It is now 12:55. So yeah, they're both 20 minutes long. Let's see if we can kind of get above 57. We're about 20 pennies below it right now. In about 5 minutes or so, we're going to start the new segment, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about, not least of which is the blood in this market that is causing all 4 major averages to be decidedly red, with the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, leading the way here, down 2 1/5. Second place is the Qs, down 1 3/4, and the Dow and the SPY, like they've been all day, are tied down between 1 1/4 to 1 1/5. So not a good look, not a good look. But as we talked about, you know, elevator down, escalator up. We'll have to see if that kind of thinking holds. Joey, do you have anything that you want to mention?
Yeah, and I want to go over what we were talking about, 5-0 Team Canada, so we can lock that off there. Good start from the boys. That's exactly what we want to see. Thank you, Katina Man, for that. And we wanted to be cautious of this specific mark, right? The 5-minute print, the inverted hammer candle above some resistance zones, and now we're heading to the lower end of the range. Yeah, I know. I wish I could. I was just never flexible enough to kick. I would love Muay Thai just because I think the elbows are the most dangerous weapon out there. Aside from your hands, and knees are absolutely deadliest too. But anyways, aside from this, guys, we have the SPY putting in a new low of the day, and then we also have the TQQs as well too. So starting to head towards that neck of the woods, guys. 48.49 is going to be that mark, but the SPY is really weak. I want to see what XLF is up to, because if you're getting a continue, oh wow, look at lift on the day. Just continuous bleeding here, stair step to the downside. So talking about making your life a little easier and going with the flow, that's going to be lift. How has Unity been performing? Same thing. You get a little bit of a bounce, but right back towards the low of the day. But what I wanted to get at here is the XLF and see where we were going with this one. Yeah, it's taking it on $51 or $53 down to $51.57. So keep an eye out on this, guys. It's helping dragging the SPY down as well. Now you got the TQs just pennies away from the LOD. You're still short, Katina Man?
Get it, Katina
right,
Man.
Riding that bear. We'll hit this one for Katina Man on that one. Nice work, brother. And we're still sitting in F-slide. The position board not up right now, but AST is looking like it wants to, ASTS looking like it wants to put in a new low of the day. Same with SMR. SMR continuing its descent, so not too good of a look so far, guys, but I think this can set up for a somewhat of a breath in the market and a cover rally leading in tomorrow. So I like these opportunities. I like these strong weekdays leading into the final day of the week. Let's see if we can get a bounce here in the overall market come tomorrow, guys.
All right, guys, still holding a piece here on ZSL, looking for that move up into 65. It keeps flashing 61, 62s, but no continuation above that level. I'm still holding FSLY as it gets right back into that $0.50, and here we are again at that $0.50. Now, the high of the day is 57. We spent almost no time there, so unless you had a resting order, you likely didn't get printed, but what I do like is the very clean hold of the high of the day. There's 53s. Can we get a little bit more? I'm waiting at 59s. So by definition, this will have to be a high of day breach for me to get printed, but the spread is 1 penny. It's been that way basically all day. It's done 65 2/3 million shares on the day. Here comes 53, there's 53. Here comes 54, there is 54. 57 is the high of the day, looking for continuation. Can we get a nice price spike up? Nope, there's more short selling and or profit taking at the $0.50, so we'll have to pack the patience there. How's that ZSL doing? We're doing nothing. We're doing absolutely nothing on that. Showing 62, 63s now showing up. I'm actually waiting at 63s and 65s and 69s. Let's see if this can breach the high of the day. The high of the day is 65. So 2 of these orders of mine here will have to be a touching of or crossing of 65 and then a new high of day. Because if it doesn't cross 65, I won't get the print, right? So we're keeping the eye on there. There it goes into 64. Now we're about 1 penny below the high of the day there. ZSL inverse leverage silver ETF. It is basically trading with a lot of volume. Somebody was telling me there, I think it was Lemon Family, he's like, I see about 1 million some odd shares sitting at 62s and 61, but that is part and parcel to trading this. Look at the lottage here. These are not shares, these are lots. I don't have this programmed to shares. 11,591 on just ARB alone. And then look at basically you're seeing that on almost every gateway. But the fact of the matter is this one moves to the beat of silver's drum. So whatever silver does, this one's gonna kind of shadow that. So be on the lookout and look to kind of take possibly dips, I want to say into the 10 EMA, but it wasn't really respectful of the 10 EMA at all times. So you're going to have to choose your own levels here. To me, it was the $0.50, but you couldn't use the $0.50 as a strict level for your out because it did breach it, but it was quick to retrace above it. I'm talking, of course, about ZSL. So on the lookout for that. And then separately, LPTH, which we had that big winner on, right back into the 10 EMA on the 5. And it's holding on a 3-candle basis right now on the 10 EMA. That candle at 1250 was pretty aggressive from 1240 all the way down into 1220. Green candle for 1255. And this current candle at 1 o'clock has a higher low and a higher high. So this could be an interesting area here. Now, if I want to get in, I could give this to 20. So we're in at 28. I'm going to get in. I'm going to try to get the mid print at around 25, and I'm going to give it to the low of the prior bar. The low of the prior bar is 21. So let's see if we can kind of get, bless you, Neil. Let's see if we can kind of get in at the mid print. We do get the mid print, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it to prior bar. As I said, it's 21, so let's go ahead and do just that. You're going to have to give it a little bit of room here because it's a 4-penny spread, so sometimes you may not get the print. So make sure you're accounting for that on your stop placement. We're going to pause for a second, guys. We're going back up to the big desk.
Keep an eye here on NVDA dropping a little bit. OpenAI reportedly, according to Bloomberg, debuting its first AI model using chips from Cerebras. Apparently, this is NVIDIA supported. Microsoft didn't really move in this. But again, OpenAI reportedly debuting its first AI model using Cerebras chips. NVIDIA, I mentioned, again, dropping here. This seems to be the only one really reacting to this catalyst. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, just put in the position now. What do we got? We got 23s. It's showing me 26s. Let's see if this one can make another move up. This current candle is red because it opened up a little bit higher, but it has a higher low. It has a higher high, and I'm not risking that much. I'm in at 23. I'm going to stop out literally below 21. So if it holds prior bar low, we're good to go. Otherwise, we stop out. We give back a little bit, but we'll still be very positive on the name. We're keeping an eye here on ZSL. In the 64 it goes. 65 is the high of the day, so I'm looking for a breach of that. We're waiting at 65, we're waiting at 67s, and then you know where we're gonna be waiting after that. So we're gonna pack the patience here on ZSL. Oh, looks like LPTH is dropping down. I already got stopped out of that. Already got stopped out, so we'll give back a little bit there, but very little. So keeping my eye on that, Joey. By the way, Chow looked like it was going to make a move, right? It broke trend. It got back above the volume weighted average price, and it's already breaking the trend. So this could be yet another short here on CHOW. Look at this. This is kind of like a bear flag, right? All the way down, you have an upward channel, kind of the opposite of a bull flag, and now you're losing the lower level of that channel again. So CHOW, and most especially if it loses the low of the day, which is around 76 2/3. So CHOW, it is giving up the goods and giving up quickly, even though it's still up about 84% on the day, Joey.
All right, good luck there. I tried to get in at a specific level here on the TQQs. Now I'm chasing it a little bit. So let's see if we can catch this fill on a pullback. I like what we're seeing. You do have that additional leg lower. We're still sitting in this FSLY. I can get out of that momentarily, but this one has been working pretty good for us. Right off of the lows, I like our chances on this one. So I'm posted up just a bit above 60, 65s to be exact. So a little bit more of a pullback. We should get a fill. There it is, bang. So you can see that we're long both of these names. Why am I going long on the 1 minute? Well, we have this additional breach of the lower end, and then we have this 1 minute time frame with the candle with increased volume, and then a hammer candle as well. So I like our chances to see if we can grab a little bit of a move to the top end of the range, or the market just might break down altogether. So we're in at a good place, and this is what I'm talking about, being patient, right? So you just want to sit, especially when you're in this chop mess. We're in as almost as low as you can essentially get. Now we're going to wait for the middle of the range or the top end of the range before we take anything off. So a nice little move there so far in the TQQs, guys. You can see we're long 64s, pumps up to approximately 73s, so not too bad of a look whatsoever, but starting to come back in. Have to be patient with this one in order for it to turn around. So as long as we don't breach the majority of this wick, then I think we have a pretty good chance of somewhat of a move. There is a key resistance zone. You can see that this 48.71 level acted as prior support, and now it can act as resistance. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Not too bad of a look whatsoever, guys. Nice, a nice little pop right there, Sharif.
Yes,
in the TQQs is exactly what we want to see right now. Bang. Let's get this move sustained. Punch through a little bit of a bounce. What are the big boys up to?
What are they up
That's
to?
what we really need to figure out right now, Sharif, especially if we're going to consider trading this. We've already considered it as we're continuing to climb. So is Apple finding somewhat of a rebound? Not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah. Okay, a little bit. Hey, yeah, I mean, we'll take that. What's Microsoft up to? All right, a little pop there in Microsoft.
Pop.
What is NVIDIA up to? Ooh, moving to the downside, help drag the market with it. So if we get a pop in these big boys, Tesla finding a little bit of a sustained move right there, Google as well. So all right, man, right place, right time. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling. And we got a new high of the day on FSL. Maybe we take this one out at the breach of this $50 mark. We did get him pop up into 74, so 10 cents ITM on that. But we want to hold for a little bit more. I think we can wait for 48.80s and see if we're fortunate enough. There it is. Nice little move. That's what we're talking
Joey.
about. Let's all get out. Let's get all out of FSL. Let's take a little bit off here. Oh, there's the 80 print that we are looking for on the teacher. There's 85, Sharif. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
My man.
And we're right back to Greensville, USA. Oh my God. There it is. There's a lot of bills in the United States.
There
you
are.
notice that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you Greensville.
We got
it
a
is.
lot of what? We got Unionville.
Streetsville.
Yeah.
What else, Ville?
I don't know.
We're hitting the Moneysville.
I ran out.
We'll call it Moneysville over here, and I took half off there. I'll take a little bit more off just for giggles here. Rejected the order. Feels great. So let's take a little bit more off here, guys, on the TQQs. Ooh, going without me. Oh my God. TQQs. Let's pull this up. So a nice move there. Once again, I mentioned that I was red earlier. We take that partial out on the TQQs. We're now back to Greensville, USA, baby.
FSLY has had a lot of selling at the $0.50, but it's feeling very ascending wedge-ish. It's a 1657 high, but every time we work up into this $0.50, we are being met with aggressive selling. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. In fact, the last two 5-minute candles are all bottoming tail candles off that 10 EMA, but it feels like, there's somebody with a lot of conviction at the $0.50. So let's see if we can clear it. It's up 76% on the day earnings name, of course, from yesterday. All right, Sia, it is 1:08. What are we talking about first?
We're going to dive straight into Apple today. So Apple's Siri upgrade was reportedly hit with development and testing challenges, and it was supposed to expect enhancements in Siri in its iOS 26.4 version, which is supposed to launch in March. But it is now considering pushing this upgrade to at least some features to iOS 26.5, which will come in May, or even iOS 27, which will come in September. And instead of delivering it all together, Apple is expected to deliver these in increments. So despite all the headlines, Apple's shares were trading higher roughly by 0.9%, also being up as much as 2% intraday. And currently, Apple is down 4.82%.
Apple is absolutely getting clipped. It is far and away the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day. It is barely holding on to 260. It's not a good look. This is a problem that we've been seeing a lot with Apple lately, where it keeps delaying the release of AI. And so something my spidey sense tells me that essentially what's happening here is they're having trouble with the incorporation of Gemini 3. And so I feel like they can't seem to get the product right, because we know Apple is not going to release it unless it's absolutely polished. And I think that we're having that kind of problem that we all see with AI, where there is constant hallucination that can't be weeded out. I use 3 different AIs on a premium level: Chat paid, Grok paid, Gemini 3 paid. They all hallucinate. They all constantly make mistakes. If that is going to be the case, I don't think we're going to see the type of AI that Apple initially promised us, because they're not going to put out an unpolished product. That is my concern. That is honestly my concern. I think the technology is not refined yet. Apple can't seem to get it straight in-house. They tried to outsource it to Google. It seems to be a problem. So if this is true, If this actual headline is true that they are looking at pushing it out, I think it spells trouble for the industry as a whole, not just Apple. But now, having said that, let's talk about this. The delay here, why we're seeing the negative reaction, is because it delays monetization, right? So if you were incorporating, I don't know, if you were looking at a 5-year window and you're like, okay, we're going to monetize AI from, let's just say any date, right? June 2026, and we're basically are going to draw our model into June of 2030, so that 4-year model, you have to push back where you start monetizing AI. So that fundamentally changes the number. That's the other problem. So I do worry about this whole thing, obviously, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, no confirmation from Apple, but we never typically do get any confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this quite often, and just in the fact that we know that Dan Ives said that he has an equal chance of making the NBA as Apple getting things right in-house. And we're starting to see that displayed a little bit more.
Well, they're not doing it in-house anymore, Joey. Remember?
But that's what I'm saying. That's no longer the case. No. So it's no longer in-house. They've outsourced it to Google, right? Yep. But now they're having troubles with that. But I think that even speaks more volumes on how much they were actually struggling and made them turn to Google at some point.
You know what I want to say as well? Google is willing to accept glitches and willing to put out products that are not refined in order to kind of get people to use them, and then, you know,
and then you
make
refine based off of it. Yeah, exactly.
Apple just refuses to do that.
Well, I mean, they already made that issue with promoting Apple Intelligence too early. They didn't, even though they didn't put necessarily a product out, they never really promoted anything before without actually launching, knowing that it's going to work to the the capability that they wanted to. But I think what I was getting at here with the Google and the the Apple and the Gemini thing, it just speaks that they were having enough trouble. There's going to be speed bumps along the way, and I like the fact that you brought up this is just going to delay monetization. We were supposed to have the release of Apple Intelligence almost 2 years ago now at this point. So at this point, it's like, okay, what, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, maybe the product isn't going to work exactly how you want it to, but eventually down the road, they will get it right, they will monetize, and they will see a return on investment regardless of what happens. I would call that almost inevitable at some point.
Sounds good. We're going to pause for a second. Before we go to Sia, we're going to go to Adair.
Paramount cannot stop. We have more updates here in PSKY's battle here with Netflix. Again, entirely of PSKY's own making here over Warner Brothers. WBD and PSKY and watch here. Paramount Skydance reportedly in discussions to nominate Pentwater Capital Management, which is a top shareholder of Warner Brothers, to its board as part of its proxy battle aimed at derailing that Netflix takeover. So once again, according to Financial Times, Paramount Skydance upping the ante a little bit here in that proxy, or I guess in this bidding war here. And again, they are trying to nominate Pentwater Capital Management as part of Paramount Skydance board to up this proxy battle just a little bit. Back to you.
Very much. All right, Sia, I know we're talking about Apple. No, don't go to Sia. Okay, she's got an issue. So I'll just go with the next story over here. So China's overall smartphone market declined 23% year over year in January. It was pressured by the reduced subsidies, by some of the government subsidies that they were giving there. Major domestic manufacturers, we're talking about Huawei, Xiaomi, they all saw notable sales declines. And even though it doesn't look like it today because Apple's getting clipped 5.25%, Apple was the only major smartphone brand to actually post year-over-year gains in China. In fact, iPhone sales rose 8% in a year, and that now has pushed Apple into the #1 place with Huawei, with about 20% of the Chinese market share, somewhere or in an area where they have struggled essentially since the super cycle of the iPhone. I believe it was the 13, and that was back in 2022. Counterpoint Research noted that this marked Apple's strongest January share performance in 5 years. Okay, so I was wrong. Looks like maybe it was before 2022. The base model iPhone 17 is strategically priced in China so that it does meet some of the requirements for subsidies. That makes it obviously a bit more attractive, and because Apple doesn't actually have to discount the phone themselves, which they haven't been doing in China. Compare that to what they were doing with the iPhone 16, where it was heavily discounted on JD.com, on Taobao, which is Alibaba's. They were giving, I think, if my memory serves me right, 15 to 20% off the iPhone 16. You haven't seen any discounts on the 17, which helps, of course, preserve margins. Joey.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this for quite some time. It's just like, what are we going to do when we classify this? We were looking for the super cycle, but once again, it was delayed due to the fact of the release of Apple Intelligence. We've seen that in the 17, and what does that speak for the technology? If Apple 17 is performing relatively well, and the in-house phones like the Xiaomi's that we were talking about, the Huawei's not performing relatively well, I think that speaks volumes on what we got going on here for Apple. I like what they have, even though the Gemini is released, Sharif, I think even so, 18, 19, the 20 is probably we're going to see another additional super cycle, in my opinion. Why? Because they're going to try to come out with something new, and I think they need to at that point. So as long as sales hold up in China, we've seen record growth across the board here in this name. I think it's going to be sustained, especially with this AI boom that we're experiencing.
All right. Apparently, there's another European investigation, an antitrust probe into Google. This is just, I'm seeing this. What time did this come in on my blotter? It looks like it came in at around 12:40, but this is being reported by Bloomberg. It says Google, the target of billions of euros in European antitrust fines, has been hit by a fresh EU probe over concerns it's illegally rigging the cost of advertising on its search engine. The European Commission suspects Google is, quote, artificially increasing the clearing price of ad auctions, again, open quote, to the detriment of advertisers, close quote, according to a copy of a February 9th letter to potentially affected businesses seen by Bloomberg. The Brussels-based regulator said that the suspected conduct, if backed up by evidence, could violate competition rules, which can trigger fines as high as 10% of the global annual sales. Another day, Joey, and another antitrust lawsuit by a European regulator against an American company. So just keep that in mind. Google not really reacting all that much, but something to keep in mind because it could be more of a long-term headwind. We're still not going to SIA? Okay, so we'll continue on. Just give me a second over here. Let's go on to the next story. Joey, Cisco. Oh boy, this one absolutely got clipped today. So let's have a look at what Cisco is doing. Down 10.92, so it's SSR. Talk about this. It wasn't all that bad. Adjusted EPS coming in at $1.04 ahead of the $1.02 on revenue of $15.35 billion. That beats a 15.12 expected, and it's a 10% increase year over year. And that net income, their profitability up markedly, $3.18 billion in take-home money. Compare that to last year on the quarter when they took home $2.43. So a nice EPS beat there. And their core networking revenue, their major contributor, up 21% year over year, bringing in $8.3 billion of the 15.35. So more than half. That is well ahead of the estimates by the street of 7.9. They expect, now let's talk about the next quarter guide, not the full year. We'll get to that at the end. Cisco is expecting $1.02 to $1.04 in adjusted EPS on revenue of 15.4 to 15.6. The street consensus for EPS was 103, so that's the midpoint between 102 and 104. But the revenue guidance slightly tops expectations. EPS guidance kind of right in line. And when you feel, a stock that was rallying into earnings, if you just meet guidance, then, there's going to be some profit taking there. And we've seen that a lot lately. Now, they also reported $2.1 billion in infrastructure orders from hyperscalers. We're talking about the Microsofts, the Apples, of course, Google, Netflix, Amazon. And they announced participation in the Saudi AI investment projects in addition to AMD being involved in that. They also launched a new networking switch with the NVIDIA chip. That is kind of their main thing there. And revenue acceleration from NeoClouds, which is cloud service offering AI. Apparently that's picking up, and they expect it to ramp up even more in the second half of 2026, Joey. But they did complain about rising memory prices. Because of the increase in there.
You've seen a bunch of tech names complaining about that as well, the increase in memory prices. But I mean, subscription revenue reached $7.8 billion. She was talking about this, 51% of total, with total RPO at $43.4 billion, up 5% year over year. Product orders rose 18% year over year, including $2.1 billion in AI infrastructure orders. But all of that doesn't matter, Sharif, especially if you don't guide correctly, because sure enough, boom, or you just come in line, the street's not going to like it. So whatever gains you had from January a month ago is now all gone. You're down 12% here in Cisco.
Good. Okay. All right. Let's go to SIA for Applied Materials.
Applied Materials has reached a settlement with the U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security, BIS, over an alleged report of control violations which are tied to shipments to China between the years 2020 and 2022. The company will be paying $252.5 million to resolve this matter. And the issue has stemmed from a misunderstanding of how certain export regulations have applied to certain transactions rather than just purely international misconduct. And another thing, Samsung will be joining Applied's new $5 billion EPIC, EPIC, Equipment and Process Innovation and Commercialization Center in Silicon Valley.
All right, so what I like about this immediately is the statement that they weren't doing it purposefully and that it was an unintentional oversight. Whether you believe it or not, that is the agreed upon statement of facts, and we're moving on. What I also like is that $252.5 million fine. Take a look at the amount of cash that they had on hand on the 6th of October, 2025. They had $8.57 billion in cash. So that 252, although not great, obviously, doesn't really move the needle in terms of cash on hand on the balance sheet. What I want to talk about, though, is this move here that they're making this technology to improve yields. And we've seen Intel really have trouble with yields. So Applied introduced what they're calling a new deposition, etch, and materials engineering systems aimed at improving leading-edge logic chips at 2 nanometers and beyond. 2 nanometers is the highest, right? So what's the point of these? Well, the innovations aim to improve yields and enable high-volume 2 nanometer production. That's kind of what I wanted to hear, because that could directly be used, of course, by Taiwan Semi, but that may help Intel with their yield issues. Specifically, we're talking about the 18A, which still has a yield around 50%. Not good enough, especially when you compare it to Taiwan Semi. So I do like that. Those are the two aspects that I like. The actual fine doesn't move the needle with respect to cash on hand, and they have a very, very interesting technology when it comes to chips and yield.
Yeah, I mean, here it is, 163%. Not affected too much, but still moving down with the overall market. Yesterday, you tap into a new all-time high here in Applied Materials. They're also reporting after the bell, so keep an eye out on them. This can either break down a little bit like we're seeing across the board on multiple names with strong earnings, or it's going to throw this thing into new heights and break through the previous all-time high here in AMAT. So keep an eye out on the earnings report this evening, guys.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
AppLovin Q4 EPS has come in at 3.24, beating the consensus of 2.95. Revenue has also reached $1.66 billion, which has topped the estimates of $1.61 billion, which is rising 66% year over year. And despite the deadline beat, shares dropped as much as 9% after hours. But even with strong results, the revenue growth has slowed 52%, which has raised certain concerns about peak momentum, and shares are down 30% year to date.
All right, so the earnings report aside, what really does concern me are, the constant headlines that this company keeps finding itself having to deal with. We got multiple different short seller reports. The names of the short sellers I don't remember offhand, but we had one that alleged violations of Apple and Google's App Store policies, though neither company confirmed or denied that, but it sold off on the news. And then you saw a separate one, Capital Watch accused AppLovin of ties to international crime syndicates. The company denied the claims, and then Capital Watch later retracted them, to be fair. But there is an ongoing SEC investigation into the collection of data practices, and that remains a near and intermediate term overhang. So I got to tell you, Joey, we saw this one absolutely rocket last year, and I think even into 2024, but it's down 30% about year to date.
Yeah, it's a tough look here in AppLovin, and just as Sharif was mentioning, we're down exactly at 49%, to be honest with you, from that previous pivot high, so almost 50% there, guys. 2026 guidance revenue between $1.74 billion and $1.77 billion, EBITDA around 1.46 to 1.49, shares fell 18%, and $371 amid AI competition fears, despite buybacks. I think that's really key in the street, not really liking that here, guys. $2.58 billion in buybacks in 2025, and the street not reacting very well to that.
Tell us about the Lunar New Year and how it relates to Alibaba, Sia.
Yeah, so Alibaba received over 120 million orders. Around 1.56 million users over age of 60 have made their first online purchases via Qwen. And it's on the Qwen platform. So Qwen has climbed into China's App Store rankings within hours of the launch and held the #1 spot from Feb 6th to 11th, which is crazy.
The most important thing for me here is that Baba is integrating Qwen on all its broader ecosystem apps and services. And that's kind of what you want to see, because you want AI to kind of, have its tentacles everywhere. We're talking about Taobao, Alipay, Fliggy, and Damai, and expanding the use cases beyond shopping. So we've been talking a lot about Qwen and the gains that it's been making, especially as you compare it to DeepSeek. Alibaba, to be fair, was a little bit late to the game. DeepSeek beat them to the punch, but Baba, with all its resources, currently playing the catch-up game and maybe even outdoing DeepSeek. I gotta tell you, I don't even think DeepSeek's that good. What I do like about this story, Joey, look at, they were able to finagle more than 1.5 million users over the age of 60 to make online orders using an AI model.
That's crazy.
So I don't know how grandmama, is your grandma, is she on that? Is she on AI?
Are you crazy?
I got my mom and my old man on AI.
Dude, are you crazy?
I'm not.
My grandma would...
She don't want none of the
nothing of the technology, trust none of it. I think that's a really important metric. And talk about monetization, using over 120 million orders were placed. I think that's really big. And that's why you're starting to see the chat GPTs integrated into some of these Shopify. You get linked automatically. Exactly. You can pay out through there. And these other LLMs, that's how you're going to monetize these, because you get a little bit of a piece of the pie. But we're seeing this through Qwen first, though. I think we don't see those numbers, I don't think, coming out of here.
No, we don't. And quite frankly, yes, you bring up a very good point. Chat integrating with this company, integrating with that company, it's all gravy, it's all great. But think about those companies and what they got to give up to chat. When you're vertically integrated like Baba, sorry, Mr. Middleman.
Right? Exactly. See you, Mr. Middleman, word locking and more. Exactly.
Yeah, so I do like that about Alibaba and the fact that they are pretty much vertically integrated and they're building their AI around that. You got to love that. Guys, FSLY is taking out the high, 1675. The breakout is on, again here on FSLY Assassino. What a look this one has been. Your boy Joey Options was involved. I was involved. This thing is all gas, no brakes. It's up. It is the #1 gapper in all the market above $1. It is up 79.1%. What a move up with volume, mind you. 71 million shares traded, so you had ample liquidity. It's been a penny spread almost every time that I've looked at it. So fantastic look today for FSLY. I hope you guys were on that. Is that you, Ram? Did you guys see the Anthropic Super Bowl chat GPT? I keep trying to get Brendo to watch it. He doesn't want to watch it. And it's hilarious, right? It's like this jack dude who's like answering in a robotic format. And then he throws in an advertisement at the end. And it's like Claude or Anthropic dunking all over OpenAI. I loved it. It pissed off Altman so much, he had to make a tweet about it to respond.
What did he say?
Well, it was like an essay. I didn't read the entire thing. I'm not a fan. I'm really falling
out of love with Altman.
Yeah, with Altman.
I just don't like all his funding rounds. I think
Altman,
it's too much, man.
he's a sus. He's suspicious.
Dude, it's like this thing is gonna have the valuation of this company is gonna have to come out so much more, because listen, if ChatGPT is valued at what, 900 billion, almost $1 trillion. So what does that add on top of Google for Gemini?
Well, you've seen the market cap acceleration for Google, so I think the market's rewarded them, right?
Well, has it fully? Because
maybe
if he's coming out at $1 trillion valuation, that means that Google's gonna have to be 5 trillion, at least.
Agree.
At least.
Agree.
Because if it's better.
Well, we already know. You and I both made the same prediction. Google's gonna be. I
just don't understand. It's hard for me, Gemini.
I hate you, Ram.
You know what that is? That's like that. What's that movie with
I hate
Joaquin Hurt? Yeah. That's what they're mocking you of, man. You got to put us side by side so we know what we're looking at.
Ram's gonna catch hands one day, bro. It's not gonna be from me, but she's gonna catch hands.
At least I got "and" in it, like "and" Joseph. So I made the credits on that one there.
All right, man.
Try me.
Thank you for that.
I made the credits on that.
Let's go back to see ya.
Okay, we're going to talk about SanDisk. So industry analysts have flagged a certain ongoing clean room shortage, which is limiting the ability to add new NAND equipment. And Kioxia, the global leader in flash memory, has reported a Q3 SSD and storage revenue up 7.8% year over year, which is 300.4 billion yen. And smart device sales have surged 59.1% year over year to 186.3 billion yen. And in Asia, Kioxia shares have jumped 12.4%, with Samsung, which is up 6.4%, and SK Hynix up 3.3%. Now, SanDisk is heavily reliant on Kioxia for the NAND manufacturing, and the company has rallied 6.2% pre-market after a 10.7% prior day jump, and currently SanDisk is up 4.5%.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Is that Joaquim guy?
Yeah, it's a boy Joaquin, man. That's what she was. That's what she. Gemini.
Stop laughing, Neil.
Dude, show up one more time, man. That was great, man. It's really good.
This guy's dunking on me right now, man.
One more time.
All right,
man.
now, why, Joey? Let's show this one over here. Where is it?
Yeah, what are you gonna hit there?
Wait, man. I'm trying to find it. There
The market moves like the
Bro, you can't just back it up.
Yo, why? Oh, wow, I've never done that to you.
You can't just
Oh
hit the
my
flex
God,
on him
where's
after, like,
Fei?
that's
He's
crazy.
gonna dunk on you right there. Get him, Fei.
the video right now. Subscribe to the
Who remembers Fei?
Dunk on you.
Dunk
on you.
Yeah, there you go.
Subscribe, guys. Make sure to hit that
You like how I canceled that?
Subscribe at
You like
my
how I canceled that
expense.
quick, eh?
What an asshole. All right, SanDisk. All right, so the fact of the matter is, number one, supply is short. There is a huge bottleneck in NAND, not DRAM, and HBM, high bandwidth memory. They don't even have enough clean rooms to be able to produce it. That means that they're going to really have to increase efficiency. But the most important thing is, for me anyway, is the increase in margin expansion. So if there is a bottleneck in inventory, that means I can dictate the price more than you can as the seller than the buyer, right? So to me, I'm looking for margin expansion until we start seeing a top, right? And how are we going to start noticing the top? Oh, there's a little bit more of unsold inventory. Oh, they added a couple of clean rooms. Oh, they got a couple of fabs that are producing this. So it's obviously going to be strong until it's not. The point is to try to pick up when you kind of feel maybe the headwinds coming on. I don't know how you feel about this. No. WDC, Micron, SanDisk, they're all up.
I think the inventory thing is where you really hit it on the head, Sharif. Once you start to see an increase and uptick in that is when things might start to cool off. I mean, it may be a little bit cyclical at that point, which we're currently seeing right now. It may cool down for a little while and pick back up, but just be cautious of this because SanDisk, SNDK up to $719. Only, well, I shouldn't say only, it's down 13%, but you have to take into consideration from the middle of the summer, you're up 1,743% there in SNDK.
Sorry, how much?
1,740, yeah.
From the middle of the summer?
Yeah, August 21st, 2025. Maybe
That's
summer we'll call it.
crazy.
Yeah, August we'll call it.
That's crazy.
Even more, if you want to go back further, Sharif, just to pour a little bit of salt.
Yeah, that's good. That's good right there, Joey.
Because you and I both don't own this thing, 1,500% right there. Bang.
Boy. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Next up, we're talking about AST Space Mobile. So AST priced $1 billion of 2.25% convertible senior notes that is due 2036 in a private offering. And initial conversion price was set at 116.30, representing a 20% premium to the recent 96.92 close. So this initial conversion rate is equal to 8.5982 shares per $1,000 of principal amount, and underwriters will have an option to purchase an additional 150 million of notes.
I don't want this raise. It's kind of like, a technology company that's, in its infancy, or I don't want to say it's in its infancy, well, relatively speaking, we don't know where this company is going to go. So I don't mind the raise. Obviously, that has a negative effect in the short term, maybe even the intermediate term. What they're going to be using the funds for, and this is the good thing, accelerating global deployment of spectrum bands, monetizing proprietary AI data technology, expanding U.S. government opportunities, reducing higher interest debt. You got to like that. Opportunistic investments, whatever the hell that means. The point is, Joey, this technology is on the way up. We talked about it yesterday. I asked you a specific point-blank question. Is it time to short the telecom companies or at least start to build a position? And you answered a very interesting response.
Yeah.
You think there could be partnerships between these type of companies.
It would be in their best interest, because what are you going to do? You're going to, if you don't adapt to the current situations and the evolving technology, you become the Blockbusters of the world.
Exactly. Well
right? So, I mean, if you don't learn from other people's mistakes, essentially, what are you doing? We already know that they're already starting to get involved with the Canadian telecoms. Is it Rogers getting involved with it as a little bit too? So once one starts to do it, then you essentially get everyone else to follow, especially when they start to fall behind drastically, right? So I think that's really important. I think these companies are too smart, and if they don't start to play catch up or make these collaborations, then you deserve to fail like Blockbuster did.
I agree. And here's like my little 2 cents there. What we're talking about here, guys, is low Earth orbit satellites. AST is putting up very similar to Starlink, where, you know, they're going to be good for internet. And if you believe what people are saying and what some of the companies are saying, in fact, that it will be basically direct to cell service without any new hardware required on the phone. So you're going to be able to get 5G connectivity with these low Earth orbit satellites with low latency. And as someone who's used Starlink on a flight about a month ago, it's fantastic. It's by far blows away any internet I've ever used on an airplane, and it's not even close. It felt like being at home. I told you guys I was on YouTube videos. The entire 5-hour flight, it didn't feel like 5 hours. So that's what we're talking about there, and that's why we're saying, you know, the telecom companies could get disrupted, this, that, and the other, because we didn't really preface that. So that's my look on AST Space Mobile, and we're going to go to Sia for the next topic.
McDonald's, McD has a Q4 adjusted EPS that came in at 3.12 versus the 3.05, which was expected. Revenue has hit 7 billion versus the 6.84 billion, which was expected. Net income has risen to 2.16 billion, which is 3.03 per share, up from 2.02 billion exactly a year ago. And revenue increased 10% year over year, which has improved traffic and stronger value. But the U.S. same-store sales have risen 6.8%, reversing a 1.4% decline. And McDonald's has sold 50 million pairs of socks globally during the Grinch promotion.
I like that. The socks are cool. What's that? Remember SanDisk? They're SanDisk, aren't they? I knew it. Yeah. So here's a little product from SanDisk. Obviously, it's not RAM, but there are the SD cards, 256 gigs, 128 gigs, 16 gigs, and 128. Thank you, RAM. So what I like about this is the push here. Apparently, Brendo, weren't you telling me something about GLP-1s and McDonald's today? They're making smaller form food to kind of ride the trend with the GLP-1 trade, or the GLP-1 fad, so to speak. So I like how McDonald's is alive to that. I also like how they're, you know, looking to kind of have these discounts. They're alive to the fact that, you know, people are having some trouble with the cost of living. They relaunched the extra value meals for about 15% discount. So you feel like McDonald's is kind of trying at least to be aware and not tone deaf with what's going on. I also like the fact that they're going to open up 2,600 new restaurants with 2,100 net additions expected to boost system-wide sales by about 2.5%. About 750 openings in the U.S. and operated markets, more than 1,800 via these licensees international. Those are the ones that are privately owned. So clearly they've got a growth trajectory here that is not really slowing down. Not bad. Not a company I know too much about or really follow all that much, but it seems to be, they seem to be kind of doing okay. What's the price at? Let's see what's MCD's at right now. Where are we at? We're up 2.18%. Let's just take a quick look over here. Are we at all-time highs? Let me just flip to the monthly so we can kind of get a better. This is all-time highs on McDonald's. So we're at all-time highs on McD's. McDick's. $333.38. All-time highs on McDonald's. Adara.
Oh, I accidentally put the wrong Ronald McDonald on my screen. But yeah, as I get the correct Ronald McDonald image that I'm trying to find here, and I'm not messing with you guys, Ronald McDonald will be in your screen and mine in 3, 2, 1. Basically what's happening here with McDonald's is I think this global comparable sales growth acceleration throughout the year is a really nice look. So in Q1 of 2025, we actually had a 1% year-over-year decline in comp sales growth. Then you kind of start to see it settle out here in Q2 and Q3, and then we end Q4 here with roughly 6% year-over-year growth in comp sales. So great look there for MCD. Now I want to talk here about the performance by region per quarter. So as you can see here, Q1, the only quarter that we actually had where we had positive comp sales growth, the only region was international developmental license markets. So not ones that are operated by the company, but ones where you've got licensing. Then you've got, honestly, in every quarter but Q4, the largest growth is in that international developmental licensed market area. So I kind of like this look here for MCD. It's showing like, hey, sure, obviously US stores can hold their own quite well. And we saw that especially with the US stores outpacing growth of other regions in Q4. But throughout the rest of this fiscal year, international developmental license markets revenue has held it down in terms of growth. Now, you might be wondering, why can I not yet find this infographic on X at TTV Research? What's wrong with me? It's not out yet. It'll be out just before 6 p.m. tonight on X at TTV Research. So if you want to see Ronald McDonald haunt your screen with some McDonald's charts, X at TTV Research just before 6 p.m.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, we have another restaurant earnings report. Sia, tell us about it.
So restaurant brands Q4 adjusted EPS has come in at 96 cents versus the 95 cents that was expected. Net income has fallen to 113 million, which is 34 cents a share, from 259 million, which was 79 cents a share from a year ago. And net sales have risen 74% year over year. Organic revenue is up 6.5%, including FX and refranchising impacts. And international same-store sales have climbed 6.1%, which is well above the 3.7% estimate. And now, Tim Hortons has posted a 2.9% same-store sales growth, below the 3.8 sales estimate, my apologies. Burger King also overall same-store sales has risen 2.7%, topping the 2.4% forecast. But Tim Hortons remains the largest revenue contributor at 46% of the total sales. And Popeyes had the same store sales decline 4.8%, worse than the expected 2.4% drop. So now Popeyes remains the weakest link in their portfolio.
Yeah, before we go over here for everyone's takes, I want to talk about the market. U.S. President Donald Trump wearing a purple tie. Nice Jerome Powell reference here by U.S. President Trump. He is making an announcement here with EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. If there's any kind of market-related updates here, I will keep you posted, but it's always worth noting when Trump is talking, and he and his purple tie are currently making an announcement. Probably not market-related, but you really can never know. Back to you.
All right. Hey, there he is.
We're here.
Okay.
We're here.
Got the Katina man on.
We're filling in for Joseph over here.
Yeah, I got to look this way to look at you.
Yeah,
Katina man,
I was going to say, like, yo, chill Dijon in the chat there, man. I mean, we're proud of Tim Hortons over here. People are saying that it got ruined when Burger King got involved over here. QSR, also Popeyes as well for QSR. That's another brand over there. But yeah, welcome everybody. Me and Shreve, this is actually, I'm at my desk. See, like,
yeah.
This is
That's
magic.
why Randy's in both frames.
Right here, fake high five. Ready?
Oh, hold on.
There you go. Bang. Oh, actually, that was actually pretty good right there. But yeah, Joe's gone to physio here. But yeah, QSR, I mean, just another one of those names, Sia and Sharif, that, it's back into potentially a key level, right? I mean, the retail side of things, and especially when you're talking about restaurants, goes through its sort of ebbs and flows, right? I mean, I think we saw McDonald's today put out good numbers, right? So, and I know McDonald's, Burger King, I mean, if you're going to look at Wendy's actually going to the downside recently as well. Some of the names aren't all built the same, right? So you got, like, this is a $7 name here for Wendy's. We talked about it the other day, chicken tendies right there. And if you have those, then maybe you're holding on a little bit to Wendy's, but this move from $11 all the way down into $8. I mean, this is just another one of those names. When you compare and contrast, this is a $20 high. This is Wendy's, right? So look at McDonald's with their report today. I think you got to stick with the winners, Sharif, is what I'm sure.
All-time highs, Katina.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you rotate out, right? It's not like, it's almost sort of like an NVIDIA versus an AMD type of thing. If one is working, you stick with that name. If one's not working, you go the other way. So for me, I would say dump those QSR shares, get into a McDonald's, because, hey, regardless of Joe not liking McDonald's or not, I mean, I can say whatever he wants, he's not here now. I like the stock, and I think you got to love a little bit of McDonald's there for today, all-time highs. I would think that switch is imminent if it's in your portfolio. Why not make that move? Get out of your QSR and back over into McDonald's.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And the chart does support that completely. Sean, you see McDonald's at all-time highs, QSR is not. What really stood out to me, though, for this specific report is that Tim Hortons remains the largest revenue contributor into a company that has multiple different brands. 46% of the revenue that they're bringing in at restaurant brands is a result of Tim Hortons. And then look at this. This is conflicting to me. Popeye's sales are down 4.8%. So if you were trying to make the case, oh, maybe people are looking for a bit more of a healthy till. Well, then how come Burger King's same-store sales are up 2.7%? Is Burger King healthier than Popeye? So it seems like there is a shift in preference or somewhat, or they're dropping the ball, at least from an operational sense at Popeyes. So I'd like to see, I'd like a little bit more of an explanation as to why one fast food brand, unhealthy as it may be, Popeyes is doing, or Burger King is doing better than Popeyes. That doesn't sit well with me. But in either way, Tim Hortons posted same-store sales of 2.9%, even though we're singing the praise of Tim Hortons. That's almost 1% below what the street was looking for. The street was looking for 3.8. They printed 2.9. It's not a good look. Popeyes dropping 4.8% in sales, and the street was actually looking for 2.4%. So exactly double the decline in sales for Popeyes. Doesn't look good to me. I'd agree 100% with Sean. I'd be putting my money into McDonald's if I was forced to choose one of these fast food players, Sia.
So now we have Anheuser-Busch. Q4 EPS came in at 88 cents versus the 85 cents that was expected. Revenue has risen 4.8% year over year to 15.6 billion. And for 2025, AB InBev expects EBITDA growth of 4 to 8% between that range. And Q1 earnings are projected at 88 cents per share. Emerging markets also have delivered 55.1% volume growth in Q4, while beer volumes rose 1.9% overall. And the total company volume, however, has declined 3.7% in the quarter. And China was cited as a key laggard due to certain weak demand. But Bud Light volumes have improved in Q4. Brand is still recovering from certain prior backlash, and Michelob Ultra has surpassed Bud Light in the U.S. share by volume.
Wow.
Tina, man.
No, I was going to say, I said to Sharif, what stock are we doing here? Because Budweiser, this is not a name that we've looked at often. Whatever happened to, the whole death of, fatty foods and people not drinking anymore because all of a sudden, these GLP-1s, and they're doing a great job, obviously suppressing, the need for that. And I would say, that's an awesome thing, what the GLP-1s are doing, especially for those that are battling, different addictions and whatnot. But, I guess that we saw Pepsi make moves higher, Coke battling back after not a great quarter, but they were at highs when they got hit there. A lot of people thought that there would be maybe a switch over to cannabis or, other alternatives to enjoy sort of your evening rather than, or any event, rather than beer. But, Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch there just continues. I mean, how many days in a row now? You're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, you're talking 20 days up and breaking out, and it's already broke out, man, this $72 mark. So I guess the death of, alcoholic and high-calorie drinks may be overstated a little bit anyways with Budweiser. That name continues to work. So I think it's just, I wonder what the short float is on this name because, let me just double check this. And I wonder if that's part of the move here. So here's our Benzinga Pro platform. Let me just double check what the short float looks like. It's small, nothing, zero, less than 1% short. So yeah, just a great quarter, some great numbers there. I like the international growth. We've talked about the EEM a couple times, Sharif. Everything that's happening in the US is not necessarily happening worldwide. So it's nice to see this extension for Budweiser. And hey, if I go to a baseball game, nothing better than having a nice cold drink, watching one of those. So yeah, Budweiser, very surprising to me. I had no idea. This is the cool thing about the show, Sharif, especially when you guys are doing these segments. It brings to light many other names that we've never even considered to look at. I look at the NASDAQ today and literally want to throw up. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us do, as I'm overweight on tech names, but why not get some Budweiser in your life, man? Crack one open, but that's a good move, up to $80 on Bud.
And I was going to agree with you, Katina, man. The data is suggesting that people are drinking less. right? So if you were, to think, okay, well, let's take a look at all-time highs. You know what? When those all-time highs were back in 2016. Yes, October 2016, that was $135 a share, okay? And then you could also make the argument there was a political headwind for Bud as well. We all remember that whole thing with Dylan Mulvaney and how some, in certain political circles reacted to that. And we saw an aggressive sell-off. I think it lost about 30% of its value on that. It pretty much recovered that entire thing, a V-shaped retracement, and went on to break highs. What I do like about this chart, Katina, man, is it looks like it might be breaking trend here. It's had a local area top, let's say around $70 at the high, and that takes us back to the COVID top in June of 2021. We're right there right now. So if we can take out that decisively, I do like our chances of possibly getting to 100, if not even that 105 that we saw back in July of 2019. But I still think that there is a general headwind for Bud if people are going to continue to drink less, if more people, as Sean was mentioning, are going to go on these GLP-1s. And by the way, an off-label use for GLP-1s is substance abuse issues, right? A lot of people are getting prescribed GLP-1s who have addiction issues. So this could be yet another play into that. So I don't know. Right now, you're seeing a great move up on Bud. It's breaking out through technical levels, but I think there may be still a longer-term headwind if people do not consume their product. We'll have to wait and see. See ya.
So we're talking about Birkenstock now. Q1 EPS has come in at 27 versus 26, which was expected, meeting the estimates. Revenue totaled 401.9 million euros, which is up 17.8%. Constant currency. And America's revenue has risen 14%. It was just showing continued brand traction. EMEA has increased 17%, and APAC has surged 37%.
Man, what's your take on Burke? I mean, it looks ugly. The chart looks like absolute hot garbage. I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about this. My toes are nothing to look at, but heading into the spring and summer, I think this everything all right? I think this name can get.
I had to process that.
All right, it's all good. I think this name can get going. I mean, you're right back to where we IPO'd. I mean, are things actually fundamentally wrong with the stock? It doesn't sound like it with those numbers. We did have a couple decent days to the upside here for Burke. It's only down 1.2% now. I think, this 36.45, that is the, 52-week, if not all-time low coming in there. So I actually like the long back in a name like this. And we always say it's easier to buy stock when it's, going up and you play with the trend. The trend is definitely down. It's not like this is going to be, an amazing stock to hold. But I think it might be worth it. See if there's any sort of new designs coming. And I don't know enough about this business, but sometimes it just takes one little hot sandal. And we've seen that with Deckers and UGG and things like that. And it's just like, if you create something that people want to buy, the margins are quite high.
Right.
What does a sandal go for? $120?
I was about to say to you, my mom just picked up some, man. She paid almost close to $200.
There you go. So, I mean, it's like the margin on those must be unreal. And like I know in my house, when something starts, making the rounds on Instagram or social media or something like that, there's a lot of money out there to buy certain things. And I think Birkenstocks, people love the brand. It's been around forever. And it's right at its IPO price. So if you feel like you missed the move, you get an opportunity to buy it. So for me,
exactly.
I'll stamp a money on Birkenstock. I think you could probably take it here against its quarter and see if it takes out that 36.50 all-time low.
I like that. And here's kind of my look at this. Remember we talked about Nike, and we talked about Nike getting away from that direct-to-consumer push by, trying to put most of their in-demand products in the Nike store and online, kind of leaving Foot Locker, Dick's Sporting Goods on this side of the border, Sport Check and some others, JD Sports. Well, not everybody's following that model, and Birkenstocks is one of them. Their revenue jumped 24% in constant currency, and they're accrediting, I should say, wholesale strength. So not bad. And then you look to their direct-to-consumer channels. How are they doing it on that? Is wholesale doing better at the expense of DTC? And that's not happening because their DTC sales increased 12%. So they're doing it live on both, and that's something we haven't seen with some of the other shoe companies. So I kind of like that with respect to it. Now, let's talk about their gross margins because Sean brought up a very important point. These things are quite expensive relative to some others. It's actually quite good. 57% 87.4% on a physical product is not all that bad. It's not NVIDIA-esque in the mid-70s, but physical products typically have lower margins than software, SaaS, etc., where the margin is a little bit higher. So I like that look. I don't like the chart whatsoever. This is the chart here, and as Sean said, we're right back at the IPO lows. We got as high as, I believe, that was the week of August the 26th of 24. The high of which was 64.78. It hasn't seen anything like that as of recent. See ya.
We're going to talk about Unilever. Q4 underlying sales growth has come in at 4.2% ahead of its 3.9% estimate, and turnover has risen to 12.6 billion euros, which is $14.96 billion for the quarter. Management has also expected a full year underlying sales growth at the lower end, between 4 to 6%. Also, developed market growth has slowed to 1.7%, with certain weaker volumes in the U.S. and in Europe. Unilever is slimming down its brand portfolio, which is targeting underperforming European food assets.
All right, yeah, Unilever, UL on the stock symbol.
Sir.
I just, there was, what's up to Aura Alpha there in the chat? Like, Rhyme, Sharif, I know this is probably something that you guys have been trading here in the midday. Is this something you and Joe were looking at?
No, this
no. Okay, so just mentioning it here, it just started popping like basically 11 o'clock. It almost feels like it was like out of nowhere just made this move up. This is, the name is Algorithmic Holdings. I don't know why it's Rhyme like that. I'm not sure if it was switched over from the name switch or something to try to get it going as algorithmic trading has been pretty hot as of late, but I just want to bring it to everyone's attention because you had mentioned there, Aura Alpha, like, you know, get this in your account, but now you're underneath VWAP, starting to break lower, and I just want to bring to everyone's attention that you'll watch out for this $1 break, you know, right here as something that could possibly, you know, give you, like, even if it breaks $1 and it gets a 95, like that's 5%. So, you know, be careful with that kind of a trade. Rhyme right now, whipping around. Yeah, so Unilever, this just goes back to a stock that I think can work in this space. I mean, we've talked about this. Anything that really can't be disrupted by AI, I think has a real good base case to be in your portfolio, right? I mean, we've talked about Procter & Gamble. We've talked about a lot of these names over the last month or so. And again, just like Budweiser, right? You don't need to enjoy Budweiser to enjoy the stock. You know, whether or not you know a Unilever product or not, this is an upside play, and it looks like it's trying to get going again. And if we zoom this out even to a longer time frame, this kind of reminds me of just a monster incoming break again. Like, look at XLE, look at what happened on silver and gold and all this once we finally broke through some levels. Now, this doesn't have the memory of the past ones because this only goes back to 2024 right there. But this high incoming, I think a break makes a lot of sense. And I really like AI for these names. And the reason why is that they're making them more efficient. They're not necessarily coming for their business. What they're coming for is to improve their business, making them more efficient, making distribution better, making production better, all of that. Unilever, I think, again, if it's something you can hold in your hand, I think it's a winner for the next couple months.
I like it as well, Sean. And especially we've seen a lot more of a buoy or a move up with these defensive names, these consumer defensive stocks. My only concern is, you know, inflation-related headwinds. We've been seeing a lot of people trade down. They're not buying the name brand, they're buying the in-store brand, or they're, you know, getting something entirely different. That is my concern. And we're actually seeing that in North American markets, in developed markets. Developed market growth slowed 1.7%. Food sales by Unilever were driven by emerging markets. Developed markets remained flat. So makes me wonder why. Are they not experiencing food inflation in emerging markets? Why is it specifically the developed world is having the problem with that? Secondly, we're going to go to Adair in a second. The company is obviously going through a structural change. They completed the spin-offs of its ice cream business, Magnum Ice Cream, and they've closed 10 transactions since early 2025, including the sale of like Vegetarian Butcher and Graze. So they're clearly trying to offload certain labels, probably to right-side the company. You know, whether or not that has anything to do with the food inflation and the demand shift that is as a result of that, you know, your guess is as good as mine. But that's kind of my take there. We're going to go to Adair.
So to let you guys know, U.S. President Trump started taking questions at this EPA event, basically just about rolling back some of these regulations. So far, he has discussed windmills during the Q&A and not much else. So again, some windmill-related comments, but just be aware, once again, Trump, not only is he speaking, now he's actually taking questions, and then we can kind of usually start to get some more market-moving things away from whatever he's talking about. So if that does happen, you know I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Much for that. All right, so, no, we're done.
Okay.
It is
We're wrapping it
2:00.
up?
Katina, man, I know, man. You and I haven't been on together since who left, and we had to fill in the midday. So it's great being on with you. Obviously, Katina, man, thank you for coming on
so fast.
with your time there and filling in. I appreciate you coming.
The only problem is now I got Randy to get me a coffee instead of me getting my own. So yeah, just say, look, man, awesome to be on here. And I've told you a lot that I really like the format of going through stories, especially in the midday when trading can be a little lighter and then interrupted if there's any kind of moves going on. So hey, I'm just right beside you most days, man. You can always call on me. So
I appreciate you, Katina, man. All right, I'm done over here. I'm gonna go up to the big desk. It's gonna be CNI, but this way is a Katina, man.
I'm on again?
Neil.
Oh, God.
You didn't have to go anywhere.
I'm on again?
Just chilling.
Okay, I thought Joe was filling in for me the rest of the way now, but no, welcome back. I got to get into the right show here, so I'm going to switch it up and get going. But yeah, the fried chicken. I mean, I thought I'm giving that 2 thumbs up right there for the fried chicken. I love Canadian fried chicken now.
Just wasn't enough. It ain't Canadian.
It is Canadian. I showed you the flag, man. Canadian.
Canadian
Man, we had this discussion before. Like, what makes a food Canadian, American, Italian? You know, it's the recipes, isn't it? And because you got to get the authentic
It
ingredients.
has to be differentiated somehow, or it's like a national food. Like it's just you're famous for it in the country, or there's a special way that it's done.
I'm gonna get into
we don't have Canadians don't have any special way that we're doing fried chicken. What are you talking about? Poutine, yes. Beaver tails, yes. And for anyone that tries to mock up, like, what the heck is a beaver tail? It sounds stupid. When you eat one, trust me, you come to Canada, you eat a beaver tail, it is delicious.
Pastry time.
It's a pastry. It's absolutely fantastic. But it hasn't been fantastic for the market. So that's...
I know. I asked Adara, I was like, what in the world happened to this market, like, out of nowhere? Oh, I'm still in. I have a very, very small piece, so it's not even... Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. As soon as I heard that. Thank you, Randy. Looking sharp. Randy makes his picks. He's got a new haircut. This guy's ready to rock and roll, man. So Halim's back, I guess. He's back. Okay. Back again. So now enter everybody to mock me for me getting my haircut at the barber. But thanks, Randy, for the coffee. But I don't have that much hair, and yet I'm still paying $50 or someone to cut it. Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
The thing about going to the barber, and I know you know this because you're friends with your barber, and I'm obviously befriended mine as well. It's just sometimes it's just the talk.
That's my boy, man. Like,
right. It's like, and I mean, look, you know how long? It's actually kind of strange because, you know, he'll take like 30 minutes to cut my hair. My hair probably takes like 5 minutes to cut, right? Same as Randy, right? I mean, it's the talking of the barber.
So
it's the social aspect. You know, figuring out what's going on with the family, what cryptocurrencies they're buying, in your case. You know, how is he doing with that, by the way?
Okay, so...
Wasn't he all about Solana? That thing is tanked.
I don't even want... No, it was...
You better give him more of a tip.
Dude, it wasn't even Solana. I kept trying to tell my barber, because it was like a taunt. It began with a T, and I had no idea what it was. And I was trying to tell this dude, like, that's not what you want. And, like, the Qs.
Right.
Like, just, like, have diversified to the market. Oh,
Ciao.
see, Randy's daughter was here. What?
Randy always trying to get like the little cameos, eh? Like, Randy knows you're not allowed to walk behind it.
Randy doesn't care. Randy can do whatever he wants.
He plays by the beat of his own drum, which is why we like it.
No, but seriously, like, you can't. It was I don't even know what my barber was in, and we would talk about it all the time, like diversification and this and that, and like got him. See, he likes Tesla, so it was like,
yeah, that's good.
Last year I was like, well, you got to buy Tesla on dips then if you like Tesla, and just don't be all in on crypto. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. So he's better off now, but the next time we talk, I'll ask him how. And I forget it began with a T, but it wasn't Tron. It was
hopefully it's Tether.
No,
because then he would be flat.
No, it wasn't Tether because it was something that I wasn't familiar with. That's how I know it wasn't Tether. But
maybe he made out okay.
Well, yeah, I hope so. But anyways,
Bitcoin's back down to 60. I mean, it's at 65.7. Yeah, what basically did happen in this world?
All I know is I got up. We finished the show at 11 o'clock. I got up for a little bit, stretch my legs, you know, go to the bathroom, just do the whatever. Like, I took a break. And then this happened, because I liked the VWAP, and it's like, okay, just get up for a little bit, and then you come back, and like, what the heck? I sat down, and Sharif turns to me and he's like, go look at what happened to silver. I'm like, I'd rather not. That's fine. But there was some really interesting bottoms. And then the worst part about it is I caught some really good mean reversion bottoms. One of them, like a bunch of stuff that shouldn't have fallen. I did this for the lesson today. A bunch of crap that shouldn't have fell started falling. And I got a couple of these. But the worst one was I got Warner Brothers at the low. And then I got up to go to the bathroom again.
I'm just stopped out.
And I'm like, I'm just gonna put a trailing stop in. And then I go to the bathroom.
That's what happens.
And then I make the absolute, because it was a news story that actually hit.
But whether or not you're in the bathroom or not, that's going to trigger.
Well, I don't use trailing stops on these ever, because I just usually manage them. No, but it was bad luck. I didn't know the story was going to happen.
So
you don't know a news story is going to hit. Like, that's just.
I wonder, I asked Adara for like specific stories, and she came over. No, she told me a couple different things. Maybe the escalation in Iran is starting to get going a little bit. And then out of nowhere, silver just completely fell out of bed. And this created some liquidity squeezes, I guess, on sort of people got nervous, I guess, about the overall market. We did have a little bit of a dump in the NASDAQ. This kind of started almost early. This is 10:30 right there. This silver spill was basically at 11 o'clock, where we just made some moves at the downside right there. So, we are still short the futures from the morning, and just covered a little bit here, maybe cover a little bit more if we break above 49.24. I did want to, I know we have a super chat, but I just also wanted to say thank you so much to Alberto right here, a new member, part of the team here. Yeah, BBAI. Yeah, James. Worst investment ever. I could give you a couple other ones that have been a little bit worse than that. But yeah, Big Bear AI. And in the software space, honestly, Palantir came out and had what was, talked about by many, not just Alex Karp, as an absolutely bang up quarter. And that name has fallen down 30% or something on that quarter. Pretty much like all software names, and any name that's not really had like I was saying, if you can't hold the product, let alone understand it, then it's going to be a problem in this environment. So I'm still long at 420. I haven't bought any more of this at all, Big Bear AI. But, I know you have some laughing emojis and all that kind of stuff in this, because obviously it's only back to where it was in June. There are stocks right now that are it's not even below tariff levels yet. All right, so I just obviously buying it as it's breaking, and I already said I wasn't even thinking about buying this name at the 200 period moving average. Now I know it's going to be a pick of mine for the year. I still like it. And if I still like it, then maybe I should be buying this dip, right? No, I really don't think it's turning around yet. And let's see the report. Let's see it go through. Because you know what? Even if you have a bang-up report, you're not in the right space right now. It's literally Big Bear AI, all right? So this is going to go through some problems. Now, their software, they have the only approved foundry for the U.S. Army and Navy for the storage. I think it's for scanning and for heat displays, or I know exactly, I have to figure out the terminology, similar to what Palantir has. So there are benefits to what BBAI has and the software that they have, and I don't think necessarily Neil or myself or Brendan or anybody's going to be coding anything to compete with Big Bear AI.
Oh, no.
But that is the problem. That is the problem right now. Everyone's a little worried about the disruption of AI, and if that's what you're running your sort of platform on, it's going to be a little bit of an issue, right?
Well, like you were saying,
even CRM.
You can hold it in your hand, because you can hold a bud in your hand right now.
Oh yeah, actually that's why I talked about it. You weren't here.
I know, because people are still mentioning it. And we're talking about this one this morning. No, people right now, when people are freaking out, it's like, okay, well, what am I sure about? What do I know is still going to be true that I can hold on to 5 years from now? People are still going to drink beer in 5 years.
I mean, the comment when you're going to a Jays game, grab a beer. People, it's a social event.
Okay, so I learned something about food and beverage prices I don't know if this is true about Canada, but I know it's actually a law in the United States of America.
A law?
Yeah, so what happens is because in the US, well, I mean, look, anywhere, once you walk into a stadium, like there's usually no re-entry, right? So inside, the vendors have what's called a mini monopoly. And with antitrust laws, there are actual laws around pricing and how much you can price food and beverages. So it turns out in the United States, and I don't know if this is true here, they just don't enforce the law. So like they're
In the United States, they don't enforce.
yeah, so they just
of course not.
inflate
Yeah, yeah.
the prices of the food and
Yeah,
the
of
drinks
course.
that you guys get, that everybody gets in stadiums, and there is a law to protect consumers from it, but they don't enforce it. Now here, I'm pretty sure, I know when we go to Jays games, they can't stop you from bringing food in. And I think that's the way that they get around it here is nobody is stopping you. Like my daughter wants her favorite treat.
No,
you can bring that crap in. They cannot stop.
No, I understand what you're saying, but
But I think that's how they get around the law.
that can't be the reason because you can't bring it into Leafs games or Raptors games.
Well, all I
It
know
would
is
be
in
the
the
same.
U.S. I don't know if it's a law in Canada. I know it's a law in the U.S. and it's weird to me that I've never heard of that before.
I don't mind paying more. Like, okay, I go to watch a movie.
Well-
you know, you're paying $10 for a thing or $8 for a thing of popcorn that literally costs 50 cents to make. You go to a fine restaurant, that bottle of wine at the liquor store is $50. It's $400 at the restaurant.
There is a vast difference between paying $2 or $3 for a 60-cent for a $1 hot dog and paying $20 for it. And like that, I think that's where it comes down to. What it boils down to is oftentimes we're not that informed about how the world works or how the laws work. So like there's probably nobody writing their congressman or whatever saying, why is this and why is this law in the books and why is it not being enforced? No one actually knows about that kind of a thing. I just always find it interesting because I didn't know this one to be true. I know we're going to do the rundown here. Let's actually talk about some things in the market, although this bet for you is legit because it's up 4% and it's making some fresh highs. But we'll talk about some other names that you guys are interested in. Guessing silver is going to be on the list. I don't know what else.
Watch, it could be mixed.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. C and I, we're locked and loaded. You already saw them, the big boys, Neil and Sean. They're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers, yes, on the Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat. Join us every day in the chat bright and early, and vote for your favorite tickers every morning. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before you vote. Otherwise, it does not register. Let's look at all four major averages, and as you probably guessed, yes, all four major averages are in negative territory, with the Qs leading down here 1 2/3 negative, and then the SPY faring a bit better, a little bit more than 1%, 1.16. The Dow, the best faring of all four major averages on the day, down a little bit more than 1% after making all-time highs a couple of days ago. Worst off is the IWM Russell 2000 ETF, barely above that 2% negative on the day, and Bitcoin continues to trade down at 65,000. A bit of a tough look there. Let's start with the first name as decided by you guys. This was going to be day number 5 in Greensville. CF for Tesla, not to be, now decidedly negative on the day.
Yep.
What do you have for Tesla?
So Tesla got an extra 30 days from the United States Patent and Trademark Office after discovering that Unibev, which is a French beverage maker, has filed the name Cybercab as a trademark itself. And Tesla does not want to walk away from that. It's putting up a fight. But Tesla originally filed for the extension of the trademark by Feb 11th and got that extension granted, but they are not going to go down to that.
Yeah, well, I know if I know Elon, he's not going to give up on this. A couple other headlines, guys. Tesla resumed with a buy rating by Tigris Financial. They see the firm as a long-term growth and value increasingly driven by Tesla's evolution from a pure-play EV into a multi-year physical AI platform. Separately, there was Chinese EV sales, which dropped for the first time since February of 2024. Of those, Tesla's share dropped 13.8% year over year in January. So that tougher look for Tesla again, guys, in China, down 3 1/5.
Yeah, today was, I mean, look, nothing stood much of a chance today. That's just how it is. There were moments when Tesla at the open and maybe 20, 30 minutes in, there was like a secondary bounce. It felt like it had a chance. But what do we get? We get a double top. That's a not good looking double top. We've broken through the 420 support, which will look pretty good. Look, I like Tesla. I think Tesla, in the long run, if you're thinking about growth and sort of their ability to transform this company from what it looks like now to what it can be in 10 or 15 years, which is completely different from just selling EVs. You like that because most of the other names, sometimes you can say, well, what's Apple going to be in 5 years? You kind of know the general sense of what they will be. But with Tesla, they could be transformative, which allows you to see into the future and why you pay a premium for it. All of that being said, from the highs, clear trend down. That got rejected today. So everything tells me that if we're not, keep waiting for this little bitty downtrend here to get broken out. So again, we'll creep back in, get that lower high, and the second we get there, something happens and you turn it around, and then it feels like you're headed right back for a test of 400 or this 200 period at 380. I feel like if we lose the 380, that could be trouble. But there is also a potential breakaway here for Tesla. Like it's not doom and gloom to see something which is holding a high end of the range. Like if you pull up this chart here, I'll zoom it back a little bit. It's holding the top end of the range like this, and you see it kind of downward trending. That's not the end of the world because that just means a breakaway here can start to explode. Unfortunately, we're just not pressing through that little trend line. And once again today, you got to pull back. So I think you wait for, tomorrow's Friday, so probably the 400 level, but the real support's down at 380. Seriously don't think we get there. I feel like 400 should be a difficult level for it to crack, you would think, on a Friday, given all the, given a wall that should be there. But until proven otherwise, I think the real breakout comes when you get above 440. More explosion if we could break the top of that line. So yeah, I'm holding, I'm not selling anything. Already, again, like anything that I sold from buying at 220 a while back, I've already done, and I'm not selling anymore. I'm actually looking for a place to buy more Tesla. With Tesla, I like it underneath the 200 period moving average. It's not one of those types of stocks for me because I think it's a little bit expensive. So to me, you buy it, I try to buy it when it loses the 200 and find a consolidation under and then get a better entry price.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I like Tesla for many reasons outside of the car, and I think that that's something that a lot of us feel the same way, and I want to dip by that name on weakness. I don't know if this sort of flush out is over yet, so I think some of those levels make some sense. Okay, I just want to say, tonight, join us at 4 p.m. as we will have a rundown of all of the earnings names that are going to be coming through tonight. I shouldn't say all of them, but, the major ones. I think there's 7 or 8 major ones, and one of them is Rivian. So we'll wait to see if they continue to, they will put up a number that's a loss per car, loss per vehicle. So that's not, we'll like to see if that margin can get a little bit better and see if they're able to make a little bit of progress on the cost side of things. I feel like costs are going up. So I'm a little nervous about the Rivian quarter here tonight. Just looking to see if there is a move in, we talk about putting out bids and offers into some names. If you were excited for anything about Rivian, you may want to sit around this $11 or $12 mark. We may get that opportunity. And Randy's out of here, but I want to tell him, I don't think he really owns that many Rivian shares, and he had talked about trying to get some at 10 or whatever the dollar mark was. That could be in play tonight. Now, to go from 14 down to 10 would be quite a hit, but I think that is possible. We've seen some negative comments there out of the EV space, and I think Rivian is due for potentially a real bad quarter tonight. So let's just wait and hope that it doesn't print out for them, but could be a downside play there for Rivian, and just not a great day today, already down 4%. I just wonder if some of that is people getting a little bit nervous for that print here tonight. But Rivian, always on our mind as sort of a secondary play, and we saw Randy took Volkswagen. That might be a good play. He was talking about some of those, issues there that they could overcome. So, watch out for some names. Ford was up today. GM's been on a run as well. So,
good for Ford.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to get long in this market. And Tesla, for me, just needs to wait.
NVIDIA next, guys. Faring second best in the world of Mag 7. Microsoft's barely green. NVIDIA is barely red, down 1/3%. But every single name on my semiconductor microchip watch list is negative for the exception of the memory names. NVIDIA, no different. What else can you tell us about this one?
Also, Taipei has signed a deal for NVIDIA's Taiwan headquarters. The mayor also told Taipei Times on Thursday that Taipei is NVIDIA's home. And the deal basically grants NVIDIA a 50-year lease on the land. And yeah, I think that's about it. It also expects construction to begin between June and July.
We've been talking a lot about this, boys, right? About reshoring a lot of the chip production. A little bit of a different take here. Chip production now possibly more in Taiwan.
Well, part of it's because like they have, I forget the name of, they actually have a rule in Taiwan where it's like if anything that they offshore for fabrication has to be like 2 generations old, right? So basically like the most advanced chips are only going to be made in Taiwan. And then the logic behind it is kind of obvious when you think about it, because if you're the US and if you're Taiwan and you don't want China to come in, just do whatever they want, then China. Having the U.S. understand that, well, all the most advanced chips from our companies are getting made there, we don't want that to happen. Well, if they offshore all the best stuff, and then you don't have to worry about it because that's being done in the United States, then they get this like little blanket. I think it's like the silicon blanket or some term that they use for it. So as long as that is true, like there's a limit to how much they're going to onshore to the United States, because it will only ever be the less advanced processes. So ultimately, yeah, that statement is true. The thing about NVIDIA, I feel like every single day I'll just write down that I want a 194 break, and when it does, if and when it does happen, then we can take a 194 break. But then every single time it gets there, it ends up being a short. But I want NVIDIA to break out. Obviously, it's a good consolidative level, and we just keep staring it down. It's a scalp short every single day, it seems. But it's holding up relatively well here. Holding this little consolidation, this time holding the 50 this week. So I do feel like the breakout is incoming. You'd like to be able to do it before earnings, I think. And we still have a couple of weeks for that to be true. So I'll go back to the well, waiting for 194 to break out sometime before their earnings. I like the way that it doesn't look good today. Nothing looks good today. But take a step back, zoom out the chart, and it's a nice consolidation. Like there's nothing bad yet about this chart, except for the fact that somebody keeps selling it in the low to mid 90s here.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of gave the bull case for NVIDIA yesterday, and I'll continue to do it. This has been going sideways for 8 months, all right? And it's like the only time that we actually only got a little bit of a bump up was in anticipation of their last earnings. You can see it up there at 205 area, 210, 205 area. So yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking for sure to be able to sit here and watch NVIDIA kind of go sideways. I understand that's a big part of a lot of people's portfolios, and it does kind of suck that you're not getting the reaction that we had thought with all this CapEx move. So I am a little disappointed, to be honest with you. And we wait for February the 25th for NVIDIA. For me as an individual trader today, though, it was on my board as the top play, buying these 195 dips or whatever, and that just didn't come out right now profitable for me. Well, we're profitable, but it wasn't the long that we had hoped for. So we have to watch out for NVIDIA. It looks like it's bleeding pretty good now, profusely, I would say, down to the downside. So be careful with NVIDIA here, and it just doesn't have the sort of wings that I thought it would. But with the Nasdaq down 1.5. It's still holding up okay. So the thesis here to kind of go long, I think still exists. So I like the long, and potentially on a break here of VWAP, we can try to get going because you'd be above all these levels. I actually don't mind this NVIDIA long here in the afternoon.
All right, guys, let's talk about Micron, up more than 3 2/3. On the back of this result here from Kioxia out in Japan, they reported third quarter results that really did beat expectations, both on top bottom line and guidance. But really, you see it was about the bottleneck in inventory here and the fact that they can't make enough RAM, which is kind of telling the market they're probably going to be charging people more money for it.
Yeah, so also Lenovo said that the memory prices went up 40% to 50% just in the last quarter alone, and they would double this quarter. It could double this quarter. And as we know it, Lenovo is supplied by Micron for certain chips, and personal computer maker Lenovo, the HK992, said that it expects worldwide memory supply constraints due to continue to throughout the year, because it reported the net income for December quarter fell 21% from the previous year just because of the shortage. And Micron, yes, is up 3.72, as you said right now. And it supplies Lenovo with dynamic random access memory components for its PCs, which is why I believe it's trading up.
Yeah, guys, and we just like we keep an eye on SK Hynix to see what SK Hynix is doing in South Korea, now we're keeping an eye here on Kioxia in Japan.
Yeah, the easiest way to see relative strength is on a day like today, when the NASDAQ dumps and makes this bottom, obviously it's CME time, so this will say 10.15, but it's like 11.15 here. So at 11.15, you make this low, which is still the low of the day on the NASDAQ, and that is Micron making the low. When we retest that low here, this is making a higher low on Micron. So that's the easiest way to gauge the relative strength. That just tells you where's the place that in tech where the dip is getting bought and it's sustaining, right? When we're catching a bid, where is it actually not just going to give you a level of support, but where buyers will step in and continue to buy? And right now that's in the memory names. It's going to be in Micron. It doesn't mean that you have to be making a fresh high today. Frankly, on any tech name, it's going to be difficult for that to be true, the way that things sort of sold off this afternoon. But doubting these guys after the expectations on the last quarter were to come out 3.5x, and that's exactly what they did. SanDisk was probably more impressive with their quarter as well. And then you just continue to hear call after call, earnings after earnings about how the demand is outstripping supply so greatly with these memory chips. So the story's not over. When we see the market when we see the NASDAQ, I shouldn't say the market, when we see the NASDAQ bottom out, I think the first place right now to look for the dip buy isn't necessarily, hey, let's see if Apple can catch a bid. Let's see if Palantir can catch a bid. It probably should be, let's see if Micron and SNDK can catch a bid, because that's the first place that everyone seems to be, or that money seems to be going. I shouldn't say everyone, money seems to be going.
Yeah, it was, the market might be battling back a little bit here. Yeah, look, we said it earlier. I'm not going to, Neil just called out the chart. Look, when Micron's talking about SNDK, Western Dig, all these names, when they're talking, first of all, what's Apple doing here? Just going through a lot of volume right now. It's not really doing a whole, I was thinking about actually trying to maybe catch a little bit of a long here on a break back on Apple, but let's put that on the burner for a second. Let's circle back to that in a couple minutes. But no, I was thinking about Micron. There was a note, I don't know if it was in Sharif's note or in our rundown on our watch list, and it said something like, Micron just sees extraordinary demand and a limited supply. And like when I was back in school, I think it was maybe 5 or 6 years ago when I graduated university.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I know I look old, but no, that maybe 20 years ago. The idea of supply and demand was still a thing. And as long as Micron has, and now you might not know what it is, but economics seems to be like turned on its head with this recent move in gold and everything like that, but we'll move off of that. Hello? The idea, Fabian, I didn't say anything bad about silver. I'm not even saying anything bad. Like, the minute you bring up silver, Fabian, it's just like whenever you bring up what.
I'm not even paying attention, just like, nah.
Like if you talk about Bitcoin with Joe, this is what Joe goes. He goes, fail.
Joe hates a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you could say that. But no, I was just going to say, whenever the supply is limited to what the demand is, I believe them. And I don't, no CEO. Micron's actually been known, and I forget the name of the CEO, Adair probably if he was on the desk, Sanjay Malhotra. Yep, thank you, Adair. Has been known to be a little conservative, I thought. And if this is the way that they're going to talk, then, hey, man, I'm going to hold them to their word that the demand is unreal. And we've seen it with Vertiv. We've seen it with GEV. We've seen it with the CapEx plays. The spending is not going anywhere. And Micron continues to be a big part of that story. You could not understand like why it's up 100% this year or whatever it's up, maybe even more than that now. But that doesn't matter. You don't have to. The chart is what the chart is. And I'd say short something like that at your peril until you hear the story that there's a glut of RAM. And when there is, then obviously you'll be too late to the short, but I think that'll just get started. I think there's a huge move down that is about to happen, but not now. So we'll move off of the long of Micron and go on to the next story and then get Sharif out of here.
All right, guys, NFLX, oh baby, this is dropping down 3.87 off the lows though, but decidedly giving up $80. There's this headline here. The downward pressure intensified after activist investor Ancora Holdings disclosed that $200 million stake in WBD. I did watch this on the, what's it called now? I think they're Worldwide Exchange now with Morgan Brennan. It's no longer that other guy at 5 a.m. And he was doing this interview live with her, and that she broke that story. So a bit of a delayed reaction here, but Paramount, Skydance, WBD, And Netflix, the saga continues.
Yeah, and the company is planning to oppose Warner's deal to sell Price TV and film assets to Netflix. This is reports from the Wall Street Journal as of a day or two ago. And Netflix co-CEO director Gregory Peters also sold a total of 27,312 common stock shares as of 10th of February. The total amount was $2,273,454.
All right, guys, so Ancora does intend to oppose Netflix's acquisition, favoring that $30 share per bid from Paramount Skydance. They argue WBD's board has not given, quote, adequate consideration to Paramount's offer. So the back and forth saga for this buyout continues.
Yeah, like I don't disagree with them about the whole adequate consideration thing. I think they're probably right about that. But I'm also pretty sure that firm owns like 1% of WBD. And maybe they're buying more. Yeah, like maybe they're buying more, but at the same time, for now, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That being said, I'm going into buy the dip mode on trend reverses for WBD for the time being. Like I used to say that this was a fade if it got higher, but that was way back when it was in the high 28s. While we're down here, like this, so the actual price is like about approximately this line, like 27.75, which does mean when we start dipping, as long as we're holding above, because now there's, I guess, some kind of increased percentage chance that Paramount Skydance deal could happen, then I think buying it back in when we cross underneath the price makes sense. As far as Netflix goes, just gonna pull up the weekly chart because, look, this week, I don't see any way we're gonna regain this support. Like you look at the weekly chart, we have lost this 80 to 83 support, right? It's gone. We're not bouncing, we're probably not bouncing 10% tomorrow. So barring that, we could be headed for a test of, I think, the 200 period moving average here on Netflix. I don't know how much of this fall you want to be able to attribute to some of the, I guess, the reservations about content with Netflix. I don't know. Or is it really just about the deal? But either way, the ball doesn't lie and price doesn't lie. So I'm somebody who bought shares in front of this 80 support, and I will be waiting. I think there's a value here. I will be waiting for the 200 period moving average on the weekly at this point. So you've lost here. We're actually accelerating through, unfortunately. I could see us getting down into that mid 60s. And it has respected that in the past, but it's been quite some time since we've seen that moving average.
Yeah, same kind of feels. I mean, I don't, maybe this deal is not the greatest for Netflix anyways. I mean, what if they wind up losing the bid and then we don't have to worry about everything that's happened to Netflix? I mean, I honestly think like with podcasts being on Netflix now, and I kind of like the situation that Netflix is in moving forward. I know there's been a lot of cord cutting, and now that some people have cut Netflix as well, I mean, I don't think the Stranger Things went maybe as well as maybe they had hoped. That could be wrong, I don't know. But yeah, just downside pressure on NFLX. But I think as we wage a war on content, they're sitting there always trying to buy content and trying to get more on their platform. So, I mean, how many, I don't know what the monthly active paid users are, but there's only there's Spotify has almost 300 million paying users. I'm sure Netflix's number is something similar to that, if not higher. There's only so many businesses that have that kind of a sort of a paywall, that people are willing to, fork out their hard-earned money for. And I know there's been a lot of people canceling Netflix, but there's a lot of people that aren't canceling Netflix as well. So we'll just wait to see. I think Neil's already talked about the levels on the weekly chart there. If you haven't bought any, I mean, it's not horrible. Like I was saying, if the deal falls apart, I think Netflix can actually even maybe go up on that, and they can focus on something else. Spend the $85 billion on something else, and I don't know what that would be, but
buy back shares.
Put a buyback under there, or just say, you know what, fine, forget it. We missed out on this. We're going to try something else. So I would hold fort that Netflix has a bounce in it somewhere. I just don't know if it's yet.
Talk about Fastly, guys. This is, as the name puts it, really heading up here in a quick way. 88.5%. Both Joseph and I were involved in this one on the midday. And guys, when you improve your EPS 700% year over year, the market makes you well, rewards you, and it certainly is today. See, how'd they do?
100%. Yeah, let's go over a few highlights here. The total revenue was 172.6 million, which is a 23% year-over-year growth. Operating income was 21.2 million non-GAAP, of course, above the company's 8 million to 12 million guidance range. Operating margin 12.3% up, Sharif, sequentially from 7.3%, and net profit 20.1 million, which is 12 cents per diluted share versus a net loss of 2.4 million in Q4 of 2024. Okay. So just a comparison over there. And free cash flow positive 8.6 million versus negative 7.9 million in Q4 of 2024.
And analysts, thank you, Sian. And analysts obviously chiming in as they typically do after earnings. William Blair analyst Jonathan Ho said, Fastly delivered a stellar quarter driven by rising contribution from agentic AI traffic, which we believe is still in its infancy. At the same time, customers signaled, boys, larger deals with Fastly, reflecting that broader commitments across network delivery, security, and compute. 87.5%, near the highs.
Yeah, I mean, if you had this one possibly getting 100% on your bingo card, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's defying expectations. It's not even, it's maybe double digits on the short float, like call it like 9 or 10%, something along those lines. Like, we're not even talking about a gigantic short float here, but ultimately, sometimes momentum is just momentum. And it'll be deceiving because what happened, like I came in, like this morning, watched the morning show, I was pretty much short things. And when you have that mentality, like you're thinking dip by, like my like I was basically like 12.5. That was a big level on the daily chart. Let's play down into here somewhere. And once it was gone, it didn't stop. And this would be the best example of a VWAP continuation play that I've seen in quite some time. Because when we left you in the middle of the day, I was still thinking short things. And I even said, hey man, Fastly's going like crazy. Look at this shelf that it's got. If it breaks that shelf, I'm looking short. Well, I mean, it never broke the shelf, and here we are $3 later, and it's up 90%. It's a runaway freight trend, maybe because there's nothing else people want to buy today. That could be a part of it. But I don't know that I would be chasing this move given that, because then the other side of that equation would be, what happens if everything else starts to catch a bid? Well, then you could see some Fastly profit takers start to come in on vogue, and when you're gapping this far, now you could be talking about 25, 30% pullbacks like that just because of healthy profit taking. So great look off the volume weighted average price. I'm sure lots of small cap traders were on this because there wasn't all that much. It's like this, there's like BNAI, which I'm not terribly familiar with. That's running apparently. It just goes to show there's always something showing you strength. Personally, I'd be all about ringing the register. This is insane.
Yeah, I would definitely sell out of that one, man. I mean, honestly, like up 100%, that just seems way too insane for me. But before we get to that, well, we can put up the super chat if you want, but I'm going to go long right now on Palantir if we break 130. You know, this basically flash crashed from, I mean, the flash crash is much more dramatic than this, but just kept going down, and as did a lot of names. So this kind of looks like that silver trade, actually. But this is a stock that put up a good quarter that, again, has an AI attachment. So it's going to get crushed right there today. But if this takes out VWAP, I'm going to go long. I'm only going to give it 50 cents. All right, so I'm going long through 130. If it hits, you'll see it in the account, and boom goes the dynamite. Yes, so this is, I've never even read this. All I read is WWE. The $5 billion over the next 10 years doesn't look too good right now. So I don't, why doesn't that look too good? The daily the weekly viewers on Raw, I think is approaching 2 million.
Huge.
But I don't, you tell me, I mean, maybe they're not getting the sort of the profit or the
maybe
subscriptions.
Yeah, not getting the hours off of it.
Yeah, so let me know why that's a problem for them. But I'm willing to hear that. I just like in looking for content. So I guess it's 5-year deal. I don't even know what the deal is there with WWE. But if you're saying it's 5 years, $5 billion, so $1 billion a year, I would assume that includes all the pay-per-views and you know the couple shows they have per week. I don't know. Like
you get, yeah. I don't.
It's not my business.
I have Netflix. I don't know if you get everything because I don't watch it anymore.
No, you do. I mean, everything I've seen.
You get everything.
Yeah, like I watched Mania on it.
That's a market that I would assume you want to have that viewership. Let's be real. If you're North America, you want that viewership on your platform. So again, to each their own. I think Netflix does have some things that are not looking too good, and appreciate the super chat from Golf Franchise right there. But you also said DTCR. The second part of that was DTCR, which
Anybody
is
wants to go golfing, by the
data
way.
infrastructure ETF. Yeah, it's golfing.
It's not now, but in the summer.
I ain't thinking about that yet.
Anybody can let me know. I'll take a day off if Brendan lets me. Go golfing.
And then gotta go.
I know. I have to make sure Brendan lets me.
Gotta go.
You know.
Brendan can be tough with that sometimes.
Yeah, he's really tough.
He's kind of, he's one of those.
Tough nut to crack.
He's like he's a really nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He's gentle and whatnot, but he'll let you know. Brendan, he'll let you know. Oh, that DTCR, a new fresh 52-week high. That's a data. I don't think there was much of a comment. It was just how DTCR for the future. I mean, what are you going to do? We keep talking about how there is plenty of strength out there if you're willing to look for it. And it's certainly, on days like today, it's good to remind yourself what is, and then the first thing I do is flip to Robinhood as I'm making this point. It's good to understand like what is actually holding up, what is strong, what is still trending. That being said, all of that being said, Robinhood is not trending up. I tried it once. This would be like that loser this morning. This was the only loser this morning, but got away from it, and now it's made a pretty firm double bottom. 70.5, not 70, but you can see this little wall that it's trying to break out. So it's a very, very long bear flag, which has lasted a very long time, and it doesn't break out until it gets to about $72. I'm not a huge fan of waiting for it to break that when it's that close to VWAP. So I just want to see it, if it can consolidate, it hasn't consolidated above 21.5, or sorry, 71.5, if I can see it hold that range, then I want to jump in off there, give it to 72, 71 quarter or so, and then play it into this volume weighted average price. A bit of a recovery play on Robinhood. It's not down 10% now, but remember, it was down 10% yesterday. So this is a continuation SSR play as well. Ooh, goodness.
We're going to, Robinhood down another 8%. At some point, I'm going to step in and buy that name. Sometimes this job is a curse and a blessing.
Because you always see, you're looking at the market every single day.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like you see all these opportunities. It's like, what am I, buying Netflix in the 80s and now it's in the 70s, if you just looked at your portfolio once a month and tried to rebalance it, maybe that would be a better obvious strategy. Before I go to Adair, I'm just going to show you guys right here. We're going to stop out of the queues if it breaks right here. So 49, I just put it in 49.31 for the big trade there for me today on the TQQs. It's funny because SMR still, this is getting crushed, but this is still a pretty profitable stock for me. And actually, my number one stock today is SMR, P&L wise. And I was in and out of this one so fast. In at 9:30, basically 9:33, and out at 9:57, just before 10 o'clock. What you got going back there, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know earnings coming up, of course, and what better way to celebrate than a copious amount of infographics on X at TTV Research. Here is Brendan's doppelganger, as he's sometimes known here, RJ Scaringe, founder and CEO of Rivian, and Rivian revenue last quarter actually up 78% year over year as a total, with software and services revenue up 324% year over year. That was for Q3 2025. But what if you're thinking, hey, I want more details? This is a brief visual and RJ Scaringe is blocking my view. Then go on X at TTV Research. I have a similar visual for Coinbase earnings that breaks down Coinbase. I have way too many Coinbase visuals, guys, up on X at TTV Research, and there are more coming once we get the report for next quarter for Q4 2025. I'm very excited to go over all of these earnings with you live at 4 p.m. here on Trader TV Live with Sean, Neil, Brendan, and RJ Scaringe, and myself. Back to you.
It's amazing that we have the CEO live with us as they're releasing it. So
I wish we had that side by side because. No, Brendan literally dressed up as RJ Scaringe one year because they look enough alike. I thought he did a great job.
I thought he just dressed as I didn't think he dressed up at all.
No, I think that's literally what everyone else dresses up for Halloween. We all do it on the show. Brendan is very professional, so he's like, I'm not doing it. But then he looks exactly like RJ. We don't take ourselves that seriously, so we dress up like fools because that's how we roll.
Okay.
No, but he just looked like RJ, so it just worked. And you put it side by side, and it was legit. I wish we had, I don't have the picture. I'm sure it's somewhere. Daryl will look for it. For sure, but I want everyone to a reminder, it's only 2:43 here. And it's all the same names we just went over are going to show up on the visualizer. Like I was just asking in the chat, is anybody trading that BNAI, which I wasn't even paying attention to or looking at? Just a reminder, when you're putting symbols in the chat, make sure, like BBAI bottom-ish, just put in, just go $ BBAI next time, and then that'll pop in and start to pick up. And then if something's really interesting, it can bump onto this list, and then we know what to cover. There's an Apple, there's BBAI in there as well, so that's what we're all about. I got my eyeballs on, well, you guys can see, Robinhood is holding, it's trying to hold that 71.5. Every single chance it looks like it wants to close kind of in this range where it's had wick tops, it's been failing to do so. This is potentially the first candle that will do it. So I want to be long if it can hold this candle, just give it to the prior low, play it into this volume weighted average price. As we've got this, kind of bear flag that's trying to break on the NASDAQ and a few names that are getting off the schneid here. So this candle will close like now. There we go, there's our confirmation. So now I can get on the bid here and we'll look to see if Robinhood wants to go. I also suspect no matter what Robinhood does for the rest of the day today, just kind of remember if Coinbase really craps the bed, then it probably is going to be another bad time for Robinhood. Let's be real.
I can't believe
but at least until then, we'll play for this to break into VWAP.
All right, well, we had a new position a couple minutes ago. Palantir does break 130. We took it. We're just going to do what we said. I said 50 cents, but we're just trying to watch out for this 25 period moving average. It hits it and falls back in. We have that trade in our quiver here, and that is that it's called the break and fake. So we break it, and then we do a little fake, a little dance down to the downside. And let's just say I picked up about 25% more shares when we dropped into there. These positions at the end of the day, well, let's just see where they can go. Yes?
I have the side-by-side comparison, guys. I tried to find like the closest photos that were the most almost similar. So you've got like the smiles here. But yeah, this is RJ Scaringe on our left, CEO of Rivian. And on the right, this is Brendan Wickens.
There exists a better one.
The guy in the RJ Scaringe there looks like Superman. I don't know. It's like kind of like
he looked a little bit like
Clark Kent action over there.
He also looked a little bit like the mayor, Patrick. What's his face?
A lot of people say that I look like The Rock or things like that, But Okay.
Apparently, I look like Don. I don't see it.
Don Cheeto.
I don't
He
even.
Could be his brother.
I don't remotely see it.
I feel like it's only the head shape and nothing else at all. Like it's the fact that there's it's like the hairline. I feel like that's all it is. And I don't mean that as an insult, sorry, because I don't see that. I don't see it.
Man.
The resemblance with you and Don Cheadle, but I think that could be maybe what people are doing. I don't know.
He's losing his hair way faster than I am. What's up, Don Cheadle?
Yeah, ouch.
Straight up.
Yeah, no.
What about your legs, War Machine? I'm running around like normal because War Machine got crippled in the.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I think you are. That is kind of you are kind of a doppelganger.
We do have a super chat from
sure.
David again. David, always David. You've got Airbnb, Rivian, Beat and Dip. It's the new Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach you how to buy the dip. Use you two as references. So if Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan call applying for a senior analyst of their junk bond sectors, no problem. Yeah, done. We'll just make sure we turn the phone on. We'll give you rate reviews. Here's what we'll do when they call.
I give great references.
I'll just read off all these fantastic super chat ideas that you got and be like, look, yeah, we love David, appreciate it for sure.
Okay. So what was it? Airbnb?
It's Airbnb and Rivian expecting beats but dumps anyways. Yeah. I feel like that's the market we've been in. Although, at least in the case of Rivian, I wouldn't be sold on the idea that they even beat and then dump.
They're not going to.
I think the number that we care about, I'm not even sure about the top and bottom line. Can they improve on the amount that they're losing per vehicle in some
That's the only thing that matters to me.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even care about the EPS. You're losing as much money as they do per vehicle. That's where I want to see the improvement. As far as Airbnb goes, I've said this time and time again, I don't know what everyone else's experience is, but we don't use my family, we haven't been using Airbnb. We used to every year. We'd use it in Florida when we go. We'll be there in March, and again this year we're not. So it's been in we call it like stuck ranged or dead money, whatever you want. But since August of 2024, with one notable exception, which would have been like the tariff tantrum stuff, it's basically been in the same end of the range. Which you buy it when it gets to the 100 to 110, it seems like, and then you sell it because it's not going to break 140. And that's what the stock has been doing for a while. So if it loses that, I think you're in a world of trouble because that's about 2 years worth of consolidation, which is nothing wrong with that. But it's in a lot of trouble if it loses that support level tonight. So you've been okay if you buy the dip in that particular area. So I'm kind of with you when you have that kind of a pattern that if it beats and dips into an area that's been bought before, why not? But most of these stocks have been getting punished, unfortunately. It just kind of is what it is.
Let's see if this market can go. I mean, I'm just sitting here in this name. I mean, I'm not stressing out about this. It's not huge. Oh, well, now this has changed, so we got to keep it. Okay, I got to keep adjusting this as we sit here and wait for Palantir to eventually go. I'm just gonna. I keep on trying to use the 25 period. I mean, the 50 period might be something. I mean, if it's just going to dance around here, I don't need it to flash and then stop me out there. All right, let's just go 129.44, and this time we'll flash out of 50% of it. If we could get a little bit of a dump down, that's all. We've seen that happen before, like right into there, and then the trend does continue back up. And I do understand that, we've taken out VWAP here. Again, okay, here we go. A name that's not been traded today. I don't think you were in Palantir.
I don't think
no,
you
okay, so yeah, we'll just look at it. I'll see if I can take 15 cents on 10% of it if it can get back to the upside here, because as I just said, man, our stop is now at 50s and we're still long at 90s, so we'd like to see a little bit more there. Did I not get out? Oh, I'm at 14s, my bad. Oh, there goes, that's what just filled. It was a TQQ, so sound that alarm. Right there, big trade alert. And again, all we did was just go short. So the reason why this is not, I mean, look, it's a good trade, but we didn't hold that much. We went long first at 40.51 because we wrote it down on here that we liked 51.50 long. The minute that broke, we nailed the short and boom, down to the downside there. So we wind up getting out of the TQQs and pat ourselves on the back for that one. But Palantir, I don't know. We just got that 15 fill. See this? Like, bang, just cracked lower right there again. So yeah, just be careful with all of this. Pretty violent here, and I don't want to give the day back, so we're not going crazy on this one. We're going to go perfect so far. NVIDIA, Palantir, SMR, and the Qs. 4 big names and all traded like big cap names today. NVIDIA, Palantir, SMR is not big cap, but a big mover, needless to say. And then the Qs. But yeah, all right, so Palantir, now that we've already got that out, like I would have liked to see it continue. I don't know. I mean, now I have to keep adjusting this. Ugh. All right, let's just let Palantir go upside and maybe we'll get some sort of a monster play. I'm at 20s and I'm at 50s for Palantir. Otherwise, let's just stop out of this thing before I lose even more hair. 129.50. Let's put our stop in and forget about it. 129.50 for Palantir. That'll be it.
It's like Yannick Nesbitt. I didn't look at this stock either. Oracle, high of day.
Yeah.
See, now this is different. That's called changing your tune. Well, it's backing off the high of the day, by the way. But with the market at the lows, Oracle back in at the highs. Oh, my brain usually goes to one spot. See VWAP in here, and then I see this, and then I want to try to look for like a trend line play. Like if the market were to come back in, then playing something trending back to the downside would make a little bit of sense. So going to hit save on this in case it breaks down, because that's something I'm going to like. Oh, I need to make sure this is popping through VWAP. So where's the next level? I'm just going to get some orders out on, because we talk about this all the time, like sort of stay in your lane. Like if you have setups at work, and I said this in the middle of the day, when we were having that flash crash, one of the things, I don't want to call it a flash crash, when the market's doing an extreme move like it did, right? Like that you saw what happened in the NASDAQ, you saw what happened in silver or whatnot. One of the first things I like to do is try to jump over to something, and the reason why I jump to something that like a cash buyout deal is for the logical reason that these will trade based on the time value of money and the probability that the deal is not going to close. So a stock that might have a 5, 10, 15 cent range is all of a sudden doing a heck of a lot more than that just because the market's dumping, not because of anything that's going on fundamentally, which makes catching a bottom on them much better risk-wise. Like I know if I can snag the bottom, I have very good risk to return, and there's like a fundamental reason why it can go up regardless of whether the market goes back up. So it's the first place my brain went. It's why I bought this. It's why I bought WBD, Warner Brothers, at the lows, just for that. So I want to get my orders out and try to. There's also this MGRT, which Slow Motion Jane has been nice enough to put with the $ sign in the chat. So I don't know the story here. It's halted to the upside for like the umpteenth time. Here, I'll show you my halt scanner, and I'm not going to bother to count these, but suffice to say this is halted a bunch of times today. It's also done 278,000 shares worth of volume, which makes it about as untradeable as possible. It's probably blocked with real trading. It's how bad it is.
There does not appear to be a story, Neil. And the last story on Benzinga for this is from December 23rd, 2025. So I have nothing to give you, unfortunately, other than this seems to be kind of a confusing move.
Well, that's sort of when it's running on no story and it's running on also no volume. This is not, and the tap says 21 bucks. So like it's actually indicating it's going to open another 40% higher, but you can't really trade this. Like again, like it would be blocked for risk purposes here at Real Trading just because there's no liquidity. So good luck if you happen to be in it early. I think if you get in one of these early, that's actually fantastic because I think that gives you an opportunity to maybe hold on for the dream. That being said, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. It'll be open. Its volatility halts will be open in 5 minutes from whenever it halted. Good luck to anyone trading that. But if it's not doing millions of shares, it's probably not a very tradable stock from a day trading basis. And that's why we try to stay away from it. But Oracle does have this trend line. I'm looking to see if there's something better for reversal short. ZSL might be a jam. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's why. One of my charts has VWAP here on ZSL, but it's missing some data. Okay. Looking at this, I'm like, that is nowhere near VWAP. But I was in this at 250-ish before, and it might be a nice spot to grab it again. So I'm looking for this. That's, of course, inverse silver, by the way. So it's like a silver short. But unfortunately, Robinhood just doesn't want to go. We take a shot at it. It's right here at this consolidation. But when I go in, I usually have a rule of prior bar is my out, and the prior bar was right here at 30. For some people, you don't want to risk more. Like me, I'm risking 30 cents on that play. I'm playing it to 72 into VWAP, so that's like 1-to-1 and then 2-to-1. So I want to make sure to keep the stop tight. So I like the setup, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to give it too much room, especially at 3 o'clock. So ZSL possibly here. I'd feel better about this if it was a volume-weighted average price, but there is this going on. Like if you look at the first dip when this went parabolic, so that crazy move in silver, the first time that it bounced, this would have been support. And then it came back and bounced support again. I jumped along, not terribly sure why I put my trailing stop here instead of under the trend line, but that's a distinction without a difference. Only had 10% left anyways. But it's holding on to this same support level. So if silver were to drop again, that would be us bouncing off of that support line. So that gives us something to work with here for sure. So we'll see what happens. But silver was going absolutely crazy before. And for those of you where it's more simple and you just want to look at, you just want to actually look at spots of where I was trading SLV earlier, same barcode, and it's the same principle. The only difference is here, it looks to me like you have broken the trend, but it's a little bit tighter on ZSL over there. So volatility, maybe not as crazy as it was earlier. You're just going to really have to pick your spots or recognize that I find this happens where, like, if it's the more extreme the midday or the morning is, sometimes the choppier and useless, I guess, as the close might end up being because you've done such a big move. It's kind of like exhaustion would be the best way to think about it.
I think you're wrong with that one. I mean, talk about exhaustion. I mean, are people exhausted with IPOs? I mean, I know this is a petroleum name there today. Arco Petroleum comes out, and yeah, nothing. Not much going on here. As we indicate another IPO to look at. It came out at 1775. That's the opening price you can see right here on our level 2 screen or on our level 2 window. And you'll just be able to, you know, I guess maybe go long. I don't really have too much, but I just wanted to say, like, this name had IPO'd today. And I thought it was going to be okay. Its price was 18 bucks, came out at 17.75. So actually, we finally now see something priced underneath its expected range. So that's never a great sign, and you can see that that actually wound up falling. Okay, first of all, Palantir just did this again. So I don't know what happened there, but down and up there for Palantir. We'll get stopped out on that. not much really going on. We were just right there at 130.15s, like we were 15 cents in the money, and then the market goes, nope, and falls right back down in right there. So I assume you probably got stopped out of your hood there. I don't know what just happened on the market, but there it goes, downside.
It was exactly the same.
Yep, exactly. So boom, market giving it back there, and so does Palantir. So, you know, again, nothing really to cry over here, but it was an L right there on Palantir. So we put a blemish on the old mark or on our trading there today. So
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
that's from earlier.
I think that's a possibility.
No, that was from this
SoFi.
morning, which we did address. So there is actually a chance that SoFi could end up in the S&P this year. But golf franchise. First of all, golf franchise. Where are you from? Let us know. Are you golfing where you are now?
Arizona.
Could be Arizona.
That's my call.
That would make a heck of a lot of
Maybe
sense.
somewhere in Florida.
I was going to say it could be Florida as well. HXL, you're curious about? No particular question. You're just putting the ticker in, which is always tricky. What is this? Hexel? Yikes. What a give up. Super strong move. Is there a story for this thing today? I always want to make sure that we're not pulling something up. And again, I'm never going to be familiar with every single stock. I've not looked at this chart whatsoever. So it looks like this morning they just got an upgrade from B of A. Okay, I mean, that is technically a catalyst, I suppose. It's not that good of a catalyst. Upgrades and downgrades are, like, they get you, like, it's good enough to get you on the watch list, but then you have to have something about, like, trading at a good price level. You always want something that goes along with it for sure. So ultimately, I'm just sort of looking at the short float here. It's 8% short float, which is pretty good. Considering, you know, for a $6 billion company, that's actually pretty good. They're pretty expensive a little bit here. But the problem is today, like everything else, it just doesn't matter. Like even the things that are at the highs and continuing to break, they just couldn't seem to sustain the bid. So obviously it's a good runner. I'm not punching the tops on anything right now, personally. That's just not my cup of tea. But you could do worse. Like, it seems like something you want to be holding on to, as opposed to, yeah, I'm sure it's making a breakout, but on what, an upgrade? And on a day where the market's trying to give it up, and it's been underneath VWAP. I don't see a trade on it this afternoon for sure. Oh, and by the way, before we go to Sean, I did get this hold of the trend line on ZSL. So there's it regaining the trend line and basically literally just breaking the prior bar in the 3-minute. So in here, stop there. Get some orders out if it can get up to the highs. That's, of course, basically silver short.
All right, talk about silver. In the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle. It is an opportunity, but harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand, especially on a day like today. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. And yeah, we talked about the power of leverage. And I mean, most of you will, if you're using margin and leverage, it's a very, very dangerous thing. But understand, that's why we tell you, understand that it's more of a short-term play. You know, read more about it at betapro.ca. But, you know, I trade the TQQs, and, you know, it's been a successful run for me on that. I do want to, also ZSL, we've talked about it a little bit. And on the mention there of silver and some of the talk there about silver, yeah, just another thing to look at here today, down 10%. This will not go SSR. This is not capable of going SSR because it is an ETF, and I don't believe anything on the Amex plays by those rules. It could be wrong on that. But silver right now, and there's not going to be, you know, like there's certain circuit breakers on the NASDAQ or on the ES, you know, 4%, 6%, things like that, that if the NASDAQ, I think it's 6%, if the NASDAQ or S&P get down that much, then they will halt and there will be a circuit breaker, but not for silver, not for gold or anything like that. And part of the unwind in silver and gold has to do with these triple levered and all that kind of stuff that really creates a lot of margin calls and unwinding and levered outs, right? And I think that's also what can happen to Bitcoin when it starts cranking, because there's a lot of traders that are on exchange that have, hey, if this breaks, then get me out. And the problem is that's a lot of people are looking at the same levels. So when you do get a monster break, and I don't know if, like, why today does silver do this? And I'm not sure, Dara, if there was a specific story regarding silver. Maybe JP Morgan got blown out or somebody there on the long. I mean, normally the big banks and some of the unretail money, institution money, go ahead.
Everything I'm seeing is sudden sell-off, and or it has to do with concerns about rate cuts because of the jobs report yesterday. That would be a delayed reaction, though. We do have CPI tomorrow, too, so we're going to get some more context. Either way, I'm seeing it's A, either, kind of concerns about the rate cuts, or B, it's selling and we don't know why.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the funny thing, like, how the markets can just change on a dime. Like, this was 11 o'clock. Like, if they were concerned about rate cuts, like, that could have been some sort of an actionable trade earlier. How about yesterday when some of those numbers came out? Or, we had that whole reason we talked about when I put on that 90 short, and it was for myself, the largest P&L day for myself on any individual trade despite an IPO. That was like the whole Kevin Warsh was announced and people were worried about rate cuts again. But this move down for SLV, like, just really, for me, came out of nowhere, but that would make sense. I mean, if people are nervous ahead of CPI tomorrow and ahead of, the appointment of Kevin Warsh, the also potential of rate cut, we have the data maybe now coming. We could check what the most recent rate cut statistics are on that, but we were like, at 17% chance, I think, as of yesterday, and then it changed in the morning. And
well, March is way down. March is down to 8 now.
Okay, 8. So that's Neil has it on.
April is about 20. Call it 25%, almost exactly here. So 25% for April. You go out to June, and then in June, we're looking at, call it 62% chance. So we're looking at least probably the one cut by the second, by the second end of the second quarter here. And then the full year, last I checked, was still slightly more than 2 cuts if you sort of add it all up. You're like just above 2 cuts. So the expectations didn't really change that much. That's why it's weird to me. Like, again, like that drop, I don't know if you can pin it on the rate changes, because like nothing here in our expectations or the Fed Watch tool is really indicating to us that it should have been that bad. But it does lend to the fact that maybe the bid is just that weak. And if you're looking at, so when you see silver like this and it falls like that when it seems like no reason, kind of like if you find short setups in something that's doing that, if you sit in them and you've got your stop, well, you might just be in one where it gets really, really nasty, really, really fast, and you get the benefit of it. I believe we're going to see.
Before we go to see it, though, we have a new position, Micron. I'm going to short this thing through 418, underneath the 200 period moving average. Just broke 420, so we're short Micron. We've done this before, man, and our stop's going to be at 420, so let's go Micron. We're now 70 cents in the money, so we say, ha-ha, Palantir. Let's see if we can go 2 losses now. With Micron, we have Palantir. We don't have Palantir, but we did have that one. Micron, we're short it. We're not playing huge. We're just going to see about this 420 area right there, 420.50 stop on Micron. What's up, Sia?
Welcome back. And we're going to talk about the numbers today. Initial jobless claims came out at 8:30 a.m. this morning. Current number at 227,000. Previous 232K and forecasted at 225. Existing home sales also came out today at 10 a.m. Numbers 3.91 million current, 4.27 million previous, and a forecast was 4.2 million, a miss. We're also going to take a look at a couple of headlines for today. Crocs. The Q4 EPS came in at 2.29 versus the expected 1.91, which is a clear bottom beat. And the revenue was $958 million, which has topped the $916 million estimate, despite a 4.2% decline. And direct-to-consumer revenue has risen 3.6%, showing certain resilience. And wholesale revenue, however, declined 15.5%. So Also, Crocs has hit a 6-month high today, and the shares are currently up 19.3%. We're also going to take a look at ARKO Petroleum. Arco Petroleum has raised $200 million in an upsized IPO, selling 11.1 million shares. You can see on my screen the headlines right here at $18, the bottom of the $18 to $20 range. Initial marketing was targeted to 10.5 million shares, but deal size was increased despite the pricing being at a certain lower end, which was at $18 per share. The company also, as you can see here, has carried an implied market cap of approximately $830 million. Shares are set to begin trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker APC.
And thanks, Sia. We did look at that under that symbol, and yeah, not much action, but thanks for explaining, you know, the recent IPO, and we'll look for more IPOs. Just wake me up when it's Anthropic time. Wake me up when we're $2 in the money. I'm awake. There it is, man. MU right now, $2 in the money, and we just said thank you for the talk in the chat there. We put this back on, and there it goes, man. We tried to even get more shares, and we missed. We tried to punch through the short there of 418. We only got 97s, and then the spread obviously opened up there. So I was wishing to have more shares on this right there, but that's $2 in the money. And, you know, if I don't put it on, you know, we don't got it. So just trying it out here. We're going to see how far we can go down. We've already taken out 40%. The first was small, man. The first we took it out for 70 cents. Then we just sat there at 416.20 and took it out for about $2. Now we're starting to fall down more than that $2 mark. And, you know, just looking to see, like, this is kind of the thought. That's 415. So 415 flat. I mean, we could try to do that as well here. But yeah, we, you know, had to put it on. I liked it, would have liked more shares, but that just goes to show you sometimes, like, that whole punch through just didn't get as many shares as I wanted to, and then posted the rest at 418. So if it does come back up, we will get a little bit more short, but there it is, man. Now it's $2 and change right now in the money as we get the money storm going once again, man, on Micron. So big move to the downside, and, you know, thanks for everybody there in the chat, Thanos and everybody for all that kind of talk. And, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but there it is. Great trade. Thank you, Anil. There it is again, man. Yeah, let's go. $3 right now on Micron. Sean, you're the GOAT. Appreciate that. I think that's probably a good thing. But yeah, I'm going to miss you guys tomorrow, Thanos. That is for sure. 8 rinks this weekend we're in. But yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside. It's 415. We're here for you, man. It's a $3 winner right there. Yeah, we like this kind of trading, and we're doing it for you live here at Trader TV Live. So, you know, just... it's funny because the market's crickets. So when the market's crickets, you got to sort of go over and try to look at names that, you know, have something behind them. Micron was an easy one. Palantir, same kind of ways. You know, look for names that are dancing around a bit. Palantir's been doing that, and so is Micron. So, you know, good trade there. I only have 40% left of it. So, you know, maybe we could put a stop if this breaks 416. We could try to get out of a little bit more. But for right now, this is what I'm doing, sitting here, seeing how low can this trade go. So far, so good here on MU. Yeah, good look.
And also, 8 rinks or 8 games?
Rinks.
That's different.
We're different.
No, so I'm saying, like, there's a difference between 8 games in a weekend and 8 separate rinks over the weekend. So I heard that, I was like, I just realized I didn't even ask. I don't know if we got that super chat, but just one quick little update. It's going to be, obviously ZSL is going to be a little bit different. It's a $2 stock. If this stock moves 2%, then it's just moved 5 pennies. But we are starting to work back into the high of the day. So as long as we hold the trend line, I want to reload on the trend, which is the 56, 57, and then we play 60s to 64s up to that top. That's the plan of action. It's on a slow trend up, so just joining the trend line or joining back into the trend line is the plan of action. Again, probably should have been. It is what it is. Like, we say this all the time. Like, if you're not there, if you're not sitting at your desk, like silliness, like getting out, but then not jumping back in when it holds a trend will happen to you. If I'm at my desk at this point, I probably go back into the long, realizing I shouldn't have got out of it. But the trend is your friend till the end. There was a SoundHound super chat. I don't know if we caught this. Did we?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know if I just got up to grab a tea. I wasn't sure if we missed it. SOUN 26, so the day after NVIDIA. You don't have to follow it. First of all, you don't want to have to follow NVIDIA. That's not going to be fun. It's rallied 7 out of the last 8 earnings. So First things first, I'm not a huge fan of the whole, well, it always does this after earnings, or it's typically, because I find that what might have happened is the structure of what the market's doing or the sector is doing is completely changed, and you might want to get a little bit more granular. It's not a bad starting point if it has that kind of a pattern, but I'd want to make sure that I'm, to the best of your abilities, if you're using a stat like that, looking at like apples to apples. That being said, this obviously does fall into the category of some of the froth in the market that has been pulling back. And when you're in that kind of a category, well, I ask myself, is it at a level where buying has worked before? I'd say it's arguably at one of the best, which is underneath $8, like breakout there, bottom there. Distinctly different this time because we're in a different market. We're in a situation where the market's at the highs, and some of these super growth, we're not making money yet type of names are getting destroyed. Right? Like this is lost 70%, something like that, maybe even more than that. Let's call it $15 on, yeah, actually, that's pretty good. That's what it is, but it's lost about 70% from the local highs when the market's at the top. So we're in a very different market for some of these runners, but you are at a good level. So good luck with that one. I'm usually not a fan myself. I don't like playing into earnings specifically, but given that you've got a couple of weeks for a move, you could hopefully put yourself in a position where you're in the money potentially before it gets there. Another super chat from Ja. John, pick one stock for an overnight bounce. Ooh, that's a good question.
I just confirmed.
Everything's down.
I'll give you one in a second. I just confirmed with Obi he will be in the space tomorrow, so we're looking forward to having Obi there. And I told him I have undisqualified him from the contest, so he's really happy with that. He's back, baby. Obi's back there. Despite violating the rules, I'm a nice guy. So you're back, Obi, and great. Thank you so much for filling in for me tomorrow. It should be a great one. I'll miss you guys. Hopefully you don't miss me as much as I'll miss you. Just another out there. We said we'd get it some out if it broke 416, sorry, to the upside, so we do that. All right, Sean, you want one stock for an overnight bounce play. I guess we're talking about bouncing higher, right? All right, I'll give it to you. It's Oracle. It's pretty simple, man. I mean, for me today, and this is why I'm saying like a bounce play, Oracle's up today, which is actually why I like it for tomorrow morning, okay? So Oracle being up where it is, fine. I understand, there could be some more downside tomorrow. And if there is, why is Oracle up today, right? I mean, I think that if there's an update tomorrow, which is what you need for a bounce, I mean, let's be honest, right? If you don't have an update in the market, you're probably not going to get a bounce on anything that's been beat up today. So for me, Oracle, I choose you. I think it's on a nice rebound over the last couple of days, and looking to break a little higher rate here. Could get, I don't know if it's going to get upgraded or downgraded. I mean, I can't predict this in the future, but for what I'm looking for here, the trend right now, we have that dip down, and that's going to happen. I mean, we saw the market get crushed, but look at the V-shaped recovery on Oracle, and still has 165 in mind. Would not be surprised if we see a 165 tick tomorrow on this name. It's Oracle. It's Larry Ellison and friends. It's Oracle. It is my play for a bounce tomorrow. I'm going to ask Neil the same question. Give us a play.
No, I got to look for.
Yeah, look. I mean, I didn't look.
I got to look for something that, because look, I was looking at Oracle. I actually even said 20 minutes ago that Oracle is relatively strong today, but I kind of want to look for something that is beaten all to hell, or heck. And with thoughts on Costco reversion. We'll get to that one in a second. I actually already had Costco up to answer the second super chat, which I'll get to. But I want to look for something which is beaten up today, where you could maybe find a little bit of a buy. Now, part of me, like there's a decent part of me that wanted to say the double bottom on Hood, but I don't think that's reasonable given the fact that Coinbase is going to go tonight. So I got to step outside of the world of
yeah, you can't go Hood. You don't know what Coinbase is.
Yeah, that's a problem. I got to step outside of the world of like a Robinhood and maybe look at something that hasn't been beaten up in the same way. There was a couple of places that I thought, one of them was one that came to mind. I know the level is good in SMR. Like this would be like a hero play. Would be, they had good news, and it's right at a very, very important line of support. Now I'll preface this by saying, tomorrow, I am looking for this flat bottom break. If we flat bottom break on SMR, I fully intend to be in the trade. All of that being said, it has not broken this local bottom just yet. So it's like a risk to reward. I think that gives you a good look. And again, Robinhood is what it is. But I just, I like Oracle. I feel like it's up. and holding up when the market is down. You could always just be smart about it. I think Apple has gotten way too far. Anytime a stock like an Apple has a record down day, and it's not a record down day, but it's like the worst down day they've had at least. I can't remember the last time. If I have to ask ChatGPT the last time we've seen a day this bad, then obviously it's been a while. I think that would be your safe play. But for pure home run play, SMR is at an almost gorgeous level where I think the risk to the bottom is like 2%. It's like, oh, throw your stop underneath that local bottom, and it's got at least 10 to 15% upside. So that's pretty reasonable. And I certainly wouldn't say silver, that's for sure. That's another stay away zone. Stay away. This thing is a look for shorts until proven otherwise. Oh yeah, Costco. Was that super? I know we're reading something. Chris, you had the super chat about Costco. Let's just throw it up again so I can see what the actual question was. Thoughts on a Costco reversion here on the daily? It is so tough to want to bet against something which is showing relative strength in this market. And for me, if I'm looking at a reversion, there's two things that have to happen. One, it would have to break a trend line. So there's the low. There's one bounce, there's two bounces. It is nowhere near breaking that upward trend. If anything, when I look at Costco, it just held the upward trend and tested the prior high. So on the daily chart, it doesn't look at all like a reversion. On the 15, it will look like if it tops out here and fails 1,000, then there'd be a failed breakout of the top, and then there'd be like this short from underneath 1,000 that maybe gives you 990s or 980s. And on a 15-minute chart, I guess that looks like it could be a bit of a reversion, but not on the daily. It looks like the opposite on a daily chart. Costco's got some relative strength in it. Walmart's got some relative strength in it. Home Depot's got some relative strength in it. Target's got some relative. See where I'm going with this? It's tough to want to buck the trend there. Kind of the wrong place to be, but that's just me.
Have we gone to? I thought we were waiting to go to somewhere. We were supposed to go to Adara, or we're through that. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Obi's going to be in tomorrow, right there, and he's even confused on the game. Anyways, he's like, well, hopefully people can understand how to really swing trade. And I was like, well, that's fine, but this was a year-long a game as well.
It changes everything.
You're gonna have him come through here, and it's. You make the rules based on however you want them. And Obi's right, man. He's focused on real trading, and as am I. So, but here goes Micron right now. $4 now in the money for Micron, as we just lost a bid there at 415, man. So here we go. This is going to be a good name here. So he doesn't even understand too. Adara is disqualified for shorting an S&P 500 name. No, needs to be. You know what? I can't deal with Obi anymore. The guy's a little lost right now. Okay, so right now, Micron, watch out for 414. I mean, it just bounced off there. The reason why I said 4, I don't want to take it out because I'm wondering about the low of the day, but right into there, that's 415. So we could be getting a little bit of a bounce to that space too, right? So 414.50 right there coming into play for Micron. I'm looking at the low of the day here just to see if we could break that. I think we should respect, so I'm going to change my stop now because I was going to try to get more shares if this did, blast higher. Like I said, I tried to get more here on this punch through, just didn't cross enough, right? Like the spread on that break, like right now the spread is like 20 cents, right? So the spread on the break was more than that. I only crossed 10 cents down, and I only got I still got some good shares, but didn't get the full fill there at 418. Got 417. Well, you can see 417.97, and then just dripped into 414. All right, so that's going to be a play that we could potentially have if it goes down. You could get that bid now, but I'm going to wait for the low of the day, which on our. Well, it's not 395. The low of the day, unless it's
maybe it's
pre-market.
Like some stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not even close. So I was going to say, let's just hold out to see if we do get this 411, 412. Feel pretty confident. Not confident in getting that, but that's a good hold for us. I only have 20% left. So each one of these is 20% out. I'm pretty, I like that kind of a style. We'll maybe do that a little bit more. 416.50. So if it, let's be, This is the problem with the break. Like, it's going to break, and the spread is too huge. Let's just do 416.50. If it breaks 416.50, let's just get out of what we have left there. So that's the one right there on Micron. We'll see if we're able to get it out. But yeah, Katina Capital strikes again. Yeah, you're right. It's been a good day here today, obviously. We could put a poll up if you're green or red. I'll be on the green side of things here today. So congratulations to anybody else that is. This is interesting. I already said down. It's not about crypto dumpster fire or anything like that. It has really nothing to do with that. It just, what's been happening to a lot of these names is downside.
Oh, yeah.
And, so if unless somehow they can really buck the trend, Coinbase, of everything that Robinhood talked about, and of course Robinhood talked about the downside, I think it was 37% or so less transactions in the crypto market. And, Robinhood came with their report just a couple days ago, and it was $90, and now it's 70, and looking a hell of a lot worse than it did the day it reported. So if Coinbase is going to get cracked, it's going to get cracked a lot harder than Robinhood, I feel like, because it is solely a crypto play. And, Robinhood has a lot of other reasons to potentially look to buy the dip. Also, Coinbase has been to $30, $40 not too long ago and is right now at a very interesting level, going all the way back to its tariff tantrum lows. So it's having a tantrum right now in the market, and I think it continues there tonight. Join all four of us on the desk for that report in just 35 minutes. It should definitely be a good one there with Coinbase, Rivian, all of them reporting later on.
And David with the super chat. If Trump wants to rally the markets for real, zero cap gains taxes on positions held for 5+ years. That'll do it. It's actually, I really like the way that, because incentivizing people to think investing and buy and hold and quality is actually not, it's actually a good thing. Zero cap, yada, yada, and Airbnb may actually surprise according to Barclays and Dry Chardonnay Group. Okay. David, you got to fill me in on that one, because that one's going above my head. But if I think personally, if you're gonna be an analyst, why not have a cool sounding name? But that sounds like some nonsense shorts. Like, it's the short sellers analysts that come up with the ridiculous names. But yeah, I'm skeptical on Airbnb. Like I said, I'm just not an Airbnb guy. So I have a hard time believing in them too much. We showed the chart, and I kind of like the support that it had in there. I think that's about all that you can work with for Airbnb. It's just not my cup of tea, those guys. And the way I see it is, like, if I stopped using the business because we get better experiences using like Verbo, then am I really going to be in love with the stock? That's kind of my 2 cents with it. That being said, back to brass tacks. We just got to, we crossed 2-to-1, and we're now at the 3-to-1 stage on ZSL when it just goes into the high. Again, it's a different stock. So you get long the 57. You have to stop here at the 55 on the trend, but we are coming into the high of the day. So at this point, the next time it goes through the level, I'll have down to 20%, that we'll hold on for a bigger push. And it's sort of the same thing. Like, when it breaks the trend line, it's not moving as much as it was at 12 o'clock when it was bouncing off the trend line, but it's 3:30. Which means we got to start rounding out. So I don't want to let this all get back to the bottom. At this point, like, I will usually, and I already have, moved my stop up because it's late in the day and we're getting close to that 350 for imbalances. And I just realized we haven't even done an early look. So I'll go ahead and do that now. Fox S, pretty much, what the heck? There we go. Thank you. 2.5 million to the sell side for Success and immediately disappears. Pfizer, 2 million sell. RY, Verizon, so pretty much a nothing burger early. Pfizer very likely to pair off. That's par for the course. Pfizer just happens to be one of the just insanely large in terms of float, right? So you'll see that on the bounce locator all the time, just because there's so many shares to change hands. All that said, I think it was Brian that we were talking about. It was Brian Shannon who was talking about Pfizer, right?
Yeah,
I think he was saying
possibly breaking out.
I'm pretty sure he was in position covering some at these highs, and it is still threatening the breakout. This would be another example of a name where the market is bad today. I don't want to use the term trash, and it held the lows and is heading higher. So you got some relative strength in Pfizer. This looks good for a breakout potentially tomorrow.
it's Pfizer, so like Pfizer breaking out 28 probably means it going to 28.50. You just put that in your head, and you think 2 or 3% is a very good day for Pfizer, and don't just hope the stock's going to go $1. That's just not how it's going to be. We have Vizbot, and this is for you. Ooh, I like this. Good luck, young Katina, this weekend. On Kalshi, betting to see her on national team in a few Olympics. Family over everything else, take care. A few, actually, it would be less than a few, because a few is more than 2. Right? So like it would be,
yeah,
that'd be like 12 years.
Yeah,
every 4 years.
She's 11 now.
So that's 2 Olympics away is actually possible.
Yeah.
18.
So, I mean, she could still.
18, right?
Hopefully you'll be able to see her. Hopefully you'll see her on the national stage at some point. But I have no idea. You know, here in Canada, everybody thinks, of course, their kid, you know, can make the NHL. I don't think that, of course. But you know, she's putting in the work. There's not a harder worker that I've ever met than her. So, period. You know, who's 10 years old and getting up on their own at 5:30 in the morning twice a week for an hour and a half to go on the ice and then go to school immediately and then go to practice after that and then wake up and do it again the very next morning, and never a peep out of her that she doesn't want to do it. So I am like the proudest father that you're ever gonna meet, period. So thank you for that comment, it means a lot. And you know, whatever she does with it, she does with it. It'd be awesome if it was like a scholarship involved or something like that. That would be, you know, amazing if that was something. Like, you know, I'll take that. And then I put my RESP money, you know, to the other kid. But yeah, thank you for that support, and I really love that super chat. It means a lot to me, and I'm just so proud of her work ethic. And I hope that you guys can see like similar work ethic that I put in every day to this show. So again, big thank you, big shout out to everybody. And none of this would be possible without my wife. So, you know, she wakes up, does everything with the kids every single day, you know, makes their lunches, prepares them for everything, puts everything in the calendar. So I just got to look at it. Like my daughter's at practice tonight. She also, you know, at 11 years old, does the F45 training, works out, all this kind of stuff, and just loves to do it. So none of it would be possible without the wife. And I'm just very, very blessed to have her there to support. So, you know, yeah, thank you for all the love there in the chat, man. It definitely means a lot. But just quickly back to trading, like this, like we almost got stopped out when it broke through that. I mean, I put 416.50. Lucky that didn't get triggered. Still thinking that Micron does have downside because the S&P, I guess the S&P is going down too, yeah. But the NASDAQ continues to bleed downside. I prefer just to always sort of reference the NASDAQ because pretty much that's what's been sort of, you know, wagging the tail here. But we did get to that 413, 414. So putting a bid there isn't the end of the world. We're 20 minutes away from those imbalances. So at some point, we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I'm going to wait to see if that 411 can come through and still use 416 as our stop. I mean, never a problem if you're going to get stopped out for a $1.50 winner. So we'll see if we can hold out for that kind of a play and wait to see what winds up happening here at the close. I mean, the NASDAQ could be down 2% by the time it's all said and done. So
kind of already.
Yeah. I
find like, man, if you're sitting down 1.8%, we're down. It's like a distinction without a difference. And we're hanging at the lows. And remember what we always say, and it's not just us. I mean, traders have been saying this forever. Late money matters more. It matters more where we close than where we open. Closing prices are more important to the mentality and the feel of the market, the momentum of the market is probably what I'm looking for than the open. That's all that really matters. And as we're talking about it, it's a triple top or triple bottom on silver, triple top on ZSL. So at this point, it just broke the high through an offer. So we're just going to hang on to the last little bit. And now I look at it this way. Once we've made the moves, we pull back on the trend line. We got to the high of the day. Now my out is the trend line. So it's wherever it happens to go by, say, the imbalances or close to the imbalances, or we break the trend line into the downside because silver, it sucks right now for silver, and there's no other way to look at it. Just have to hit refresh. I have like a stuck script order there. By the way, if you trade it real trading, if you have like a stuck order or a questionable thing, you refresh your blog. I had this conversation with a trader today where it's really important. It's a simple thing. It confirms your positions. It confirms your orders. Super chat here from Venu42. That number is the meaning of life. 42. And my favorite number for, I think, some obvious reasons. Fastly, thoughts on the chart. It has come back well. Well, How do
Well,
you?
then,
It's now only. Well, I mean, here's the problem with Fastly, and this is why Fastly is such a fail. It's now only up 73%, which is, I mean, come on, like that's trash. But it did. So patented trend break. Probably should have been looking at this, but I had no intentions of trying to short this stock. So VWAP sits here. It's a little bit late in the day for an automatic VWAP trade when you have the imbalances coming out, but you could do worse than that. My whole mentality with Fastly was, ooh, it's up so much, it's extended so far that it could lose it quickly, and buying the dip, like sure it's the volume weighted average price, but yesterday when this was at $12, we're like, yay, Fastly. You're still, from the afternoon yesterday, you're another 30% from here, easy. So there's a lot of profit taking from like buying in front of earnings that can go on here. So I'm not that jazzed about, just sit on the bid at the volume weighted average price because that's a line on the chart. Usually we'd like that kind of a thing. I'm gonna say no. Market's at the lows, you need it to bounce. I'm staying away. It looks like the profit taking has come into Fastly. Great day for them. You're not gonna be able to argue against it. Sorry about that chart. It's not. They went from the New York to the NASDAQ, so that's why it's not reflected. But if you look at it on a weekly chart here on eSignal, shout out to eSignal, by the way, like you're not even anywhere, like the prior resistance is $14, and it's at 16. Like on a weekly, that's where the next resistance to support would come in. And that would be a reasonable pullback, because we were at 12 in yesterday's trade.
We're about to get stopped out there of Micron possibly, so we'll just wait to see if that winds up happening. Cut to 1650 is going to be our stop out with 334 coming through. We did have a new IPO today, Arco Petroleum, and unfortunately, there's not much going on. I mean, I wish there was a little bit more movement in this name. Done 2 million shares, like that's like next to nothing on that. This is something where 94% of the shares are locked up by the company, so it's a pretty small float that went out, and it doesn't look like there's too much action today, or right now anyways, on APC. It was his birthday today, so happy birthday to Arco Petroleum, as that's another one kicking around here. Just not doing a whole heck of a lot, and we'll wait. We already mentioned, like, we'll wait to see if there's going to be what that looks like for Anthropic and everything like that. And it's funny because you mentioned Fastly. I was saying that's a short, and I should have shorted it when I said that because it was up 90%, and I was like, that's definitely got to come back in. I thought it would come back in tomorrow, but wow, that's like. We literally it was like 89%, and I was like, I think that's a short. So that was a good move there, but didn't really base it on anything. So hopefully you're able to catch that. If you're still stuck in it, you did have the trend break right there of the 50-period moving average for basically the first time since 11 o'clock. So I think that would have been a decent area to get out, 1750. And if you didn't get out there, hopefully the 200 period did get you something there at 1673 and change. Maybe that was one to go through. I want to take a look at Take Two Interactive. This is another name that I'm pretty interested in buying. I haven't done it yet. Again, waiting for the move down, because I was thinking like they're just trading on what I thought was going to be the release of Grand Theft Auto. And, once that comes, there we go, out of Micron. That was an absolutely hot dog cannon of a trade there. We added a little bit to our net on that one, so that was good. Always wishing we had more shares, of course. But yeah, Take Two all the way back, into these April lows again. So, maybe I need to do a little bit more work on this, but if Grand Theft Auto is going to come out, I feel like it's going to come out with some pizzazz and get this stock going again. As we know, names move on big release days or up and coming. This is not till November. So I feel like the ramp up into that should get this going back up there to the upside. But yeah, Take Two, just you might take three. Take 3 Tylenol and call me in the morning, because this one right now is a headache. 190 break lower here on Take Two. Yeah, it gets you into this 180 area. And then maybe it's a buy. But yeah, just kept on going to the upside until it didn't. Take Two getting smoked. And again, this could be on the back of AI again, Claude robot being able to produce video game engines and things like that. We saw Unity.
I saw Unity get moked yesterday.
Yeah, we saw Unity to the downside. We've seen Roblox get hit as well. I don't know what Unity's doing today, down 9%. So I think it's just getting all caught up in all of this. And probably Roblox also getting hit to the downside there. Yeah, $63. So yeah, a lot of downside action.
Just gotta give it
in this space. Yeah, you got to give it a minute. I don't know
Claude is coming
where this is going to go.
Like ever since like this Claude hype earlier this week, or it's either late last week or early this week, you've just been seeing down the line like different sectors just getting smacked, right? Like look at Schwab. Like Schwab is taking it on the chin. Some of the banking sector.
I think Schwab might be up today.
Did they bounce?
I think.
Here, let's look at. Let's look at Schwab. Yeah, it did bounce. Actually, we're flat on the day on Schwab, so a bit of a V-shaped recovery. That said, the last couple of days, you're right to the 200-period moving average. Unfortunately, the name I liked didn't go far enough down in the sector. Morgan Stanley, look, whatever. I guess the problem with Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, if you like those in the financials, is they didn't dip with the rest of this stuff. They did, just not nearly as badly. So if you're waiting to dip by, say, a Morgan on some kind of a bigger move, or like a Goldman Sachs, either one, if this is ever going to load.
Like I know the Claude stuff is from a couple weeks ago, and I know it disrupted many different spaces.
I want this. I'm sitting in front of the 200 period, and I know it's halfway there, but I'm buying this sucker at one. I don't remember. I think I put it at 157 something. Knowing me, 157, 22, 42, or 69 is one of the three prices. But yeah, I'm sitting 200 period on Morgan Stanley, and if this was the bounce, I'd probably end up missing it here. We'll see.
Yeah, so yeah, I know the Claude stuff was weeks and weeks and weeks ago, but it doesn't matter. It's all, the problem is that where's the bottom? And I think that's the whole thing. It's not like it's brand new news.
The Claude stuff it's new for the banking sector. It's new for the gaming. Like it was taking down in concert. Oh, it's a problem for this group. It's a problem for this group. So the recent weakness in the financials, that was only this week. It's a matter of whether it was like Monday or the end of the week. But you just give it some time. Like if a good company gets beaten up too much over this, do we really think Charles Schwab is, oh no, they're done forever? Get out of here. Because I think when a good quality company has people panicking, that's a good time to be on the bid a lot of times.
Yeah, that's the whole point of, making sure that you have a shopping list ready for, in case something happens. You never know what that something is going to be. In this case, I had a bid on Amazon down at 198, to be honest with you, and I canceled it a couple days ago. I had it there on earnings day when we dipped down in for Amazon. I haven't bought any of this. Like I know there's people obviously caught it to 200. I mean, that makes sense. Amazon's a good company. But it's not, that was the low rate there. And I put a bid at 198, didn't get hit, and canceled it after that next day. Because we started going back up to the upside. And I was like, all right, if it's going to bounce, great, but I don't want it if we retest and then break lower. And that's kind of what's happening right now on AMZN. So again, like I talked about CapEx. I have something on my Twitter account. You guys can go look at it. I still really like Amazon, and I think the market has it wrong, honestly. I think that if you don't spend, and we heard this from the CEOs, if you don't spend, you're going to get left behind. So what do you want them to do? Announce no CapEx spending? I mean, that would probably send the stock tanking as well. Like, you're not spending, like you're gonna get passed. If they don't announce that huge AWS spend, then people are gonna be like, well, they're gonna get passed by Azure, they're not building enough, they're gonna get passed by Google Cloud. So it's kind of you're good if you do and you're good if you don't kind of thing, or you're bad either way at this point. So I don't know, I would just hold out on Amazon, but yeah, the first little move back to the upside there. We've seen Oracle go back upside on some debt refinancing obligations. Maybe Amazon can get that figured out for themselves, but we're gonna go over to Adara and see what's up with this news. There's only 10 minutes till imbalances.
CVX on watch here, guys. On a CNN interview, we did have U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright saying that Chevron is already stepping up its investment in Venezuela. So once again here, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright indicating that CVX has already been, quote, stepping up its amount of investment here in energy for Venezuela. We know that there's been this whole oil situation with Venezuela. There was that awkward little meeting where they had a whole bunch of oil execs at the White House, but CVX clearly seemed to be the preferred partner here, and it looks like at the very least they are involved. Unsure about other oil companies. We'll pull up here XOM and COP, amongst others, to see if there's any move. Not too much of a move here, guys, in this story. Back to you.
Of course, Adara. 7 minutes to go until the imbalances. Still no change, by the way. Pfizer's there. It'll probably be a nothing burger. GDX, 1.1 million to the sell side. BMNR, that's probably the smallest imbalance this has had in weeks. 800,000. It's always like a million or something. ZSL actually has a small imbalance, and that's pretty much it. So pretty quiet. RY is dual listed. That's a Canadian bank. And so obviously primary listing in Canada, so the imbalances are, I don't want to say irrelevant, but they don't usually, if a stock is primary listed in Canada and it's got a US imbalance, then the one that matters is if they're the same direction as the Canadian one. A lot of times what will happen is it'll be a buy in, it just kind of happens a lot. It'll be a buy in New York and then it's like a sell in Toronto. So it's really, really bad if you go the other direction on the early look. So ZSL, pretty simple trade, trend in, trend out. If we lose this trend line here and this support underneath the 63, we jump out of it. We're in at 57, our stop was at 55. It got to the highs. We'll give it another chance to try to break the highs, but the stop's now in. Sort of like a simple, just trend reversion type of trade here. And it wasn't VWAP, it ends up being, and sometimes the way to look at it is when you go parabolic, so at the middle of the day, like silver was doing nothing, right? Like very range bound. Then you get the big news event, or I guess it wasn't news. It's like whatever the heck that caused silver to go ham. And the first pullback, there's your support. The second pullback, it bounces, and now you've got, like this is just a normal typical bounce, like take the break here, put the stop there. But once it holds, that's 2 points. Then there's a third point on the trend line. So when it comes the fourth time, you're like, hey, you've got a trend that you can join on that trend line. And it just sort of allows you to look at something that's upward trending. It gives you both an entry point, an out, and targets on the way up. Don't cover till it gets to first resistance, then cover inside the gap until the high. So it's sort of a very simple trading plan for something which happens to be in a trend. You're not always going to find things that are trending like this, obviously, but as long as silver is doing bad things, then this is probably going to be good. It's not all, oh, there we go.
We have, yeah, I found this. So if you want to go over to @TraderTV Research, we want to say a big thank you to Adara in the back for putting stuff like this together. I mean, here we go. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Look at this board coming through today. Not only that, a lot of people easier to understand and learn visually, and this is like perfect for me too, because like there it is, man, the implied moves right there. Plus, we get all the names with their logos, things like that as well. Well done, Adara. Plus, all the times, right? So we'll be looking for, yeah, that's kind of the cool thing. So we know what to look for, man. Vertex, I think that's going to be an interesting name. I don't know what that's 5.3. It should be more than that. AMAT, Rivian, Expedia. We'll see. The travel names have been real hot. That could be a quick little lookup for Expedia tonight. I think that could get going. I could see Airbnb going to the upside as well. As again, I don't really think AI. I think AI helps Airbnb, right? AI is not going to build homes or anything. So I think Airbnb there should be good. I know there's more competition. We'll see what happens with Airbnb. I like it though. Twilio, I think that's going to be a problem. We've looked at Snowflake. Really happy that we sold out of some Snowflake, man. That was a good idea. Actually, still selling out of all of it at 220. We talked about that here on the show as well. Dutch Bros, I mean, the rebound in Starbucks. Now, I have to look at Starbucks, but I do like Dutch Bros. I think there's a good opportunity for that long to come through. 13% as well. Wow. Roku, I never really understood that, so I don't know. We'll wait on Roku numbers. I think Toast is Toast. We can have a quick look at that. This is the AI platform for order taking, right? So when you're at a bar or a restaurant, it's that sort of platform there. I think that can probably get replaced by someone's code pretty easily, but I, again, don't know. Pinterest, I don't like that stock anyways. Arista Networks, I mean, networking has been super hot. However, my Marvell pick still down 3% since when I made it. Coinbase is the one that I'm going to slap a huge fail on, which means it's probably going to rip. So watch out for Coinbase tonight. Only 8.7. That seems light to me. I'd take that over.
It's already had so much volatility.
Yeah,
the only issue.
I know, but you know, I think like for me, for that one to be like one of the low on the volatility, that seems a bit strange. And then DraftKings is an interesting look for me as well. I kind of like DraftKings, but the problem with DraftKings again is the same thing with Robinhood and all that. It's like, as people are losing money in the broader market, a lot of DraftKings, and look, I'm a DraftKings guy as well. Like, it's just a lot of these, gamblers or bettors and things like that, they kind of coincide together. Like, if you're on silver, or you're on Bitcoin, and things are going real well, like these meme stocks, then you have a little bit more money to throw around, and you may bet something on tonight's Knicks game or whatever. And I just think that with the market hitting lows, a lot of these small cap names getting hit, a lot of underperformance in the market, I think that DraftKings probably didn't have the greatest couple weeks heading into this quarter. I know I assume it's going to be Q4 for them, which could be good, man. We had Super Bowl, we had NBA playoffs, but I worry about the events contract market, so hence I do worry a little bit about DraftKings. All right, I'm going to go get a lemon tea, so my voice keeps going here into this close. But I'm going to throw it back to Adara and be right back in just a couple of seconds. It's a big earnings board tonight, Adara. Huge. Great work on that visual.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you for shouting it out. And with that in mind, I want to show you guys some other earnings visuals that we have, because there are, like I mentioned already, tons of Coinbase content. Here's probably my favorite of these Coinbase visuals. You have our friend Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, and just kind of a breakdown of the company's revenue, transaction revenue, and also subscriptions and services revenue. Now, if you're wondering, hey, I want more details on the transaction revenue, I have an answer to that, and it's another infographic on X at TTV Research. Now, this shows what percentage of their transaction revenue is from consumers, institutional, or other customers. You also get a sense of revenue growth per subcategory. And what if you're like, hey, what is being transacted? I have an answer for that too, because here's a look at the transaction revenue by asset type. So that's BTC, Ethereum, XRP, USDT, or other crypto assets. Now, furthermore, if you have more questions about crypto for Coinbase, I have more answers for you too. So to prepare for this Q4 2025 report, here's a look at the prior year quarter, Q4 2024, in terms of how this volume by asset broke down. Then you go over to Q3 2025. So what you can already see here is from the end of Q4 to last quarter, we have a pretty significant decrease in USDT trading volume. So that might be an area to watch today. But again, if you're wondering, how do I get all these fun visuals? X at TTV Research. I do update these to the best of my abilities during when we're getting these earnings reports after the bell as well. So expect some releases throughout the evening on X at TTV Research. Now back to Neil.
Yeah, also worth keeping in mind, there were more reports today in the midst of all of this turmoil in Bitcoin and crypto in general, of people unable to transact or access their accounts on Coinbase. And I will tell you, and I've said this many times, I've experienced this like on the weekend, like it's moving, and I'll notice, I'll hop my phone. And I've never been in a situation where I couldn't transact or I didn't eventually get in within a few minutes, but I've had delays for sure. Where like there's like a mini flash crash happening, and you see it, you know it, you want to hop on Coinbase, you want to make a move, and it's like, hey, why is this taking a few minutes? Like that actually is costing money, and unfortunately, a lot of people have had that experience and are not in love with them, and that's part of it. Like it's not just about having customers and having growth. Like retention matters, and when you've got competition and you've got opportunities, you don't want to be losing in that regard. So yeah, we'll see. There's a lot at stake for Coinbase tonight, but with 350 just hit, so the imbalances are out. Confluent, that's a deal closed $3 million. That's actually not closing yet. Nvidia is a sell of $2.8 million. Lumen sell $2.4 million. Plug sell $2 million. PanW was a buy of $1.9 million. Netflix is a sell of $1.4 million. Alphabet's a sell of $1.4 million. Walmart is a sell of $1.3 million. Can you tell that it is mostly sell imbalances here, with the exception of PanW? But just so everybody knows, PanW is closing a deal, so that's probably why it's going to be upweighted, and then you're going to have a downweight on the name that's getting bought. So the big name, probably NVIDIA for everybody. Let's see how NVIDIA is doing with that sell imbalance. New fresh lows of the day. So looks like we're still flushing. Market just made fresh lows after that sell imbalance. I've moved the trail on ZSL, just moved it up. Now if we lose 65, I'm jumping out of it. Actually, given this time of day, should just take the high as well. So I'm just going to jump out because it's actually underneath the trend line here. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's broken the trend line. I'll just get out of it here. So once again, silver heads down. That means the inverse is going to give you that top for sure. But with the market heading in like this, I do want to check PanW. That's a pretty big imbalance for PanW. Oddly enough, not moving much. PanW doesn't usually have action on it at the close. So seeing a couple million shares there when it's only done 8 million, I kind of expected to see it move more than like 50, 60 cents there.
Yeah, so we get stopped out on Micron, which is fine, but the flush is on right now on Micron. I'm glad we got stopped out where we did, because I would have got stopped out at the 50 period anyways. But there it is, man. Still continuing downside play on Micron. Like, wow, what a move into the close here for the overall market. We just keep on getting lower and lower and lower. I mean, this is kind of setting up for tomorrow potentially to be a rebound day, but you never like to close on the lows there. So, I mean, unless some of these futures, unless some of these names come with a reason for us to buy it, this is not great. Obviously, the imbalance is sending everything just a little bit lower. And yeah, there's the break of the low of the day. And the futures just continue to crank. And yeah, it's not looking good here. That is for sure. It's too bad I'm not going to be here tomorrow, to be honest with you, because would love to trade this market with everybody tomorrow. You'll have Obi and Neil here, obviously, to entertain you as well as entertainers. All right, 414.50. Yeah, man, Tesla's right at this breaking spot right now too. Like, you could have just flipped the script, right? I mean, on a short day when we know the market is short, you kind of want to look the other way around and say, you know what, where's the top and can we short that? I mean, it's exactly what we did with Micron right into here. Once this broke this little level right there and it was right into there, that was at 418. Obviously, you know, shorting up there would have been the best example when it's, you know, barcoding underneath VWAP and then whack. But right there, breaking this 418, that was that little level right there. Hit that to the short side, and that down goes Micron into the close. Apple having its worst day since ever I can remember, down 5% right now. And you just have to look at the chart, like, you know, some big moves. Like, when's the last time we had this kind of a candle on Apple? I mean, I guess if you go back into, we cherry pick, there's going to be some days, but I don't think as a percentage, this is 224 down to 215, so I guess, yeah, that's probably $10. That's the same $10. Actually, we're $13 here, but the price is higher, so you're gonna get close to that. Even on like Liberation Day moments, you don't have this kind of a drop on Apple. So, yeah, I mean, worries about China, I guess, sales over there, a strengthening US dollar maybe hurting them as well, and just some, I think the main reason for this Apple move down is profit taking. It's every single name was getting smoked over the last couple of days except Apple. So today it's time to say, hey, I need some cash and I'm going to raise it with a winning stock and then potentially put it into stocks and have a little bit of a rotation. You've rode Apple on earnings from 250 up to 280, and all of a sudden, you know, the market has this jittery feel about it. People will hit names and take profit out of these names, right? It's kind of like why Oracle now on the way back up has a lot of room to run. Apple has a lot of room to run back to the downside. It'll get bought right back up. I'm not confident. I'll put a bid on Apple at 250. Like, I really think this move down is a fugazi move. It's only happening because the market's getting crushed and people are selling winners to raise money to you know, get ready to buy some of this dip. But there goes Apple right now. Here goes the market right back up to the upside. And that's not a hot take. That's just a take. So we'll see if Apple can get lower where we can buy it. Boeing as an industrial, like this is one of the names that I'm already in that I want to average up into. All right, we bought some 200 there. It wasn't the greatest trade until it was. And even though Boeing's up today, you know, this is a name that, again, Claude's not going to start building airplanes, you know, and like, so there's all that. So I'm like really thinking that this is a name that if we get into the 200 period, I want to do that as well. And then Meta would be, I know Meta's getting clocked today, right? Down another 3%, but I like this name. I think there's room for this name to grow as well back into its valuation with only a 25 PE. You know, I remember banging the table when this thing was $100, and Sharif can verify. He and I loaded that boat up there at $100, and I think he got out at 150, or maybe it was even 250. And he was like, "Oh man, I can't believe I got out." And I'm like, "Bro, like you, 2.5x your money there." But that was more of a swing trade, I guess. So now we'll just have to wait for Meta to hopefully get back to the upside here on what's another bad day. You know, Meta could be one of those names that is due for a bounce back. When you guys asked me yesterday or earlier, it was Meta. I chose Oracle, but Meta also, if you're into something, that could be a bounce back name tomorrow as well. All right, one super chat, then we'll turn around.
Yeah, we got to turn around in a second, but Adam James brought last one every single day. Toots load up on SoFi at the end of the day, as they do with many names. If you aren't buying SoFi here, what are you doing? You could be waiting for a better price. You could be buying in front of support. I understand that
at SoFi at?
Oftentimes at 19 bucks. Well, 19 quarter.
Okay.
Basically 19 bucks. But the local bottom is here at 18.80. If you lose that, then I think you got yourself a bit of a gap. But I also understand that this is kind of that place. You go back to the January last year, that was a prior high. So this is a natural bounce spot. It's just if you lose it, make sure, always have an out. But to me, if you lose 18 bucks, then there's an even better value for it. And at the end of the day buying, there's not much of it today, unfortunately. The market's breaking lows as we speak. So there's not, we're not going to have one of these days where, it's sure it kind of sucked, but the buyers came out into the close and took us a little bit higher, and you'd feel a bit better about the next day. Like they might have to wait for Friday. Look for things that are at very, very key prices for maybe relief rallies, especially big round numbers can be good. So we only got 2 minutes to go. By the way, PanW did pair off, just so you guys, we said PanW. Not all of it, still 1.4 million here to the buy side, but not gigantic, and it wasn't moving all that much either. Before we turn around, I guess we can answer this poll. Most likely to beat? No. Between Coinbase, Rivian, Airbnb, and Applied Materials, AMAT, I don't know. I'll take AMAT out of those easily because don't feel good about that. I think even if Rivian beats, it's not going to be about the top and the bottom line anyways. I don't think we care about the top and bottom for Rivian. How much are they losing per vehicle? And it's going to be a heck of a lot less than it was before. So we'll flip you guys over to both Adara and Brennan at the desk. They're locked and loaded. We'll turn around. We got a whole bunch of earnings to get to, starting with Coinbase. Could be a bit of a doozy.
Hey guys, welcome in. Welcome to the earnings edition here. We're going to stand by, bring you both Rivian, both Coinbase, and a whole bunch of other ones as they come through in the next third. DraftKings as well, yes, valid point. In the next 30 minutes or so. I did read that Coinbase is a little bit later. No, am I crazy?
4:10, and then DraftKings is 4:15. Rivian is set to be right at 4 o'clock p.m., but there's a whole bunch at 4:05 as well, and that would include the likes of Roku and that type of thing.
Right. So we'll focus on Rivian. We'll focus on the market here. First of all, we are making new lows currently as we head towards the close right now. Yeah, the Qs is back to 600. We're deleting essentially 4 days worth of price action here for the Qs. Let's just jump into Rivian here real quick before we get to 4 o'clock, because this might come out right away. As the guys were just highlighting, the simple numbers here, the top and bottom line, no one's really going to be paying attention to that. I think the only thing that's really going to matter here is the speed at which they can pump out something that's called the R2.
Yes.
And how many they're going to make and when it will be available. I saw a really cool video that MKBHD did about the R2. He actually went to California, drove a prototype.
Wow.
It was it was great. He said he was very positive on it. The thing that he really highlighted though was it was the fully jammed version of the R2, and they wouldn't even tell him what the price of that one was going to be. So starting at $45,000, what you're going to get for $45,000 remains to be seen, I think, at this point, because all they're showing right now is the top of the top of the top of the line version of the R2. So lots of people excited about it, but yeah, go through that.
Yeah, so here is RJ Scaringe, founder and CEO of Rivian. And yeah, I mean, we're expecting an 83-cent loss per share here. Revenue, $1.26 billion is the estimate. Last year, consolidated sales up 78% year over year. So like last quarter, we did quite well. Let's see if we can match that. We also had last quarter a smaller than expected loss per share. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Forward guidance that they gave, so they're expecting for the fiscal year 2025, which will be ending, I guess, as of this quarter report. Fiscal 2025 adjusted EBITDA outlook, they're expecting a loss of $2 billion to $2.25 billion, so still losing money.
All right, nothing yet. We are getting a little bit of an uptick here for Rivian shares. Corsair just coming through. CRSR with, looks like a beat. 436.9 million versus 422, post $26.1 million net income. Full year revenue, 1.3 billion to 1.47 billion. Also a beat as far as that is concerned. So just real quick, guys, I mean, you touched on it just before the close there. Thoughts on Rivian here? The price action, not good. Past couple of days here going into earnings. People getting out of the way, potentially.
Price action, not good. It is an understatement. We lost over 30% from local highs here for Rivian. Good news, it's had support in this area. Bad news, they're probably going to report to us how much they're losing per vehicle, which is still pretty exorbitant. You're getting punished lately. But that being said, it is beaten up a little bit. I think that could be a good sign. Whether they be top or bottom, I still don't think that's going to be my concern. If there's dramatic improvement on their margin and how much they're losing per vehicle, I think that's what the market's going to be looking for.
I did look that up. Last quarter it was $19,000. Every time they said sold, $19,000.
That's an improvement because it was 37,000.
Yeah, and it did.
AMAT's out and rocking right now, Brendo. So this is another one of those names that people are looking for. Adara's got the numbers on AMAT, I believe. Let's go because it's up quite nicely here.
Yeah, so Applied Materials here. This is a double beat, guys. Adjusted earnings of $2.38 per share, beating estimates of $2.20. Sales $7.012 billion, beating estimates of $6.871 billion. That's a double beat for our friends at AMAT, though their revenue did drop by 2% year over year. So that's the deal here with AMAT. GAAP EPS up 75%.
Let's check Rivian because we're moving higher in a hurry here for Rivian. I don't see anything coming across right now. Yeah, it is coming down a little bit.
I'm seeing some numbers.
Okay, go for it.
Again, this is just on X, so it's unclear, but I'm seeing consistent numbers here. It looks like they reported revenue of $1.29 billion. That's more or less in line with what estimates were. It looks like they reported adjusted losses of 54 cents per share compared to the estimated loss of like roughly 69, 63. They're now seeing 2026 vehicles delivered between 62,000 and 67,000. Analysts were looking for 63,000, so this generally seems like a decent report, except these vehicle delivery estimates are more or less in line.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, nice move here, guys, for Rivian so far.
I have the full report now from Rivian also.
Go for it.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, here we do have apparently more than $1.3 billion improvement when it comes to gross profit. So I guess they actually profited this quarter. That's a nice look. Q4 revenues, $1.286 billion compared to $1.734 billion. So revenue did decline year over year. Automotive revenues down year over year. Those software and services revenues up more than 109% year over year. So they got a decrease in automotive revenues, but their software side is actually improving, which is pretty interesting.
We should double check on delivery or the actual per unit price or per unit
I will do
P&L
unit search.
if we can find on that. Again, the prior quarter was $19,000 on 13,000 vehicles delivered in that quarter. So anything, I mean, the report obviously positive here already, guys, but anything above that's going to be good.
No, I'm pleasantly surprised. I think for a lot of us here, I had no problems telling you I preferred AMAT to every single name on that list. I don't care who you put in the poll, I was going to pick AMAT, but Rivian's pumping. Apparently, Roku was also pumping. I see in the chat, Death God is excited for Roku. That obviously isn't dying. But I just want to get to, if I can, the AMAT guidance. I mean, 244 to 284 EPS guide versus 228. 7.15 billion to 8.15 billion revenue versus expectations of 7 flat. Like they crushed it.
For AMAT, right?
Yeah, they crushed it for AMAT, and they're up 6%. I think we've been saying this. The market is getting smoked today. Where's the strength? Everyone understands what's going on here in this space, and if you have pent-up demand, well, the guys that make the things that make the chips, they're gonna get their money. Whether people make money with all this stuff or not, who cares? AMAT's going to get paid. Lam is going to get paid. ASML is going to get paid. And obviously, you're seeing that reflected here. Fantastic. And Bros apparently is out as well. So,
is it? Okay.
Yeah, lots of earnings names to get to, but another banger here for AMAT.
Where's Randy at when you need
It's funny, their CapEx is $2 billion. You know, it's like funny that, you know, we talk about $200 billion for Amazon, $2 billion there for Rivian. It's actually interesting that they're making money on their software side. Like, I didn't know Rivian was selling software, but I guess maybe their full self-drive, they talked about putting that into cars. So maybe that's their new SaaS model there. You know, I think it was going to be $49.99 a month. So, you know, Tesla's full self-drive is still $100 a month. So Rivian, if they can get these cars on the road, which it seems like they're able to, they put that number a little higher. Yeah. You mentioned the R2 getting good reviews. Yeah. Might be a little more expensive than everybody thought. But hey, if you're stepping into a Rivian, you're probably paying a little bit of money anyways. So yeah, it's good to see this rebound in the stock, that's for sure. But let's just hold it and be a little more cautious because we're only back to where we were kind of like last week. So right now, Rivian is making that move up. It's great to see it. Congratulations, Rivian shareholders. This is the move that you wanted. We were down 9%. Now you're up 7%. So a good turnaround for Rivian.
The one thing that I still have have in my head, and the question is, they're losing $19,000 on a nearly $100,000 purchase. How on earth are they making money on something that's going to allegedly be $45,000?
Well, you were saying yourself, like that 45,000 is just.
They're not.
You know, actually these car companies, I'm pretty sure, make money on all these upgrades. You know, because like you want your leather seats, that probably costs them $1,000, but they're going to charge you $5,000.
Yeah.
You know, so I think there's a margin on
And
more than just the car.
They were even saying in that video, like I said, they did not tell them what that version of that car was going to be priced
on purpose,
at.
obviously, because it's probably 90.
Exactly. If the base is 45 and the out the door fully loaded is 90, then who cares? Yeah.
Sorry, Pinterest getting
Coinbase also out, by the way.
Getting wrecked. I'll look for Coinbase there. Pinterest 1.32 billion versus 1.33 billion expected. Adjusted EPS also missing estimates and guiding Q1 revenue and adjusted EBITDA well below estimates here. I'll look for Coinbase.
There's one way out for Pinterest, and it's this simple. You still have people that use it. My wife still uses it, but not as many people as they did during COVID. Somebody's got to buy them. Someone's got to look at this and say, hey, it's got beaten up enough, and I don't know if Zuck cares, but somebody's got to look at this and say pick them up because it's getting nasty. 17% to the downside. I see you in the chat, guys. Bros is also making a move, but Coinbase, that's a biggie. It's not terribly bad yet on coins. Like, it's not having a Pinterest movement. I saw someone say Coinbase is taking in the chat, and Black Sheep Trades is also mentioning Coinbase. It was already down significantly, right? So when you see it down 10%, remember that Coinbase was already getting crushed. So it's
going to be worse. Go ahead.
It's going to be a lot worse. Earnings of losses of $2.49 per share. We were looking for earnings of 96 cents. 96 to 61 cents, either way, in that range. Either way, losses of $2.49, obviously going to be a miss. Revenue, $1.78 billion, missing estimates of roughly $1.8 billion. What other info do I have here in COIN? That's mostly it for now, though. As I get more details, I'll let you know. Apparently, they're expecting their headcount to grow on a sequential basis. So they're hiring more people, even though they are losing money. So where I've deceived the street likes this, I don't think right now they don't.
We talked on Tuesday about Robinhood, guys, and the crypto side of things. This is going to be important, obviously, for Coinbase as well. I mean, look, it's down, but not a lot right now so far.
You know, I mean, everything could always be worse. I mean, I think that we talked about this a little bit earlier, and that is the fact that Coinbase has already been hit on the bad revenue number from Hood. SoFi has been getting hit as well. So for me, it's really no surprise. I don't think these crypto names get going until, guess what? BTC actually gets going or Ethereum gets going. And so it's just, I can't see me or myself or many investors wanting to sit in front of this. Let's just wait till it gets back to the upside here for Coinbase. Down 10% right here, was down 4 or 5 before the print, down another $5. Let's just wait to see where it settles out. But yeah, Dara's got those numbers and they don't sound great to me. That is Coinbase.
No, look, they're obviously terrible, and people are going to say, oh, well, how could you possibly be spending more? Look, they got a lot of competition, so they're a little bit late to the game to try to be competing a little bit better with Robinhood, but they're trying. That's an effort. But if you're down 65% from the highs,
the problem.
Then that's the reason you're not having a Pinterest moment. It's hard to be down 20, 25 points. If this was at 230 still, then we would be down because it does look that bad for them. I understand we have a couple of other names.
By the way, like I made a joke about Toast.
Oh, Toast is Toast?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You can go with Airbnb. We can talk about
Toast. I was just going to show Airbnb has done everything. It's gone down $7. It's now back to the upside. So I know we had some viewers in the chat, and David was looking for a bounce in Airbnb. And I believe, David, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, but you were looking for a beat and dip and then buy the dip. Well, if that's what you were trying to do, it's right back to positive from the close. So it gave you the dip into 110. That was that support on the daily. Let's just have a quick look. There's your 110 support on Airbnb. It dipped right into it. It's right back up. So I don't know if you trade aftermarket. I don't suggest that anyone does on earnings. It's crazy. But it gave you the move that you would have been looking for if you were trying to buy the dip.
I'm shocked at this monthly active user number for Pinterest. 619 million people globally?
Think about, okay, so I'll tell you the problem with Pinterest and why I don't think anybody buys them. They're just a website.
They have nothing left.
You know, but they're just like anybody. You could make this business yourself, and it's just I don't like it. I've never really understood the reason to buy that. I mean, I know you can link up to your Etsy store or something through Pinterest, but that's just not it.
Literally it.
And that's not it for me. So
they're at that
Like
like
it's a
not Nortel, like BlackBerry stage, right? Like you don't have anything.
Yeah, there's nothing.
You don't have anything left except for the scraps of the company. So it's at the point of either you break it up or somebody comes in because it gets depressed enough that it ends up being chump change,
Right.
and something you can turn it into, based on the Airbnb is really going. Do we have the numbers? I haven't seen Airbnb's numbers.
I saw them a while ago. Give me a second
Okay,
here.
because I want to make sure we get them.
Yeah,
I have them.
It's now green, by the way, Airbnb. It's reversed a full 10% here and just went into the green very briefly and looking pretty good. And also DraftKings is out, and they're also sinking.
Yeah.
So it's kind of mixed here, and the AMAT was fantastic, and Rivian, the reaction to Rivian was good.
We'll see.
And
Rivian
now all
will
of a
be a
sudden
sell
Airbnb is
tomorrow,
pretty good here as well. So I do like what we're seeing with Airbnb. I'm not a big fan of them myself because I don't use them anymore. Used to, but don't. Dara, numbers?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this DraftKings. I'm not seeing any evidence that they are out. I'm going to be honest with you here, so I'll keep looking. We're not expecting them until 4:15 anyway.
Okay.
But Airbnb here, earnings 56 cents per share, missing estimates of 65 cents. Sales beating estimates here, 2.778 billion versus estimates of 2.715 billion dollars. They guided Q1 2026 sales between 2.59 billion and 2.63 billion. That would be above estimates of 2.532 billion. So EPS miss, sales beat, better than expected sales guidance for Airbnb. Again, 2 minutes until we are expecting DraftKings earnings, because I'm not seeing any sign on X, nor am I seeing anything on Benzinga, and there's not been a tag on this stock in 10 minutes on X. People aren't even looking for it yet.
Man, this Roku's still going as well, guys. We're through the highs from 2 days ago right now. About to take out the highs once again, actually. Just to recap, 1.39 billion versus 1.35 billion, a beat. 53 cents versus 28 cents, almost a double on what was expected there per share for Roku. One that, we touch on this stock basically whenever it reports and then never again between those times. But when it does beat, it can have these kinds of moves.
It has that squeeze potential. Look, man, I think we've joked around a bunch of times. It's like who likes Roku, who uses. It is what it is. I feel like every time I'm in Florida, it's like, hey, Roku here, Roku there. But it is a squeeze type name, no questions asked. So I feel like I know it's up 6%, but that feels a little disappointing because this is exactly the type of name that you want to exceed the expected move. When it's good, it's gonna blow past that. So I know on a day where things are down, it's gonna look very impressive when we look at a 3-minute chart. Like that's going to look fantastic, no questions asked. But if this one's not moving double digits after earnings, it's not really getting your attention. So yeah, it looks fine, but a little bit disappointing. The only reason I had asked about DraftKings, by the way, was because it was moving down. Maybe that's just people are getting some scared hands. Like it moved like almost a full dollar down. It was down like another 3 or 4%. From the lows and continuing to see a little bit of sell pressure, but there is no volume. As you can see, there isn't even a volume pickup. You can't like that they're already starting to sell DraftKings before they're going to report out here. So yeah, not looking that good. I see some people.
I've already talked.
MMM is they use Roku. That's fine.
I don't love DraftKings. I mean, we talked about it as sort of a degen trade. I don't love DraftKings, so I'm not expecting a big print there. With people losing money in crypto,
it's dumping now.
All those contracts. We can go over. I mean,
it's now down 14%.
Okay, so there we go. So we win again on that one. I mean, we thought that DraftKings was going to be a problem, and it looks like it is. But I don't know. We'll see. It might get back up there. Dara has the numbers, so
yeah.
Yes, let's get into this here. So revenue, $1.989 billion. That's up 43% year over year. I was seeing estimates of $9.99 billion, so that's basically in line with estimates. Flat, never that exciting. Apparently, again, that 43% year over year increase. For the fiscal year, revenue grew by 27% year over year. Monthly unique payers, unchanged. So that was also flat here. Monthly unique payers for Q4 2025, excluding their Jackpocket acquisition, MUPs increased by 5% on a year-over-year basis. Average revenue per MUP up 43% year-over-year to $139. Last quarter, it was $106, so decent sequential and annual growth for their MUP. Our monthly average revenue for monthly unique payers. Let's talk here about their EPS and sales, because I just got the EPS numbers in there. EPS, 36 cents, well above estimates of 14 cents. I was seeing estimates of 41 cents, but different things go with different things. It's fine. Sales here, 1.989 billion, basically in line with estimates of that high $1.9 billion look.
That was for Airbnb.
So that was for DraftKings.
DraftKings.
DraftKings, yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, I was just reading a couple things on Roku. I mean, that report is stellar outside of the EPS. Neil, you were saying Airbnb, you've given up on it. How come?
Oh, it really just came down to better prices at Vrbo.
Really?
Yeah, and so one of the things Airbnb had is like they have all those, what do they call that add-on fee, or like for cleaning and whatnot, and it just, you add up and you start doing the comparables and it wasn't any better. And we did Vrbo 1 year, and I'm talking about when my family goes to spring training in Florida, right? And then we visited Texas and it was sort of a similar thing, visiting a friend in Texas.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's been a better experience. I'm not saying don't buy Airbnb or anything. It's just an anecdotal note for myself. But all of that being said, the point that we were making about Airbnb on the show was it has been for 2 years. It's been sitting in the same range, and effectively the bottom was what it tagged today in the aftermarket, about that 110 level. It's been like a 110 to 140 with a couple of wicks above and below, and that's about it. So if you were looking for a dip buy, I mean, it went right into that level. If you have to be trading it in the aftermarket, which I don't know if a lot of people are doing that as well. But I want to go back over to Coinbase because I think, and I'm seeing in the chat, it's being reported heavily in the chat, that coin is right back to where we started. Yeah. So we're back at 142. Now, obviously, it's going to say we're down 7% because it got smoked today. But it has made a little bit of a bottom. And this could be a case of, remember, 65% down from the highs. 65% down from the highs at the Liberation Day lows. Sometimes it's just so bad, it's hard to get worse. And not to dump on them, but let's be real, we have not reported. The focus of the aftermarket show is like, what are the big names on earnings, right? When was the last time we were focusing on a name as the number one thing we want to cover that's down this much from the highs? This would be the first one. And I think you're seeing the reaction of, well, it can't get that much worse.
It's just they're just getting a pass, clearly, on this. Just to recap for anyone asking, 1.78 billion on the revenue, missed 1.83 billion. Transaction revenue, 938 million versus 1.02. Subscription and services, 727 million versus 748.3 million. So
they missed everywhere.
Not great, but here we are flat because of what you were saying.
I mean, it might not be great, but it's not the end of the world. I think that's maybe what we're getting at. It's been beat up just a little bit too much. I'm really surprised at this Rivian move higher. I mean, I'm trying to review the numbers here, and I don't really see anything that's overly impressive. Now I have no idea where my mouse is. Overly impressive with this. Adjusted loss per share, I guess 54 cents loss for 69. So that's obviously a lot better on that side. So, you know, their EPS is maybe the number, but they delivered less vehicles. They see less than halfway through. They're expecting 63,000 vehicle deliveries for 2026. That's underneath the 62 to 67,000 that they're expected. They're seeing adjusted EBITDA loss, you know, between 1.8 to 2.1 billion, when what was expected was 1.8. So they actually put their loss 300 million higher than they had thought to. But it's the deliveries, I guess, in Q2 for the R2 that's maybe letting this thing go up. And I also want to make sure that everybody remembers there's still a 14% short float associated with this Rivian trade. So, you know, a lot of people obviously, but with the most recent moves in Tesla to the downside, I feel like Rivian was, you know, maybe hit a little bit there. It's been stabilizing over the last little while. And the good news about this move here today is supported by your 200 period moving average. But I would say we've seen Rivian have really extreme moves, so continuation candles. This could be a 2-day event here for Rivian. Wouldn't be surprised if we can get back to 17 on this. It's not that impressive, but the traders like it, and that's really all that matters here for RIVN, more playing the future than the current here on Rivian.
They're also, I was just seeing, guys, they're also seeing a nice uptick in cash and cash equivalents this quarter, 3.5 billion versus 3.4 in the prior. So when you're, you know,
maybe they did a raise. I can't remember.
But when they're building out production, when they're building out a new model, you know, you think that would come with some sort of cost, and to continue to raise cash is not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but I'm inclined to maybe. Before I would celebrate that, it's what Sean said there. Maybe they did. A lot of people have been raising money the last couple of quarters. It wouldn't shock me if that would be the reason why. But I just saw in the chat, Dutch Brothers, Save Man Woman says Dutch Brothers is 100 times better than Starbucks. I don't know if that's going to be true. I've never had Dutch Bros. But what I can say, they got some good numbers. It's almost 8% on same-store sales, which anytime you're in the
Yeah, I mean, I like
if you're
Dutch Bros.
close, if you're close to double digits on same-store sales, that's actually fantastic. And their company-owned same-store sales was actually 9.7% growth. So the company-owned almost 10% on same-store sales. They're up 8% here, and obviously it hasn't done a heck of a lot. But hey, if we're talking about things that have been trying to bounce off some pretty decent levels, Dutch Brothers holding some higher lows in this little bit of a market dump. There is some room for it to run. They had some very good comps. These are good numbers for Dutch Brothers. Maybe not the sexiest name out of these earnings here, but there are some winners. I know we're crapping on Coinbase a little bit here, but Rivian doing fantastic. Let's not forget AMAT had a great quarter. You get over here, Dutch Brothers, great year-to-year comparables for same-store sales. So another one that could definitely go. I've never tried it. I've heard it's fantastic, but the numbers are good either way.
Mostly on the west side of the U.S.
Yeah.
I saw the last time we were looking at this. I mean, we were talking about
it's Oregon.
with Starbucks. Yeah, but it's also out to the California, I think, Arizona maybe.
If it can work, I mean, expansion is the key, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about. Like, we don't see any around here. If they can expand in, they can make. We heard Luckin Coffee, though, last time we had Jeff Mendel on. He was talking about some Luckin Coffee. I actually forgot to ask him about that. They're in New York City. Yeah, look, for me, it is about the Rivian. I like the Airbnb move to the high side right there. That could be something that eventually gets bought because you had a nice little base there on Airbnb on your daily chart. Something to look for right there. I wanted to see if Tesla. I don't think Tesla's doing anything on. Nah, it's not doing it. It doesn't care about this Rivian. But I'm excited, for the R2 to see where that winds up coming through. AMAT on the big move, as Neil had mentioned as well. That just keeps on blasting higher. 360 right now, taking out everything. Just proof of concept. Just another look to see if NVIDIA NAS. So, I mean, it's the picks and shovels right now. It's not the GPUs themselves. So, G, Vernova, names like that continue to pop higher. Vertiv the other day as well. Adara, what report got you the most interested here so far?
I mean, I made this little visual here on Rivian that I already updated. So this is thank you, Neil, for reposting this as well. This Q4 2025 Rivian revenue deconstructed. So here's our friend RJ spreading his arms. This is a real photo. I do not use AI in these photos of CEOs, by the way. 65% of their revenue last quarter came in here at, I'm going to have to update that consolidated revenue number, but 65% here automotive, and then 34.8% here software and services revenue by category here. Again, comes out roughly half, like you almost have software and services revenue really creeping up here on automotive, because last quarter automotive was over $1 billion and software and services making up only a quarter of the revenue. So software and services really taking up more of their business, I think, comparably.
I wonder if that's on the delivery side as well with.
Yeah, I would have to get more details on like
Amazon.
what that sector contains, but it's interesting.
I was just also seeing, guys, some people reporting here, Rivian saved over $7,200 or $7,200 improvement in automotive cost of goods sold per vehicle delivered in the fourth quarter of 2025. That would be monstrous if that's actually true. Again, $7,200 improvement in the automotive cost of goods sold per vehicle in the fourth quarter of 2025. Remember, we said it was $19,000 they were losing. If that all of a sudden becomes 12, I mean, they're heading in the right direction.
35 to 40% improvement. And then on top of that, software is a growth for them. Look, ultimately, like when you're a stock that's like Rivian, you can't wait for them to get profitable. Let's just be real for a second. These guys get profitable and it'll already have gone 3 or 4x. So like you're not gonna get a chance to buy this thing and get a great return when things look fantastic. You're gonna have to take these shots at other times. Like this is not, I still have AMAT up there because it's like, you gotta be kidding me. It just keeps on going and going and going. But like you're getting a chance here, even where we lie at this, up here at, at $16, it's just, you have 40% to go to the local highs. You could make an argument that the local bottom here is only about a couple of points underneath, we're talking about 15% tops. So there's a good risk to reward. I think this is a name that'll be on a day trader's minds tomorrow. It'll be on swing traders' minds as it should be on a Friday. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be okay. So look, I like what Dutch Brothers, I definitely like that report. AMAT to me is it's just a good company and everything. You pick your poison. If you like Lamb, I like Lamb a little better, but they're all really good. AMAT does have a small place mark. You won't remember this, Sean. But in my trainee group, the first 4 stocks, you're allowed to trade 4 stocks from a group. And those 4 stocks, when I started trading, and I'll never forget them, it was AMAT, it was Intel, it was Cisco, and it was Oracle. And those were the 4 big cap tech stocks in 2003. Like, that's all I traded for my first month was those 4 stocks. Always have a special place in my heart, and blowing it out today is AMAT, of course.
Yeah, I mean, here, like Rivian, just so you guys know, this IPO'd at $107. So, you know, you're at $16 now. So yeah, it's a nice move. But honestly, this is reminding me a little bit of Intel here, where we have this base, but that you know, this bottom is not till $10. So you're up 60% from there. You know, maybe we start to break this 200 period moving average. That would be $18. And then we can slap some VWAPs on this and everything and see where we're going. But for right now, just a little bit of a larger look at what we're talking about with Rivian. A lot of upside potential here. So if you're playing the long game, yeah, nothing wrong with thinking about getting some Rivian into your portfolio. $16 might be an opportunity. Hey, look, we were just here not too long ago. I mean, let's not think we're all clear. This was here on January 23rd. Checks watch. It's like February 12th or whatever it is today. So, you know, just watch out, man. You're back up to where you were about 2.5 weeks ago. So let's see if this can keep up this momentum. I feel like this is going to be the one to trade tomorrow with, again, a 14% short float. I think there's going to be a lot of traders caught on the wrong side. So look for a blowout tomorrow morning on Rivian. I wouldn't be surprised if we can get up to $17.
Going to be an exciting one. Lots to look at. I mean, that was probably the busiest day, at least for earnings reports we've had in the past couple of weeks that we've been covering this. I'm still keeping my eye out for anything else coming through. But yeah, I mean, to your point, you just zoom out. Rivian's just an absolute disaster on the weekly chart. Sean, enjoy your day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful weekend at Hockey Rinks with your Tim Hortons in hand.
Get it.
Great stuff as always.
Who would have had on their bingo card, first of all, Coinbase flat?
0 people.
Probably no one.
Almost exactly.
You know what, though? Those selling options just cleaned up because everybody would have thought Coinbase was going to go ham.
Almost exactly.
Everybody thought Coinbase, look, it's either going to get dumped so badly or it's so bad it has to be good. Flat was not in the bingo card.
Like we were reviewing all these things. I was like, well, we didn't even talk about like the one that we were most hyped up about. And then I went over to Coinbase.
It did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's at 142.50 or so.
That's boring.
You're going to love this market sometimes.
Unreal.
All the time.
Have a fantastic evening. We're back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Obi's in Sean's chair. We will see you then. Have a fantastic evening.
Ciao.